Well, good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, September 17th, 2024, and it is my pleasure to call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. A warm welcome to everyone in our board chambers today and all of you that are joining us online. With that, it's our pleasure to invite up Pastor David Cook of Cold Springs Church to lead us in the invocation. Good morning, Pastor Cook.
Morning, Chair Thomas. Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to come and to lead in prayer this morning. If you would pray with me, please. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning in humility, asking for your grace and mercy upon our lives and our community in these uncertain times. And I thank you for being unchanging and faithful in all things at all times. I pray for our nation in this election season. As the rhetoric and emotions rise, I pray for peace and for the people of peace to rise up, to speak and to live truth. Help us to be those people, Heavenly Father. And I pray for your protection over all of those who lead us and all of those who are involved in the elections. I pray for our schools and your protection over our students, our teachers, and administrators. We know there's a spirit of fear that has come over our communities recently. And I pray for wisdom for our parents, teachers, and administrators to speak life into our students and to guide them towards peace. I pray for your hand of protection over all of them to keep them safe from violence. And I pray this morning for our law enforcement who stand in the gap between evil and good, protecting us from harm. Heavenly Father, as they protect us, protect them. Give them the insight and resources to stay ahead of that which threatens our peace and our safety. And for the women and men in this room and around the county who lead us, may they have the wisdom and the courage and the strength to speak right, to act right, and to lead right for the greater blessing of all of our families and our businesses in this extraordinary place that we get to call home. May we have the humility to receive all you have for us today, Heavenly Father. And in our receiving, help us to be generous in our giving to those we meet today who have need. I pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much for getting us started right. And speaking of getting us started right, Supervisor Turnbull, could you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We move into the adoption of the agenda and approval of our consent calendar. And I'm first going to go to our esteemed clerk. Do you have some changes to note into the record?
Yes, I'd like to read into the record a clerical change to item 1. It's the minutes from last week, particularly item number 28. That was the vacation home rental ordinance. Staff pointed out in item 2, subsection, in subsection 7, the section that was originally noted should be corrected to 5.56.150B instead of the 0.140E. And then where it previously said in that same section of 7, after a property has 3 violations, it should be actually after a property has 3 warnings. So those clerical corrections will be made if approved by the board.
All right, thank you so much. Any changes or comments on the consent calendar? Vice Chair Heidel?
Okay.
Supervisor Turnbull?
No changes.
Supervisor Carlin?
No changes.
And Supervisor Lane?
No changes, Madam Chair.
And the only thing that I'd like to note in terms of our agenda is we're happy to welcome our Planning Commission this afternoon for a joint workshop. So looking forward to that. And to that end, the goal is to finish all of our department matters and time allocations and closed sessions before lunch today.
Good.
So we can go into the afternoon sessions freely and completely. So that's the goal of the morning. So, and our CAO, do you have any changes or comments?
Yes, Madam Chair, just confirming that item 13 was continued to October 8th pursuant to the addendum that was published. And staff are requesting that item 10 be continued to next meeting, which is September 24th.
All right, thank you. Excellent. So at this time, we will move into the public comment on the consent calendar. And just as a reminder, open forum is a time to comment on any item that's not on our agenda, and open forum happens at 1 o'clock. this time is reserved for any comments on our consent calendar. So Kim, can you please open public comments on the consent calendar?
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Not seeing a mad rush.
Nope. Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, thank you. I'll bring this back to the board for action.
Move to approve with the changes as noted.
Oh, sorry,
Kim,
Kim.
you
Yeah,
read it.
I
You gotta
always
pause,
rush
go and read
that.
it, yeah.
Gotta wait for Kim.
Yeah, you're fast. Adoption of the agenda and approve the consent calendar with the following changes. The clerical corrections to item 1 from the BOS minutes from September 10th, 2024. Item number 10 will be continued to September 24th, 2024. And item number 13 will be continued to October 8th, 2024.
All right, with
So
that,
moved.
Supervisor Garland moved,
I'll second.
Vice Chair Heidel seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, excellent. Before we go to our 9 a.m. time allocation, which will take a little more time, let's go to item 14, our Registrar of Voters appointment. So Kim, can you open that item, please? Sure.
Item number 14 comes from the Human Resources Department, recommending the board appoint Linda Webster to the position of Registrar of Voters effective January 18th, 2025.
Good morning, Joey.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board. Joey Carrasco, Human Resources Director, and I'm very pleased to bring this item for you today. It's for consideration of appointing Linda Webster as our new Registrar of Voters. I'll give you a quick background of what got us here. We did a recruitment after we were notified that Bill O'Neill was going to be retiring. We did a recruitment in May, June timeframe. Seven applicants applied for the job and only one met the qualifications, and that happens to be Linda Webster. It's a very unique classification to begin with, so it's not something that we typically get a lot of applicants for this position. A little bit about Linda. She's been with the county, and this is impressive, for 34 years.
My goodness, wow.
She was promoted into the elections department in 2005 from, I think from IT. I'll let her correct the record on that. But so she's been with the elections department for almost 20 years. She's been the assistant registrar of voters since 2014. So she's got a whole lot of experience. Her leadership as the assistant registrar of voters and acting capacity prior to that has prepared her well for this transition. Just a couple other points I'd like to make. She has an in-depth knowledge of the Federal Voting Rights Act, the Help America Vote Act, and other pertinent laws to ensure that she continues leading the department with integrity and a commitment to transparency. And that's so important with our pending election coming up. So in summary, appointing Linda as the permanent registrar of voters will bring stability and continued excellence to the department's operations, safeguarding the county's electoral processes for the future. And I should say that Bill O'Neill, the current registrar, is retiring in January. So we're asking that Linda's appointment be effective January 18th of 2025. Based on her experience and knowledge, we're recommending that she start at step 2 of the salary range. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good.
Linda has joined us, so she can say a few words if she'd like as well.
Yeah, I'd love to invite Linda up at this point.
Yes,
Thank you so
great.
much, Joey.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So good morning, Linda. This is a happy occasion.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and Board, CAO and County Council. I just have a couple things to say, just kind of to talk about my time at the county. I didn't come from IT. I actually came from the recorder's office. So seen a lot of different things, changes throughout the county, and it's in a great place right now, I think. I didn't realize when I came to the elections department almost 20 years ago, the passion that I would get for conducting elections, providing that opportunity to voters to cast their ballots. And not only providing that opportunity, but educating the public on the process, as we know has become a very important part of the elections department. So I want to thank you all for selecting me to be a leader in this department that I have a lot of compassion for. It means a lot to me. So, and you know, ever since I went to work in the department, it has always operated under the quality of security, accuracy, and transparency. It's just always been something that's been part of the department. But never has it been more in the forefront than it has been in the last couple of election cycles, as we have all watched play out, you know, throughout the years. And I will have to say that our department takes that with not lightly. We just for an example, the department the building that you all purchased for us and moved us down into, you know, we built the transparency into it for the public, and it's just been, it's been a real great change for the public. So thank you all for that. You know, each election is unique in what it brings to the public, whether it's the districts or the, you know, just the different feel out there that the public has for what's going on for each election. And sometimes in those elections, things arise that we have to jump to and take care of right away. And I want to give a shout out to the other employees in the department. You know, in the department, we have some very dedicated, creative, innovative thinking employees. We're a very small department, but when those problems arise, everybody jumps in and we make a plan forward. And because as we know, elections do not stop. So we have to make a plan forward, and it always works out. I have to give a lot of credit to our department, to the whole department for that. So what I want to leave with is I want to leave you with is I want to ensure you as the leaders of the county and the voters in El Dorado County that under my leadership that you will see the same secure, accurate, and transparent elections that you've all become accustomed to from our elections department. So thank you.
Wonderful. We have no doubt about that. And it's just delighted to have this before the board to formalize today. Any board member comments or questions at this point?
Yeah, I just want to say I've known Linda a long time. Her and her husband are great people, and she's really dedicated to this county. When we had the Kelmore fire, she was going down to all the evacuation centers and stuff like that and make sure that people were getting their ballots and stuff. I commend you on all your hard work, because that was during a real tough time, especially in our county, to make sure that the people got their ballots in election time. So thank you for that, Linda. I know you'd be dedicated to this county. I appreciate all your hard work.
Oops.
There it is.
Good thing you have
It
a
was wonderful. I was listening. I'd like to wait until after public comment, if that's okay.
great. Absolutely.
I'll just make a brief comment that all of us as elected officials, this is the very first department that we interface with as
True.
candidates and our opponents. And I think the thing that I noticed is you give everybody the same fair shake. And so thank you. Congratulations. We're so happy that you're in the wings because Mr. O'Neill has been amazing. But it's going to be great to be under your tenure as well.
Well said. I'll reserve my comments for the
Me
end
too.
too. So
Yeah.
thank you, Linda, and we'll take public comment on this and then formalize this appointment.
Now taking public comment on item number 14, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
You would like to speak in the boardroom? Right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
And now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning.
Good morning, board. I hope I can talk this time. Last time I didn't have a good time with you, but I just want to say, as we have heard, Linda is a longstanding county employee. On August the 12th, Bill and Linda came to the Taxpayers Association and did an excellent job representing the county and its election process, taking questions. And also it was Zoom, so people got to see outside the room what Bill and Linda have done with the elections department. Linda has the social skills, the corporate knowledge, and the commitment to community that we all need. So in regards to your action today, I personally am very supportive of your decision or your proposed decision. And I just wanted leave you with a little comment that I brought up at the meeting of the taxpayers. I said to Linda that I got her picture off of KCRE Channel 3 because I couldn't find a picture of her that is on the county's system. If you go to the election department, her picture wasn't there. So what I did is freeze frame the little video that she did with the KCRA, and then provided that that picture. She thought it was kind of funny that I would go to the lengths to be able to do that, but I just wanted to let her know that she does an excellent job, as well as Bill, with social media and also with presenting El Dorado County on our news broadcasting stations. So that's my comments this morning. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you for calling in.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Kelly Nalavaya from El Dorado Hills, District 1. I'm very pleased. I'm appreciative that Linda will be continuing in our department. I echo what George and Lori and the previous caller just said. I've been on both sides of the fence, working with the elections department in a elected capacity, and also as a resident voter. And I've told people in elections integrity, which is really vamping, as you know, for this particular election. Many of the parties are working on poll watching, and I at least know my girlfriend, who's in charge of elections integrity for the GOP, has been so impressed with our elections, with the transparency, with the new facilities, with the communication she's had within people working there. And I hope that people will recognize that a lot of our frustrations, yes, we've got voter rolls that I can't even imagine constantly keeping up with those, with people who have moved, people who have died. I know my son was on the rolls for years after he moved to Alaska, and every time I'd go vote and I'd see his name still there, and I'd say, hey, take him off. And he was registered in Alaska. So I hope we'll continue to show that El Dorado County has the #1 in elections integrity. I love working elections. It's one of my most exciting things to do is to watch people utilize that right to vote, coming in, or even just dropping off a ballot. So I'm excited that we will continue with the integrity and people with integrity. And I'm really excited about this upcoming election. And I encourage people, if I can, please take your ballot to somewhere safe. Don't stick it in the US mail. Drop it off at the elections department. Drop it off in a secure ballot location, or come on in and vote. Thanks. Bye.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board for final comments and action.
Vice Chair.
Did you want to say something?
I'll go ahead. Yeah. So congratulations, Linda. Well deserved. We're very pleased that you're going to be serving as the registrar of voters and continuing in Bill and Bill's the ancestry is Bill and Bill, right? Heritage in terms of providing the greatest service, the greatest transparency. And thank you again for all of your many years of dedicated service to El Dorado County. It's employees like you that really set the standard of excellence, because when you hang in, you do different jobs and you see always an opportunity to make things better, which I know you have in the elections department. It is extremely appreciated by all the voters. So thank you.
Thank you.
Just to add on to all the wonderful things that are being said about Linda. In my prior role before being on the board as a community activist, I think I've had more than my fair share of interactions with the elections department, ballot measures and recalls and you name it. And I always appreciate the fact that when I would go in there, and even as, you know, as a board member now, Linda, you were always there and your calm demeanor when I would come in sometimes, because those processes are so complicated. And I always appreciated that you would not just tell me something to get me out of there. You would make sure we went to the statutes and the laws, and so that I felt confident in the information that you gave me. And that is so critical, you know, when you're a member of the public and you really don't know what the heck you're doing, but you're doing your best and we're relying on you. And your team. I do want to say, you know, I remember Joe and his data, Miss Joe, and all of those things. So thank you for your service to the county and to the public, and really looking forward to you taking on this new role.
There's not much I can add to all of my colleagues' accolades, as well as the public's your well-deserved comments. And as we all know, elections are critically important to the citizens of El Dorado County, and our elections process is safe in your hands. And I can think of no greater gift that you can give our public, knowing that the votes that they cast are secure and valued. So, you know, congratulations to Bill. He's not leaving yet. So we'll do that later. But just, you know, deep thanks to Bill for his leadership. And we're just so excited for you to not only continue in the transparent, accurate department that is full of integrity, but you will bring your own spin, you know, to this advanced leadership to that department. And it's an exciting day. So congratulations. So with that, who would like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'd like to second that.
All right. Any further discussion? All right. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Congratulations as of January 18th, 2025.
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you, Linda. Good luck with this upcoming election. We are in the middle of it. Yes. Thank you, Linda. All right, we will now move on to the main item of the morning, our 2024-25 budget. So Kim, can you please open item number 15?
Item number 15 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, receive a presentation and provide direction on recommended changes to the County of El Dorado budget fiscal year 24-25. 2, direct staff to reduce the fiscal year 24-25 contribution to the capital projects designation to fund the Resource Conservation District's funding increase. 3, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to outline the process the board will use to make annual contributions to the El Dorado Hills County Water District. 4, direct staff to return on September 24th, 2024 with a budget resolution, budget amendment, and corresponding personnel allocation changes resolution based on discussion and direction received during this item. And 5, direct staff to return to the board on November 5th, 2024 to discuss the structural sustainability of the budget.
So I have to ask, I know the CAO's office, every time they present the budget, comes color coordinated. You all are in black. Is that because it is bleak financial outlook?
Well, if you look closely, we're wearing black and blue.
Okay.
So you could
just
just
had to ask.
take from that
Okay,
what you will.
So it's not death, but it's a bruise. Okay.
I thought it was black and red as in accounting, but okay, we're not in the red. That's good.
Some little levity before we start this process. So good morning, Sue and Emma, and the
Good
whole
morning.
team.
Good morning, Sue Henneke with the Chief Administrative Office. And as you see, you also have most of your CAO budget team here. We also have Allison's at a conference and Jeanette's holding down the fort back at the office. So we will just go ahead and jump right in.
And we will lead off talking about our general revenues. And spoiler alert, we are reducing our growth projections for two of our main sources of discretionary revenue. So we'll jump right into that. Property tax revenue, you're used to seeing this chart. This is property tax revenue in dollars over time. And as we've discussed in the past, our budget and actuals are very close to each other because we have a very high collection rate. So once the roll closes and we know what that growth number was, we collect something like 99% of that, I think, thanks to the efforts of our property tax administration departments. So you're used to seeing that chart. And I know you see this steady incline over the last 10 years, and you wonder, what's all this talk about slowing growth? You know, what do we have to worry about? So this is why we're inserting the next slide. This shows the growth rate over the last 19 years. And so this provides a little bit different picture. So while we are seeing the dollars collected still rising, what's concerning is seeing the growth rate decline, if you see in the last there. So our growth rate last year for the 23-24 budget was 6.37%. This year we're at 4.69. Over the last 30 years, the average was about 5.6%. So we are now entering a phase where we are below the 30-year average in terms of our property tax growth rate. So obviously the concern would be if that trend were to continue. And as we, I know we had a wonderful presentation from the assessor last January where he broke down the components of our growth rate and our property tax. And what he showed us there was something like 65% of this, what drives this growth rate for us is the turnover of existing homes. And as we all know, there's some scary trends in the real estate market right now that are affecting those sales of existing homes. We have a low inventory, we have high prices, we have high interest rates, and of course the insurance issue that is looming over everybody's head. So that again is the concern that we have, not that our property tax dollars have declined, but the growth rate is slowing to below that 30-year average. And then sales tax. I think you're also both, we're also used to seeing this chart with its, you know, the crazy COVID dip and all that. So the orange line is budget. The brownish line is actuals. And don't get too excited where you see the actuals coming. It looks like they're coming in above budget there. What that is you see the note. So when the board dissolved the CFD for the Missouri Flat Master Circulation and Financing Plan, the sales tax and the property tax that were a part of that no longer get taken off the top. So in the past, those haven't even showed up on this chart. Those are taken off the top, and then we just show the net kind of discretionary revenues here. So at the end of 23-24, you see that little blip that it makes it look like our sales tax came in about $1 million higher. And that's just because that's the amount that would have gone to that, been a part of that CFD, and it fell into general fund balance. So we're not really keeping that money as discretionary because the board directed that those revenues continue to be put aside into a special revenue fund for the road improvements in that area. So that's why you see the little dotted line. So that dotted line is really what our true actuals are, our truly discretionary piece. And they did come in a little below budget this year. So without that little bump from the MCNFP, would have been about $100,000 or so short of budget.
So before you move on this one, okay, so I hate to say it, but I was in Washington, D.C. on February 27th when the board did this action. And I thought when I left, I understood what was going to happen, but I guess I didn't. So in my mind, you're saying that the dollars really haven't changed where they're going or anything, because you're saying the board has already decided to allocate it into a special fund where it was going anyway. So did anything really change?
It is totally discretionary for the board. So it did change. The CFD was dissolved. So there was no obligation for it to go there by, you know, under the terms of that. But so now every year the board will need to determine how much of those revenues they set aside into that special revenue fund. And then there are some, Laura's here. So, but While we say it's totally discretionary, there are some obligations and some plans in place that the board needs to keep in mind when they're allocating those funds, because we do have some obligations. And if you have questions about what those are, I know Laura's here and can go into more detail on that.
Okay, so it bothers me though when we say it's discretionary when it's not. That's troubling to me. It's like fake discretionary because we've already allocated that we're gonna do it. So if we don't put it in there, there's consequences. So I don't know. This one is troubling to me. It's like, it feels a little smoke and mirrorsy. I've always had concerns about this pot of money anyway. So is there a way that we can make it even more transparent so people really know what we're doing?
Yeah, every year, the board will have to, so during the recommended budget process, we'll determine what those amounts are that are going to go into that special revenue fund. And then you'll see it. These revenues are going to be in the general fund now. So you will see them going out to that special revenue fund. And that's a decision the board will make each year.
Will that, so we'll pick it back real quickly.
Right.
Will that information also include the obligations that the board has already directed?
That will be a part of that discussion. It has
That's
to be
an
a part of that
important part of
discussion
that.
when you
To be-
determine how
yeah.
much funding to put aside.
That's a
Okay.
very important part of that discussion.
Because I
because-
think that there's a lot of changes going on that corridor as to where the, what's being built and where, and it used to always be down on the south end. Well, it seems like everything's happening on the north end now. Is that changing the demands on the traffic? Do we need to relook at that? Big changes since this pot of money was first set aside. So maybe in my mind, we could have, oh, look at our DOT directors here. I'm not asking for anything right now, but I'm saying in the future, maybe have a deeper dive on this particular issue and where do we really want to spend this pot of money? And in tough budget times, and I hate to say this, but what I'm learning from the budget we're in right now is there's nice to haves and need to haves. And unfortunately, when you do this at home, when you're at home in your budget and things are tight, there's nice to haves and need to haves. And so I'm a little concerned about this specific pot of money to make sure we all understand how it's being allocated and spent, used, and do we want to pivot now that things have changed so much on that corridor? So future item, I think, so we can do a deep dive.
So we could bring that back in our April budget discussion unless you'd like to see it before then. But April is generally when we talk about TOT and some of those things where we need policy direction on is when we have those discussions.
That might be appropriate too,
Whatever.
because we'll have quite a shift in the board, I think. So, and this is a complicated item, I think, with a lot of history. So it'd be good to revisit that as a whole and make sure. And honestly, we only do it like once or twice a year. So I need a refresher every time too, it feels like. So that I think that would be great.
Makes sense.
And I think I might have triggered somebody, but that's in the room, but we'll see.
All right.
It's
Any more
easily triggered.
questions on this slide? All right. Seeing that.
So then just the last note here is we follow the HDL projections and they've been pretty close the last few years. We are reducing that though, and they've reduced theirs from 2% growth to 1.7% growth. So that's one of those discretionary revenues I mentioned. We're reducing that growth projection. Okay, our fund balance. So it's always challenging to talk about fund balance because I know it looks like a big number. So our fund balance at the close of the books was about 58 million. And 27% of that is departmental savings. That's 15.9 million. And that's only about 3.5% of the appropriations. So that is what we feel is a reasonable sort of, I don't want to call it margin of error, but it's a little bit of a margin. I mean, you want to have a little bit of savings there at the end, but it's not exorbitant. I don't think that we're over budgeting, unnecessarily or creating any padding there. The ARPA spending plan, 17%, that's $10 million. So that's that spending plan that you approved and portions of that rolling forward. Our contingency, of course, is rolling forward. That's 7.3 million. That is in line with your board policy. That's 3% of adjusted general fund appropriations. Additional general revenues of 6.9 million. So again, that's about 3% of our total revenues. And that mainly was due to interest, supplemental property tax, and our tax loss reserve. So that makes up about 12% of that fund balance carryover. Carry forward projects, 6.4 million, that's up about 3 million from the recommended budget. So again, and you'll see a lot of those in the fixed asset pages, purchases and projects that weren't completed that are carried forward along with the funding. The MCNFP fund balance. So along with the revenue shifts that we talked about, there was a fund balance in that account of 5.5 million. And so when that CFD was dissolved, that kind of fell into the general fund and is showing up as part of our fund balance, but that will move into that special revenue fund that we discussed. The HMGP grant match, this is that Weber Creek project in the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience. So the phase 1 portion of that, that's really a $24 million grant, but this phase 1 portion is rolling forward. The CDFA, so the Community Development Central Fiscal Agency, they switched their methodology for charging. So instead of doing direct charging to the departments they serve, they're now going through the cost plan, the A87. There's a 2-year lag there. So what would have happened is you would have seen those departments not have any charges for 2 years, and then you would have seen them kind of doubling up with higher charges because they're catching up for the 2 years. So what we agreed to do was go ahead and charge them an estimated amount of what it would be in those 2 years, and then they'll get credited in the future years to kind of smooth that out. So we don't see this, like up and down. So that's all that is. So that we made that decision in this year. And so that's rolling into that's fund balance. So the fair market value adjustment, as you'll recall, last year, we had some additional contingency through extra monies that we set aside during the pandemic due to economic uncertainty. We had about $4.5 million in excess contingency above our board policy. Unfortunately, though, at the end of last year, due to a fair market value adjustment, where we're required by a governmental accounting standards board to adjust our fund balance by the difference in the book value of our assets and the fair market value, it caused an adjustment in fund balance of that $4.5 million. So it basically kind of wiped that out. So the good news is this year, so each year that adjustment gets reversed and a new adjustment gets made. The calculation is done over again and a new adjustment gets made. So our adjustment this year was lower. So the effect is we kind of see what is almost sort of a return of $2.6 million to the general fund. And that rolled into fund balance. And we'll talk about it a little bit later, but we are going to recommend a very specific use of that $2.6 million. That's our fund balance, $58 million.
Before we leave the slide,
Yeah.
I just would like to commend all of our county departments for this 27% of departmental savings. I know everyone has worked incredibly hard to tighten their belts and to work within our realities. And I'd just like to acknowledge that hard work.
Isn't a lot of that though understaffed positions, allocations of staff positions that haven't been able to be
It
filled?
is.
So It's a combination. of
It
things.
is, but still, it took intentional
Agreed,
thought
agreed.
to
And-
meet the demands of this budget.
Yep.
And when we are understaffed, that means the employees we have are working a lot harder
Right.
as
Yes.
well. So there is kudos are well deserved, I think, for the departments.
Yeah, especially when we're looking at trying to be able to fund our employees, because they're the number one asset that we have in this county. So we got to look at some ways to be able to help them too. If there's pot of money set aside in different areas and stuff, that we could use that to help them too. So.
I wish there were, but we'll
right.
we'll keep working on that.
So I did
Um,
have another
yeah.
question on this page 3 of the budget summary. There's a statement in here in the last of what's the second full paragraph that says, all fund balance amounts are estimates that will be updated before the budget resolution is brought to the board on September 24th. So,
Except for the general fund.
right, except for the general fund. So of those estimates, do we feel that they're really, really tight estimates, or are we going to see significant changes on September 24th again for some of these balances?
So we did ask the departments to in past years, we've kind of just let them lie, but we asked departments to update them with the closest projection they had. And especially, I think the road fund was less than $200,000 different. So they're all going to be pretty close. There's not going to be anything very significant that you're
Okay.
going to see.
All right, good.
And Sue, before we leave this one too, and I don't know, it might be somewhere else in here. I read this a couple days ago, so it's not fresh anymore, which is unfortunate, but this references the ARPA spending, which is a set aside bit, but how about, I'm only mindful of this because at the water agency, we're like making sure that every gosh darn penny of ARPA is going to be dedicated or allocated, whatever it is, by the deadlines and all that stuff. So how is the rest of the ARPA funding? Are we on track to have it all spent really well?
We are,
Good
as far
question.
as I know. I mean, yeah, Emma has been our kind of our ARPA guru, and
Yeah.
she's been checking in with those departments repeatedly and those outside agencies.
I saw
As,
some.
yeah, you know, Emma, you
Oh.
know. So yeah, we think we're in good shape there.
Okay,
Great.
and like, are there now I'm looking at Emma. Emma, are there contingency plans in place if somebody can't fulfill it? Because I mean, it's so critical, this one-time chunk of money, that we don't leave any money on the table to go back to the federal government.
There's a couple contingency plans in place. We have a little wiggle room because the board approved that 10 million reporting of the lost revenue.
Right.
Central Fiscal is sending letters to like every one of the vendors asking for updates. So we're really closely monitoring it, and we'll be checking in again soon just to make sure we, you know, don't leave anything there.
Okay, I just wanted to hear it out loud though, for, you know, just to make sure, because like I said, at the water agency, we're really making sure that all those deadlines can be met, and we're you know, putting a contingency plan in place so that if somebody can't meet it, we just, you know, with the way, especially with our budget right now and stuff too, we just can't let some money go back to the federal government. So I really appreciate that. And I know it's hard to hound people for things, but this is really critical.
Excellent. Very good.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm actually going to turn it back over to Emma. She's going to talk about our discretionary transient occupancy tax, her favorite topic.
It's our favorite too. Look at Supervisor Lane's like,
There are so many favorite topics in
Yeah.
the budget, isn't
well,
there?
now it's got the D in front of it
Yeah.
because of that ballot measure thing. So it's like, oh, now we have another acronym.
So on top of the fund balance that Sue just talked about in general revenues, we also have fund balance and discretionary transient occupancy tax about 6 million, which is about 2 million up from what we had in the recommended budget. And that's primarily because of carryover projects and really isn't because of excess revenue, because from this slide, you can see that as I warned in April, our transient occupancy tax revenue is decreasing. And we were worried in April that it would decrease, and it did. So we had in our 23-24 budget a budget of 9 million. Actuals were 8.13 million, which is a 10% decrease from the prior year. And this revenue has been really hard to predict because it went really high during the pandemic, and now we're seeing a decrease, and it was just sort of getting established before the pandemic. So in the adopted budget, we're proposing a 5% decrease from prior year actuals, which will bring us to 7.73 million, which means there's a big gap between what we had included in the recommended budget for revenue, between fund balance and between new revenue that we're going to have to make up. So we asked in April if there was a decrease, what should we look for first? And the board directed we look first at that broadband and biomass allocation. And so that what leads us to sort of the high level changes for what we have for this revenue. I first want to take us back to the prior year. We had designated 500,000 of discretionary TOT to help for the eventual rebuild of the transportation facility in Tahoma. We had put that in our overall TOT special projects designation, which made it hard to see like what is available money versus what is what we had designated for that project. So in this budget, we're proposing we pull that money out of the designation. So we'll see it as revenue in TOT, and then we redesignate it in its very own designation, a Tahoma designation. So we aren't confused as to what's available in our TOT special projects designation and what's available for this project. So really that one's just moving the money to its own designation so we can see it and make sure it's very clear what it's designated for. A lot of the changes are due to be between estimates on what we're going to carry over from the prior year and actuals of what we're carrying over from the prior year. So we spent a little more on the Diamond Springs Park project, and they're also allocating 20,000 over to planning from that amount to help for the project. So we're decreased that amount by 136,000. The airport study that was presented to you had $20,000 of carryover that wasn't included in the recommended budget, and we're recommending we carry over that $20,000. the continued work on that. The board approved the GSEC funding. So the changes include that GSEC funding. We got the funding for that because there was some savings in planning and building that was from the prior year that was able to fund this in the 23-24 budget, 24-25 budget. As I mentioned, planning is going to do some work on the Diamond Springs Park. So we're allocating, 20,000 from the allocation to parks over to planning. Planning and building requested that we move the allocation from the VHR planner time, working on the VHR ordinance, to the Tahoe El Dorado area plan due to the costs on the project and the rate that they're currently spending on the VHR ordinance update. So that's just moving that funding across those two pre-approved projects. A lot of the change is primarily from DOT allocations from 23-24 that are being carried over. So there's 1.45 million, and that's the Pioneer Trail, Tahoe area road maintenance, and countywide road maintenance.
Can we stop right there for a second? You just said something that got my attention. So, but that's Measure S funds for Pioneer Trail.
No, that was discretionary TOT funds that the board had allocated in 23-24 that are being carried over in 24-25.
How much of that 1.45?
We're carrying over 837,000.
And then the remaining amount is for which project?
There is countywide road maintenance, 231,000, and Tahoe road maintenance, 388,000.
So to just make sure we're not mixing the funds, which is very important that we are transparent about that. So 1.25 million came from Measure S funds. And then are you saying this additional funding out of discretionary TOT went to the same project?
I would have to ask our director of transportation at this point. I keep very careful track of the discretionary side of things,
which I appreciate.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. So if I understand correctly, you're asking how much of it was discretionary and how much of it was the Measure S? Okay, so it was approximately, and without getting into the details, it was approximately $1 million for the grind and pave portion, and approximately $1 million of it was coming out of the Measure S. So it was about a $2 million project.
Wait, so you just combined expenses with revenue. You said $1 million was grind and pave, okay, and you said $1 million came out of Measure S. But...
Okay, I'm sorry. So meaning we utilized $1 million, and I believe that it was out of the discretionary portion of it for either the grind and pave, or I don't know if that was the Measure S. I'm not quite sure which one was which. Yeah, it probably was. And so then we utilized another $1 million for the surface treatment. So there was two different treatments that were done on Pioneer Trail. One was the grind and pave. The other one was the surface treatment. And I just don't know which one right now.
Right.
I'm sure I'll get buzzed here in a few seconds and correct me as to which one was which. But that's how the project was well over a $2 million project.
Okay.
To do both.
Perfect.
Okay.
And I always want to add, we were just up there in Tahoe for water agency meeting, and Pioneer Trail is the best I've ever.
It is. I know, isn't it? Oh, I know. It is so great right now. I know.
Well done.
Yes.
Great project. Although we could tell where
It stopped.
we could tell where the funding stopped. I don't know if that was a boundary line or what.
Right there at the city?
Yeah. I think that's what happened. But yeah, that to me, that's a fabulous project, and kind of something that maybe we need to start highlighting more often are these major roadways. And that one was like almost to gravel before this was redone. And we need to kind of like maybe do some, I don't want to say press releases, but just some of those feel good things about, hey, look at where your tax dollars actually went. Because I know sometimes as a taxpayer, it's frustrating. You don't see it, but that one I think is a fabulous project. And I hope that your residents are getting, mentioning it to you, Supervisor Lane.
Oh, absolutely. And so thank you, Mr. Raphael, Martinez, for your work on this. It's not only Pioneer Trail, but it's South Upper Truckee as well. They both look very similar, but what's different are the bike lanes on Pioneer Trail. And it was really important to the residents that they went from edge of pavement to edge of pavement.
Right.
Because when we did the grind and pave, we went from fog line to fog line. And so the bike people were saying, whoa, So anyway, congratulations. It's
pleasure.
really a great project. I agree with you. It should be highlighted. And I'll just mention that we have a Measure S meeting coming up in October.
Yes, we do.
And the Department of Transportation plans to speak with the advisory group about how do we get into the neighborhoods. The residents are thrilled with the way Pioneer Trail looks, South Upper Truckee, North Upper Truckee. Some of these main arterial roads have always gotten love, but what we haven't been able to get into are the neighborhoods. So I don't want to preach too much about it, but I do want to, since we brought it up, say that, that's going to be another key indicator that the residents are going to be looking for next, which is how about the road that I've lived on for 28 years that's never been resurfaced? So that's next, but we're
That is next.
excited that we have that special revenue to work with.
Yes, and we're very fortunate that we have it, and we're going to be doing that and conveying that message. The Department of Transportation is working very hard to do exactly what you just said, Supervisor Pellin, is getting the information out, letting people know what we're doing. And similarly to your comment regarding MCNFP, we do need to communicate more. I was texting with my department in making sure that we get that information when we come back in April, so that everyone is well aware of where we're at and where we're going, to make sure that the funding is where the board wishes it for it to be. Okay?
Very
All right.
good.
Thank you very
so
much. Appreciate it.
Raphael. Appreciate it. All right, good
Detour.
conversation. Sorry.
We're back.
Okay, now going back to the impacts of the reduced revenue.
There we go.
So a few years back, the board had approved a $450,000 grant match for a broadband project. So we currently have 4,000 going to DOT of discretionary transient occupancy tax for that broadband project. But the whole match is 450. So we're going to hold, because we have approved that project, 176,000 for that broadband project. But then, we need to balance the discretionary transient occupancy tax budget. So what that means is we need to reduce what we're holding for broadband and biomass by about $800,000. And that leaves 270,000 of that original broadband and biomass allocation outside of the hold for the approved project. And we're proposing that we move that from kind of holding that as an expense in the budget to our TOT or discretionary TOT special projects designation. So then that way we have one place where we're holding all of the things that haven't been allocated to a specific project yet for discretionary transient occupancy tax. And so if we move that 270,000 to that designation, we'll have 823,000 left for broadband, biomass, and other discretionary TOT projects. And that kind of sums up the high level, other than, a couple carryover items.
Very effective presentation. That's complicated, and thank you for helping break it down so clearly. Any other questions on this slide?
No.
All right, excellent, Emma, thank you.
Okay, major budget changes, or maybe we should just say highlights, because there's nothing super earth shaking in here, fortunately.
Well, actually, speaking of earth shaking, I just have to commend you on the photography in this.
Yeah,
This is a
very good.
beautiful,
Nice.
beautiful presentation, and that is a gorgeous photo. I just have to commend, because I know you all work very hard to present an attractive budget, and it's beautiful.
And we're in harvest season.
I know, I
which is
love that
perfect.
photo. Did you take that?
I can't.
No, it's a Microsoft stock image.
Wow.
Okay.
because
Well, it's beautiful, well chosen.
I can't take Emma to meetings with me because everybody wants an Emma, and everyone wants to try to steal her once we get it. Personnel allocation changes. Only one on this list is truly general fund. That is the administrative analyst for animal services. That was requested in the recommended budget. It was deferred as a supplemental, but they really need that for the disasters and the mutual aid and the contracts that they have to coordinate. That's really just become a kind of year-round full-time job. The EMS and emergency preparedness supervisor, that we, in the recommended budget, we had said we would be deleting a position, and we moved the preparedness grants out. So we're just following up on that. You've got the senior accountant, HHSA admin and finance with the cost recovered through the in-rate cost plan in the department. The mental health worker that is across several programs providing outreach and linkages to other services, all non-general fund. And then social worker and the social worker supervisor and social services for meeting a number of state mandates, and those are state funded as well. Veteran Services Office Assistant, that is funded through the TOT funding, and what it is replacing, they've been filling that position with extra help, so they're just using that funding, shifting it over to a permanent allocation rather than the extra help. And then the Code Enforcement Manager, Code Enforcement Officer 1-2, this is, we talked about this recently, and those are again funded through TOT and the increased fines that we're seeing through code enforcement. Okay, and then not too long ago, a month or so ago, we had a discussion presentation from the Resource Conservation District, and that had an ask for increased funding. And so we have included that in the budget per the board's direction of using the 0.015, I think it was, percent of assessed value. So that is an increase of $264,737. As we discussed at the time, there is no real funding source for that. So, and we were asked to bring back funding options, but it's kind of difficult because there's nothing specific to point to. So really, I mean, what we're saying is we do have 3 board policy goals that we are not meeting. So you could call it not meeting any one of those board policy goals by shifting this funding away. And so that's why you have one action to that's recommended today is reducing our contribution to the capital projects designation to fund this shift.
Yeah. Can I speak on that just a little bit?
Sure.
Before this was brought up when RCD came in to ask for additional funding, I already wrote a letter to all the different congressmen and also our state senator and our assemblyman to ask for funding to help the RCD, because the RCD has done a great job. They provide resources to our own forest and land management projects. And we have an upcoming project, especially in Grizzly Flat. And we need that money to be able to fund that project to get that so they have adequate water in Grizzly Flat. So they've done a great job. They have. So I've reached out to ask for some kind of funding wherever they could find it to help us, especially when we got a budget crisis right on our hand right now. So that was already done. This letter was already written out that I did prior to them coming and speaking.
Well, perfect. We will keep our fingers crossed on that. Thank
Okay.
you.
When
And
do
I'm just
you
gonna-
expect a response?
Well, I've already had some pretty good response. They're looking at it right now.
Okay.
So, which
Well,
is a good thing.
And I want to, we'll have to see what kind of response you get, but I want to caution everyone, and nobody is going to dispute, I again, want to make that clear. Nobody is going to dispute the value of the RCD, but we do have budget processes and how we do things. And this was a one-off. We tend to have a hard time with one-offs. And I'm just going to point out, and I already kind of gave staff a heads up that I would do this, but the Georgetown Library is currently a leased building. And our strategic plan makes it very clear that we want to get out of leased buildings. Our capital project fund is struggling right now because we've had, so many things to take care of in the county. There may be an opportunity as we negotiate, renew, whatever the word is, the Georgetown Library lease this coming year. The lease is up in September of 2025. And so there may be an opportunity to purchase that building. If that opportunity arises, I would like the county to be ready to jump on it and purchase it. There are so few structures available in Georgetown, and that library is literally a lifesaver for some people because of the services we provide there, the hub services. Georgetown is very remote and it has needs, and I've appreciated that the board, the county, the first 5 funding with the hubs, all of it has really helped support the residents in this really remote area of the county. And I remember when we were talking about the strategic plan and the updates, and I kept saying, what about my little library up there, guys? And so I was assured that the strategic plan speaks to this issue of purchasing or making sure, actually, we should be purchasing it so that we have ownership. Our lack of ownership of that building has caused us some grief over the years. When you don't own a building and you want to provide public services, we had some concerns, issues with PG&E during Snowmageddon. It's just, I want the board and the county to be aware. This is really critical that we have that resource there for the residents. And this is my job to advocate for that. And I always want you guys to remember this as we make these difficult decisions. So
Thank you for putting that on the radar for look ahead to the next year. Appreciate it. All right.
It's actually a nice segue into our next slide. The reserve and designations changes, we're gonna just walk through some of those. So our reserve for capital projects, as you all know, we've discussed several times, this has been hit really, really hard by inflationary pressures on a lot of our construction projects. And so in the recommended budget, we were projecting an ending balance in that fund of $2.4 million. As the books closed, we realized there was actually just kind of a little shift. Some of the jail expansion project had been spent out of the ACO fund rather than the designation. So we're seeing that we need to kind of go back and pull that down out of the designation to fund the projects in the work plan that should have been funded by that ACO funding. So we take out the 1.7 million that we need to pull for that, then we added 2 from the fund balance that we had. So at the end of this year, we are now projecting a 2.7 million ending fund balance. So we're only increasing that in this adopted budget by $300,000. And that's all we've got there for those capital needs that I think are in excess of 230, 240 million has been the estimate that's been thrown around.
What is ACO?
A cumulative capital outlay fund.
So it got spent out of there instead of out of capital fund?
Instead of out of the, so most of our capital projects do run through the ACO fund,
Okay.
but a portion of the designation that we had set aside for capital projects was for the jail expansion. And just because we do run those projects through the ACO fund, just it was kind of a timing thing where it got spent out of there and not pulled down out of the designation. So
I
we're
got
just
it.
fixing
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to ask, because I think that we need to highlight this again. This is kind of and I'm thinking Laura might be the best person, just a brief highlight of what happened with why did we have to do the jail expansion, the why of it, how much the state gave us versus how much we're spending, because this is a big one that I think everybody needs to keep in mind. When the state says, here's $10 million, whatever, but it's going to cost us 40.
Yeah.
I mean, I will tell you at RCRC, this is talked about by a lot of counties. A lot of counties are not able to pick up the remainder, and they are not going to be able to do their jail upgrades, and they are risking fines from the state. So this is a big picture thing that when the state puts these things on us and doesn't give us enough money. So I'm just asking that for awareness for everyone as a part of how come we had to spend so much of our money. Laura.
But worthwhile discussion, but just briefly, because we do need to hit our 10:30 time allocation. So just want to put that on everyone's radar.
Okay, I'll be quick.
Welcome, Laura.
Yeah, Laura Schwartz. Yes, so that project has been 7 years in the making to get us to this point. So when we were originally given the money from the state, that $25 million grant, it's taken us 7 years to get here. So the inflation over those 7 years increased that project cost $15.5 million. So we went from 25 to $40 million over the course of that time frame. And the state said, we have no more money to give. So we are under, obligations around ADA compliance, mental health services. This jail expansion project is needed to avoid those fines, and they can be very, very hefty. I mean, millions and millions and millions of dollars. So we are obligated to finish this project, but that time frame. And that wasn't anything on the county's part. We're dealing with 5 different public agencies: the Department of General Services, Department of Finance, the Board State Community Corrections, the Public Works Board. It just takes that much time to get through each of those organizations.
Yeah,
State agencies are a big part of the impediment of getting things done once you receive funding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The counties carry the balance.
Just want to throw that out there, just as a reminder of some of the things we're dealing
No,
with.
that's helpful. I'm certainly rather put money into
Yep.
facilities than fines.
Yep, yep.
Although it's a heavy burden.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, Laura. Appreciate it.
Okay, moving on to the. Did we skip fair market value? Okay. So keeping me in line as always. Okay, the risk program changes. If you may have noticed over the last few years, we see some fluctuations in the funding for our risk programs. So these are programs that are funded through charges to departments, and it's just hard to know what is going to happen. And so we have actuarial studies and we try to do the best we can with projecting that funding, but sometimes we end up with more funding than we need and we give a rate holiday and then the premiums go up and then we see a big increase. So for example, this year we had our risk program charges increase $6.5 million. So that was one of those challenges we had in balancing the budget this year. Going forward, we're seeing a 6.9% increase in the health insurance premiums next year and 18% increase in other insurance premiums. So workers' comp, general liability, those others. So what we would like to do is create a designation of $4 million, and it's a set aside to use in these out years to help smooth some of those increases. We've kind of done that in the past when we've had rate holidays. We've set that money aside for when we knew those rates were going to come back up, and we've used that to help smooth. So we're looking at the same concept here. So fair market value adjustment, we mentioned that earlier. It was $4.9 million reduction to our general fund balance in last year. And the net this year is a $2.6 million return after this year's adjustment has been made. And what we would like to do is the same thing, set that aside in a designation for those future year adjustments to smooth. We just were lucky that we had that additional general fund contingency that we were able to absorb this, because had we not, we would have been struggling to just make up and meet our board policy for contingency, which is a scary place to be. I mean, we've been able to maintain our contingency and our general reserves at our board policy funding level. And that's really the minimum we should have, is the general reserves and the contingency. So setting this aside will help to smooth those future adjustments. CalPERS cost increases. So we have a board policy that says we will keep at least 2 years of projected future increases based on the actuarial reports come from CalPERS in this designation. So our 24-25 ending balance was to be 3.7 million in the recommended budget. The more recent actuarial reports show that over the next 5 years, we will see increases totaling about $10.9 million. So we would like to add a little bit to that designation just to shore things up a little bit. So we're recommending that we keep about 3.5 years of projected increases. That will bring us to 8.8 million. And I just want to note that CalPERS is actually deciding today, based on their returns, they may, and their risk mitigation policy, they may move forward with a slight decrease in the discount rate, which then again would increase, I think it's our 27-28 payments by about another $1 million. So we just want to be forward thinking and be prepared here. And so we'd like to exceed our budget policy. All those policies say at least $6 million to capital, at least 2 years. So we're looking at the 3.5, which is basically just what we could scrape together to add to it after we balanced. And finally, the Health and Human Services Indirect Cost Rate Plan designation. So the administration for Health and Human Services kind of sits in the general fund, and then they are funded through charges to all the different programs, and they're charged at like a flat rate, and it's an estimate. So in any given year, they could over collect or under collect for those programs. So we had created this designation to smooth those increases so that we wouldn't see very large impacts to the general fund in any one year. So we're just pulling that $820,000 for the use in 25-26. That's the projected, that was the projected over collection from the prior year. And additional changes. So we have the supplemental process and recommended, as you know, and we fund some of those things and recommend, and we defer some to adopted. So this parcel fabric project was a request by the assessor. And so he'll be working closely with the surveyor on that. And frankly, I don't understand it, but it sounds like a really good project. Everybody agrees that we need it and it's going to improve processes there. So that was requested in the recommended, deferred so we could get a little bit more information and kind of flesh it out with the surveyor a little bit, and it's being funded here. The district attorney had requested some funding for retirement payouts. And so that was deferred, and we said, well, come back when you actually have some dates and some letters in hand. So these are retirements we know that are going to occur this year. So we've provided that funding to cover those payouts. The surveyor county enhanced county imagery. So this is $128,000. A portion of this may be an ongoing cost, but the big cost this year is in flying the whole county and getting this very enhanced, more detailed imagery. And this is going to help not just the surveyor, but planning and building, wildfire preparedness and resilience, even the RCD, the water agency, outside agencies. So we are recommending we fund this. It's going to be a value across the county and the sheriff's department as well. The public health is reallocating $400,000 of their ARPA allocation for some dental equipment up in Tahoe being run through the community health center. So that's included. And then this was this requested as a supplemental? $140,000 a reallocation of other public health ARPA for the animal services communication trailer for emergencies. Because again, animal services gets hit so hard in these disasters and these evacuations. So they're going to have a like a comm center to help run those operations. And the El Dorado Hills Fire ERAF equivalent contribution of $111,000. So again, we were directed and recommended budget to bring that back with the adopted. And as referenced in the title, there's a resolution that goes along with that, which kind of memorializes some of the history of that and sort of makes a statement from this board saying, hey, we think this is important. So maybe hopefully future boards will fund it. And it says that it'll be brought every year in the recommended budget process. So for that slide. Oh, and MCNFP. Okay, so so this is where you see this coming out of the general fund into that special revenue fund, $7.8 million. So that's the combination of the fund balance we talked about earlier, the $5.5 million, plus the revenues, the sales tax and the property tax revenues from last year and this year that are going to go over into that special revenue fund. And then again, in future years, the board will decide how much goes into that fund. But right now in the adopted budget, that is included as a transfer out from the general fund to that special revenue fund. Okay, structural sustainability of the budget. Been a lot of discussion about this. And as we said in the memo and in the summary, this budget is relying on over $12 million in one-time funding to balance. That's in addition to every year we rely on some amount of one-time funding, which is the carryover savings from the year before, right? So this is an additional $12 million in funding that came from ARPA. It was the retiree health rate holiday. It was the use of the Diamond Springs Park funding as, you know, the plans on that shifted. So, you know, in theory, going into next year's budget, we'd have that $12 million hole to make up, plus the natural growth that we see in departments and the natural growth in salaries and benefits, inflationary pressures. So we're really feeling like if we don't do something, there's going to be a really, really big hole next year. And so what we would like to do is come back in November 2024, and we're going to give just kind of an overview of our fiscal outlook, a little more detailed than what we talked about today. We'll bring back kind of an updated 5-year projection, a little more information on all of our revenues, and maybe put that into context with other counties, our comparator counties, and why maybe some of them appear to have a lot more revenues than we do. And then we're going to get sort of high level direction on things to explore more deeply, just to go kind of do more of our homework on and look into and work with departments on. And then next spring, sometime late winter, early spring, we will come back to the board and get direction on options to actually implement, starting with the 2025-26 budget and beyond. so that we can get our budget to be, get our spending more in line with our ongoing revenues. And so that's our plan looking out. And just to recap, these are the actions today. Number two, as I mentioned, is that, the board's kind of making that decision to where that RCD funding is coming from. You're adopting the resolution that outlines the process for providing the annual contribution to El Dorado Hills Fire, and then directing us to come back in November. Well, I'm jumping ahead. On the 24th with our actual resolution. So it's technically, it's the resolution that requires a 4/5 vote, but it doesn't make any sense for you to take this action today with anything less than a 4/5 vote, because then next week when we bring it back in the resolution, you need a 4/5 vote.
Okay.
So if that makes sense. And then we're going to come back in November and to start having this discussion about how we fix the budget going forward. So with that, we'll take any questions.
Well, thank you for an excellent presentation. Very clearly lays out where we are and why and where we're going. So Supervisor Heidel, do you want to start with any questions or comments?
We are in negotiations with many of our labor organizations, and that's something that we need to reflect with this budget as well, because we're trying to do the best we can to come up with funds that we can increase salaries and look at benefits that are comparable to other organizations and stuff. But it really emphasizes with this really, really tight budget, how difficult all those things are to balance. So I'm very interested in looking at that 5-year projection, because personally, where I sit and all the economics I see going on across the state and across the nation, I don't see a turning point where this is going to get a whole lot better in 5 years. In fact, I see it actually declining or anticipate it declining. And so we really do need to get aggressive. When we had the discussion in November of what are all our alternatives? What are we going to do to better prepare ourselves for not only next year's budget, but out year budgets, which are going to be increasingly more difficult, I believe, to find that balancing point, particularly if we're talking about structurally balanced. We kind of edged into the not structurally balanced area this year for the first time I'm aware of in many, many years. And that's just another precursor of what's to come. So we really have to think hard, work intelligently in terms of how are we going to make these things come together. And a lot of the options are not really good situations, but we're going to have to be faced with that. So thank you for all the details. I think it really helps not only the board, but the public better understand the situation we're in. But yeah, it's not rosy times. So we need to look at everything with a jaundiced eye and figure out how we bring into balance in the future. So.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions at this time? I don't have any questions at this time. All right, so let's go ahead and take public comment on this.
Now taking public comment on item number 15. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the boardroom that would like to speak? Good morning, Mr. Harn.
Good morning, Chair Thomas. If our structural budget deficit doesn't get fixed in the next couple of years, the dialogue between the CAO's office and my office will change. And an example of that would be HDL's statewide average for sales tax, which I believe that's what the CAO's office is proposing its use in budget. Most statewide average includes municipalities with fulfillment centers. We don't have in unincorporated El Dorado County a fulfillment center. So the statewide average, in my opinion, we're going to come in under that. Now, they may be off and the statewide average may be a lot higher than they projected. So we might come in over on sales tax. But HDL's number, I guess we could ask them, let's have a number for jurisdictions that don't have a fulfillment center. So I have some great news for your board. Bad news for anyone who might be on the El Dorado Hills Fire Board next. To go back through history, the Dixon Ranch subdivision transferred all the risk to the county of El Dorado. Whenever that was, 5-6 years ago, don't recall when that was, but there was a fiscal deficit. We were going to give away a bunch of property taxes to special districts, and then we were going to levy a special tax if that subdivision would have been approved to make up for our fiscal deficit. Now there's a fad going on in El Dorado Hills right now where various neighborhoods are putting initiatives forward to get themselves out of paying lighting landscaping assessments. And you can do the same thing with a special tax that makes up for the county's fiscal deficit. So I've informally mentioned to the chief administrative officer, I recommend when we talk about these development agreements in areas where they need to annex into a special district, we take a look at the share of property taxes that all the agencies are going to get. So you've been duly warned, not warmed. Today.
More to come.
That's all I've got.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate you coming to see us today. Anyone else in the boardroom? All right, let's go online, Kim.
And now taking public comment from online participants. I'm taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning.
Good morning, board. A little statement. We control property tax generation through land use planning. And then without arguing that also that leads to services needed, the decisions we make on land use planning will then lead to that property tax revenue growth graph on sheet 4. And what kind of makes me question the legitimacy of some of the estimations is that in 2018, 2019 through 2019 through 2020, there was a drop similar to the one we've just had through 2023, 24 and 24, 25 as projected. We're looking at a positive growth rate no matter what. In the case of that 2018 one, it was dropped to 3% positive growth. And also this one this year, 3% positive growth. The graph goes down, but it's a positive growth for property tax. Therefore, I'm saying it's not doomsday necessarily. It could be doomsday if the wrong decisions are made. Obviously, that's why you're talking about it today. But it also leads me to ERAF. And so I was kind of looking back, even though I'm an old guy, and kind of remember when it all happened. ERAF was for schools, and it's money that property tax that goes, the state keeps in this fund for helping to do their school obligations. Therefore, we have a resolution on today's action related to El Dorado Hills, most specifically the it's about the Latrobe Fire District and decisions that were made back in 2014, I believe. And it says right here on the resolution, the first one, the Board of Supervisors finds that the annual contribution in the amount equivalent to ERAF is to ensure adequate funding for essential fire and emergency medical service in the Latrobe El Dorado Hills community as a valuable public benefit. I don't know that that's the case today because they've done a really good job with their funding, and I believe that you can't make that statement in your resolution that you're about ready to approve. Thank you for the time this morning.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. We will bring this back to the board for any final questions, comments, or
Yeah, let me just make one additional comment. I went through, obviously, the budget book and looked at where the primary differences were between the recommended 24-25 budget and this adopted budget. And the biggest increases I saw were in the category of services and supplies. And that basically points out inflationary costs, right? That's the way I'm reading it. We're needing to add to those areas more funding to be able to cover the inflationary costs that we expect to continue into the near term. So even though if you look at our revenue sources are increasing from what they were last year, but they're at a 4%, 5%, and we're looking at 8 to 9%. Some of these are 10% or more in services and supplies. So unless there's something in that category I don't understand, it would seem that inflation is really what's eating our lunch. That's what's taken us to the point of having to be forced into situations that we didn't experience in the past.
So I would say yes and no. I mean, certainly in the recommended budget, we saw inflation, and over the last 3 years, as we discussed with the capital fund, inflation has been a huge factor. A lot of that increase in the adopted budget has to do more with carryover projects than specifically those inflationary pressures. But I would say our discussion about the risk program set aside and the need for that and those increased premiums, that is largely driven a lot by inflation as well too. What we're seeing there is those increases in those risk insurance programs. So it affects everything,
right?
I would say.
It's always a combination, but I think that's the one thing that's changed significantly in what we're looking at today versus what we were looking at 4 years ago or 5 years ago. It's just a different playing field.
not getting as much bang for our buck.
No, that's it. Yeah. You can see that when you go to the fast food place, right?
Everywhere, everywhere. Any additional comments, or what is the will of the board on this item?
I'm going to move staff's recommendations. I think they've done an excellent job of preparing this. And so that's my motion.
Is there a second? I will second that. Any further discussion?
Yes, please. Under discussion, you mentioned that you need a 4/5 vote. And you know, item number 2, item number 2 of the staff recommendation is something I voted against originally. It's a small, tiny drop in the bucket compared to the big picture. I get that, but I still have concerns about it. So if we vote on the motion that's before us, which is to just move staff's recommendation, you need 4/5 vote to move forward.
Right, because we would, even if we moved forward on that with 3/5 vote today, it comes in the resolution next week and it's included, and that needs 4/5 vote, so.
I just got a question. Let's just hypothetically, my letter, and we get some response from our assemblyman or our congressman or not, and also our state senator. And if we can move this needle, especially on item 2, and the funding that I'm asking for, be able to fund our CD for approximately about 5 years. And if we can get that funding, then we can revisit that, right?
Of course. Yes.
Okay.
Well, I hope that comes in. I
Yeah, you can always
appreciate
amend
that
it.
effort.
Working on it.
Yes.
really
I
am working
appreciate
on
that
it.
effort. I do have a question on that funding. You said in the slide that the funding is coming from not meeting our capital projects, IT and disaster expense designation board policies. And I know it's in our budget book, but can you tell me what we have left over in our disaster expenses designation?
Yeah, it's about 1.8 million, and then we have a projected use of about $500,000, so we will end the year with 1.3.
Okay, to my mind, it makes sense to have this funding, which is 737,000, sorry, get tongue tied, and take it out of the disaster expense designation fund and not capital projects and IT. Because in my mind, last year, the RCD leveraged $63 for every $1 of our contribution.
Exactly.
We gave them $232,000 and change, and they brought in $14.6 million. And in my mind, we continue to be a county that tends to be reactive. And through the practice that we've had with our many, many disasters, we are turning that corner and we are working on proactive measures rather than reactive measures. And in my mind, this $264,000 to the RCD is a way to continue that proactive stance. And in my mind, we're either going to pay for a disaster afterwards, or we're going to
Put some
money in
put some money
right,
into
right.
resiliency measures. And we've already seen there's been at least 2 fires where the work of the RCD and their partners have made a difference in that fire not going into our communities. Very recently this summer with the Ridgeway fire that would have gone into Pollock Pines. So this to me, while I understand that we are tight, this is a no-brainer as far as this year and taking it out of the disaster expense. Why are we going to have 1.3 sitting in a disaster expense to pay for after a disaster when we can put $264,000 and help leverage major money to help prevent disasters? And that's why I'm advocating.
I don't
for
want to
this.
get back into a political debate about it because I support the RCD and I do like the work that they do.
Sure.
But, you know, the issue is it doesn't matter if it comes out of designation for disaster expenses. It doesn't matter if it comes out of IT. It doesn't matter if it comes out of capital projects. We don't have enough for any of those. So it does, where the money comes from is not as much my issue. My concern was the bigger issue that in a time where we have a structural deficit, we would make a decision like that at the DS. So I was concerned about it and I voted no because of that. But I will definitely support the budget that is before us today. I don't want to hold up, a lot of good work that we've done over a very, comparatively speaking, small amount. But I can't, I think we have to be careful going forward in future years, that we not arbitrarily we think you do a great job, we're going to give you money. And I think we need to live within our means, and we're not doing that right now. But we're aware that we're not living with our means and we're moving towards it. So I will go ahead and support this at this point, but just with that caution.
Well, I understand. I'm going to add to that and probably make more people unhappy. So, but this is difficult. And thank you, Supervisor Lane, for saying it like that, living within our means. Because at the same time, my recollection is we've added staff to the OWAPR team, right? And it's like, where is the, I don't feel like we're down in the weeds really looking at the best bang for our buck. What is OWAPR doing versus the RCD? Could that be done better? I mean, we haven't had that opportunity to look at that. And folks have brought that to my attention. So I still don't know how I'm going to vote on this. And then learning today that the MCNFP is supposedly discretionary, that concerns me because I've been trying to advocate for that money to not be spent in that corridor specifically for years, because that's not how we do other projects. So I don't know how I'm going to vote on this today, but I have concerns. I think we need to be a little bit more cautious and thoughtful, especially this year. So
I would like to speak to the MCNFP very briefly. It is just as a reminder, because it is a very, very complex issue. As a reminder, the Crossings project, which is currently in development, that the commercial buildings are going up as we speak. It is the last project in phase 1 of the MCNFP. And to my mind, after the commitments to phase 1 of the MCNFP are done, then I think the board is very right in looking at whether you move forward with phase 2. Because it may or may not be warranted because the times are different in that corridor has changed. Yeah. So in my mind, the commitment is to finish phase 1 and that the board has directed that, but then take a look at how you move forward with that.
Sure.
Yeah.
And it's been about the funding mechanism all along for me. You know that. And I think we've made baby steps, but I still don't think calling it discretionary when it's not, to me, is not right. It's not transparent in how it's being funded. So, and I've had angst about that pot of money for a long time.
So we have, there'll be a good discussion for next year as you move forward too. So we have a motion and a second on the table. Does someone want to make a second motion, or are we ready to Call the vote. Yeah, I'm not hearing the second motion, so
I'm sorry, just for clarification, are we going to approve the item as presented by staff, or do you want to
presented by
include-
staff.
Okay,
Presented
so
by staff.
the utilizing the disaster expense fund would not be part of it?
No.
Thank you.
All right, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, motion carries 4-5. All right. Thank you, staff. I know it's a great deal of work to get us to this point. and We greatly appreciate it. Good discussion, everyone.
Look forward to next week now.
Anyway.
All right, do we need a brief break or are we ready to
Yeah,
go
we
into?
need a break. I need a break.
Okay, 5 minutes, because we need to hit our 11 a.m. So
Got
don't want to cut our next presentation short. So a few minutes and The board is back, and it is now our pleasure to move into our 10:30 time allocation, item number 16. Kim, can you please open that item up?
Of course. Item number 16 comes from the clerk of the board on behalf of the Cameron Park Design Review Committee, recommending the board receive and file an annual report from the Cameron Park Design Review Committee.
Good morning. It is a pleasure to welcome you to our board chambers today.
Good morning. You may or may not remember, we met many, many years ago before you were even mayor of Placerville.
Oh, my goodness. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, we were talking about Broadway improvements and things like that.
I remember that.
I was a very young architect at the time.
I was a very young council member.
How many decades are we talking?
We're not,
about?
hey, you don't have the floor.
About a decade and a half, I would say, yeah. It's been a while. Yes. Yeah. That's gonna come up there, right? So you can see it as well. Okay. Because I have my own version, but I can't read it.
I like this every time it happens. It's so cool.
Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
Supervisor Farland, good to see you again too.
Good to see you
Hope
too.
the twins are doing well.
Yeah. Good.
We were both marching grandparents.
Yeah.
Aw.
Yep.
All right. I am here on behalf of the Cameron Park Design Review Committee. We've been asked to kind of give you an update on what we do. This isn't the kind of thing I normally do, so if I'm nervous, I apologize in advance.
You're doing great.
So our first slide. Oh, my name is Vince Maloney, by the way. I'm the chair of the committee. You go to the next slide, okay? If there's a way to do that, just for me here, I just okay, excellent. So our mission statement is that we review projects for the protection and enhancement and use of places, sites, buildings, and structures having special character, aesthetic interest and value, enhancement of tourism and the economy of the county by protecting and preserving places having special and unique character and interests. That's a lot of words, basically to say that we exist to provide input to the county and project applicants about what will ensure that a project is contextual and will hopefully make it successful in Cameron Park. Next slide, please. These are our current members. That's me at the top. I've been on the committee since 2015. I've been the chair off and on. I've tried to pass that mantle off several times unsuccessfully. With me today is also Diana Enderly. She's been on the committee longer than I have. Timothy Powell, he is also an architect. He's also with the Division of the State Architect. Nicholas Howell, he is a community member, and we do have one open seat. I have on many occasions asked for people to fill that seat, including, one of our best attended meetings was during COVID, where there was a multifamily project with probably upwards of 20 people on Zoom. I invited every single member to join the committee. None of them accepted.
Oh.
So anyway, next slide. This is a good time for anybody to grab coffee, by the way. So what do? We provide advisory comments to the planning director. We act as in an advisory capacity. We don't have, any kind of force of law or anything like that. We always tell our people who come to the committee that, this is just advice. We don't have any way to enforce what we're telling you, but this is hopefully, helping your project be better. Because a lot of times these folks do come from out of town or out of state in some cases. So over the last several years, so what we do, we meet once a month. Typically, our schedule to meet once a month. But if we don't have any projects to review, we don't meet. So sometimes we have, I would say we have about probably on average 6 to 8 meetings a year right now. Let's go ahead and move to the next slide. So the kinds of projects that we typically see over the last several years have been, we've seen 2 self-storage projects, one next to the airport, one just north of the airport. 2 gas stations that we've actually seen twice now because they've rebranded in the last several years twice, both of the same ones. The grocery outlet that was built on Green Valley, 2 multifamily projects, one up on Green Valley at the corner of Bass Lake, and one that was just across from Royal Drive, if you know where that is.
Yep.
So that's Highway 50 facing Cameron Park Country Club, that area. Excuse me, not Cameron Park, Cambridge Country Club. I should know that, I live on that street. The quick quack on Mary Chase, I don't know where that's at, if that's actually going to be built. And then there's the most recent proposal is for a McDonald's Arco up on Green Valley next to the grocery outlet in that vacant lot that exists there. That was actually a decently well-attended meeting as well, because that is next to a residential neighborhood, and they had some understandable concerns about that project. And what we used to do, you can kind of see our meetings have, like you see, we have fewer meetings than we used to in 2022. I would say in 2022, that was kind of unique because we had a couple of controversial projects that come through. I always like to remind people, we don't approve or deny projects, but they still come. Because they like to be heard, and that's okay. I'm more than happy to give them the floor. And you can see, again, that the number of projects were kind of steady across 2022, 2023, and then as of May, at least, we're down a few. But we do have one coming up in this next meeting, which is next week. I invite you all to come. So we used to include in our meetings some amount of forward planning. You've probably heard of Project 2030. That was how I originally got connected to the committee. Until the county actually started this community design guidelines project. This was probably, gosh, supervisor probably helped me out 6 years ago.
At least.
It was right before COVID.
Yeah, yeah.
And then it's changed hands several times, and it really, from our perspective, it seems like it's stalled out. We don't know actually where it's at. We used to also have periodic presentations from DOT and long-range planning that would come to our meetings and give us an update on what's happening in the county. Those haven't happened in a few years as well. Okay, so what we used to do then is we actually developed some design guidelines because they didn't really exist. Well, they existed, but they were developed in the 1980s, so they were a little outdated. But we put those more or less on hold, except for the sign design guidelines, which did eventually make it to your desk. But I don't believe they actually ever got passed. I'll let Diana speak more to that. She knows about that topic. And then let's go to the next slide. So what's our role? So our role is to build cohesive areas of commerce to attract new business and employment opportunities. Obviously, we haven't seen a lot of that lately. In fact, I would say we are going somewhat in the wrong direction right now, because one of the more recent projects, while successful in its economics, on Cameron Park Drive, the original Sizzler was torn down to create the Dutch Bros. Took a bigger building, made a smaller building. We've got another project on the docket for next week, which essentially does the same thing. It takes a 2-story office building, turns it into a Taco Bell. I would say that's the wrong direction for Cameron Park. And I've let the planning department know that ahead of that meeting. Strategic innovation. So again, we promote consistent standards for ease of use by the public. At least that's been our goal, working with the county. Workforce excellence, creating appealing communities and commerce offerings to attract and retain residents. Again, we strive to do that. There are certain things that we've objected to over the years that have gotten through the county that we would have objected to. For example, there's a big highway facing sign for the Sinclair, which used to be the Shell, which was grandfathered in, doesn't meet today's code, didn't meet code before. For the design guidelines in the county's zoning ordinance. So, but somehow it's managed to keep on going. So thriving economy. I always say good design is good economics. It's like Winston Churchill said, we make our buildings and afterwards they make us. So good design does drive business. And that's what part of what our sign guidelines were designed to do, is to not allow for sort of an arms race, if you will, for signage that just really clutters up the community, because we are a I would say, rural community. Not rural, definitely, but semi. And then public infrastructure. We influence cohesive design throughout Cameron Park. So that's what we do. Any questions for me before I hand the floor over?
Actually, no, let's let Diana come forward, and then
Before Vince goes, I just quick comments though. Just Vince, I will say that Cameron Park does have a gem recently, is Moonraker.
Yes, fantastic.
By the way, that one never came to the design review committee for some
Okay,
reason.
well, interestingly, but I will say it's highly popular. People love it.
It's gorgeous.
And the design is fabulous. So, I just want to just point that out, that one in my mind is a recent success. And I know what you're saying about Cameron Park Drive, so I get it. But that one, highly popular, well done.
Yes.
And then the other thing too is we had a recent update on something, I can't remember what, but to your point about the signs and Cameron Park specifically, I remember we were talking with staff And I asked about, could we, because I was there with Diana in 2000, I know it was 2014, when we were updating the sign ordinance that last time. And there was a lot of things that you guys had put in your proposed Cameron Park sign designs that I would like in the whole county. And I believe staff said, yes, they were kind of doing that in this next update. So I just wanted you to know, Diana, that, you know, I bring it up all the time because we were there and a lot of the things we talked about were appropriate, I think, countywide. So it's in the works. We just aren't talking about it a lot, but it's out there. Just wanted you to know it's not forgotten because I've been there with you guys all this time.
I appreciate you bringing up Moonraker because I actually learned about that project through the Business Journal once it was already starting construction. Our committee as a whole is, in theory, it's supposed to review commercial projects, multifamily projects, as well as tract homes. We've not seen very many tracts over the last few years, probably because there aren't any being built. But yeah, we don't see all commercial projects. So
We'll have to look into that.
yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, let's
I'll-
invite Diana up. Thank you very much, Mr. Maloney. Nice, good presentation. Good morning, Diana. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure. I'm not just a little old lady who wants to do something to fill my time. Currently, I'm a professional planner. I work all over the state of California. Currently have projects in the Bay Area and in Southern California. And so I've seen a lot of ordinances and different ways to enact them. So what I have today is just to make some offerings about what I think our committee can do to further enhance what we do and how it's implemented. I have a couple of things here, which is, well, here's one. I want to make sure that what we recommend, the time that we spent, and the professionals on our team are taken seriously. And so projects should come to us immediately. When they come in the door and start to send them out, don't wait a month to give them to us. Time is money. And if we have some suggestions for a major change or a shift, it sort of shifts everything else. So we're hoping that, and I have written down what I'm suggesting. Also, of saying that we need to have recognition, I have a copy of the Cameron Park sign guidelines that we prepared. We are professional planners and architects. We did it all. And then what did they do? The county hired somebody else to do it used much of our same information, paid them highly. We were free. It didn't go anywhere. And then there's the Missouri guidelines that people complain that we spent all this time and effort, and I know it was at least 200,000 for this. And then the very next project that was built was not consistent with this. When I went to the Board of Supervisors meeting for that, what one of the board members said, they're only guidelines. So it needs to have somebody, a team, board members, planning commissioners that are serious about design and serious that they have people that are willing to work for free to help them out. So I think other than timing is important, I think we've been I think sometimes we're forgotten about with tracks, because I know there are tracks out there that we haven't seen. But tracks and roads are often by the fire department, the public works department, the street length and the width and the sewer. But we're, as planners, looking at communities. And when you drive in El Dorado Hills, think of trying to see your neighbor behind you or your kids to play. The streets are so long, you've got to get in your car to get to the neighbor behind you if you're really going to be serious about creating communities. And what that usually means is developers want to maximize the number of housing. If you take away 50 feet for another road in there, you're going to lose a couple of homes. So that's their mission. That's fine. That's what they do. But we're creating communities that are going to last for 40 years, 50 years, whatever. They're here to stay. So I think that when tracks come to us, and I hope they do, and planners, it's important to consider those things. I have seen, I was in Hawaii for one, and there was a project where the residents of this apartment building had little keys, and they just pressed it on a button and it went into a huge shopping center. Otherwise, they would have had to get in their cars and drive all the way around. There's trips to, when I think of how Green Valley just did that grocery store. There was no plan ahead to think that when you put those housing in and you're budding commercial land, there might be a way to get to the grocery store without getting into your car. So it's those kinds of things that come to us if we had them in advance to look at trucks and what's next door. I also think it's important, in a way, it's not our business, but we've been looking at storage facilities. We see storage facilities in land devoted, zoned for commercial entities. When you put up a warehouse or storage facility, you get minimum employees, maybe 1 or 2 at a storage facility. You don't get any property tax to talk about. You get no sales tax to talk about. It's just dead storage that could be out in the woods. People don't usually go there every day. It doesn't need to be in the convenient place right on Cameron Park Drive or something. So I think from that standpoint, it is a design consideration, something we don't usually see. We're getting things like, well, how do you think this thing looks? Well, yeah, it might look fine or not, but it really, it's taking up commercial land. So I think that was important to mention. Excuse me. Okay, here's something about planning and landscaping and what our current climate says to us. It says to us 2 things, fire and heat. And so I'm in the process of removing all my foliage within 5 feet of the house and all that sort of thing. But what creates heat a lot is all of our asphalt streets. And what some communities and other countries are doing is they're increasing the number of trees right along the edge of the street that provide shade and cools off. So you still get trees because you can't have them by your house, but at least it's a value to the community. I think there needs to be something in place also in planning to sign off on whatever project that they're doing, because sometimes things get left out or something and needs to be thoroughly said, well, we wanted you to do this, this, and that, and make sure it's done before they get signed off. And then one last thing is when we look at design and you look at design and people, we started off with signs because at that time, nobody was building anything. We planned to do the whole thing, the whole design guidelines, but we started with signs because businesses would always be changing. But then I am also aware of the scenic corridor mandate, that you take a look at the possibility of retaining scenic corridor along Highway 50 and 49. That only makes sense if you do it before people build stuff. You see, things are for sale. People assume that they're going to develop, and they certainly will if nobody pays any attention to this corridor. But the voters of our community said, we want. It started out to be a list of things that they voted for in the back of the general plan, and now they're hidden somewhere inside that nobody even sees, but I remember. And it should be something that before somebody buys a piece of property they think they're going to pay a lot of money and build on, they ought to not realize that it's subject to this. But I know it's on your agenda, but it's been there for too long. And I think people need to know that there's a possibility, yes, there would probably be development, but it may come under some more stricter standards and roof lines and heights or signs or all kinds of things that you want to have in a project and still appreciate what it looks like. So I'm not complaining about these things. I'm looking for things that could enhance our community from a planning standpoint. Right. And we have people who are dedicated and have many years of experience on the design review committee. I mean, we stood and we went into your planning offices and sat with the people doing the planning for the sign ordinance and making suggestions. In there was Eric Drever and myself as another architect to help out and get it moving. And then we sort of fell flat when it came to ours at the meeting. We had the whole presentation, the whole, everything ready. Here's, go take to the ordinance for you all to adopt. And at the very last minute, they said, well, let's wait until the countywide one is done. And so
we'll get some clarity on that.
So that went to pot, and then you hire somebody else when we're free. So just remember, we're free, we're willing, and we're committed. It's our neighborhood. We have to live in
Thank
it, so
you.
we want it nice. And I think it's important to give us more credence in that respect and to make sure that the people who are professionals and are willing to donate their time are serious about it. I've
Thank you,
served on your
Diana.
LAFCO, served on your grand jury. I've done this
Wow.
for a million years and I'm still working. So we're serious people that come to donate their time.
Thank
Just
you.
want to have it taken seriously.
Thank you, Diana. We greatly appreciate both
It's
of
not
you.
a criticism. I'm
No, we
just-
don't take it as that. We don't take it as that.
There's always a better
Yeah,
path.
thank you. Obviously, we are very blessed to have such professionals serving the community and serving the board as an advisory role. And that is not something we take lightly. You volunteer your time, and as you say, you're working professionals, and we are very blessed to have that. I do want to lend some clarity for a few things because I know it's sometimes it's very confusing as your boots on the ground and you're working on these projects. So just briefly want to explain how the board has operated with our boards and committees, commissions, and where we are on that. We found that we have so many dedicated people that are volunteering their time on our various boards and committees and commissions that we did find too that as each committee perhaps had what they were working on with their projects that demanded our staff's time, our staff was getting pulled in a lot of different directions. And we have to be very cognizant of that as well. And so we found that while some of the work and I'm not talking about what you were doing, but in some of our boards and committees and commissions, the work that they were doing was not directed by the board and was at odds with it, or as the board has demands on our staff and priorities on their time, that they were being pulled in other directions by our boards, committees, and commissions. And so we realized that we needed to align that process better. So for the last 2 years, that's what we've been working on with the help of our clerk staff and Kaylee. And so, so I'm hopeful that with that alignment, we can have clarity and we can all be working in the same direction. So efforts are not wasted, they're valued, and there's a stronger line of communication. So we also found that wasn't happening. One suggestion I may have that I have found incredibly helpful for the Diamond Springs Review Committee, that is Diamond Springs version of what your committee is whenever a project comes before your committee, draft a letter to the board with your recommendations and your insights and have that attached. So there's that, so we can see and understand not only what your view is about that project, whether it meets the enhancement, fits the community character, but also perhaps what additional considerations the board should be aware of in this project. And that's an excellent way for you to use your expertise and your insights on the larger picture. Because like you say, there is so much more to a community than does this building fit the character of the community, but what other additional considerations, as you so articulately mentioned. So that's another way that we could have more direct communication. And as your ideas surface to the board, then the board can then direct our staff when we're working on those long range priority matrix. Additionally, you'll be really happy to know that while you have worked on, we share your concern about design guidelines versus design standards and design guidelines. You can't mandate a developer to do that, but in our afternoon's agenda, interim design standards are coming before the board in a joint workshop with the Planning Commission today, looking to adopt interim standards that will immediately protect our community character throughout our county and our community regions. And then the additional task will be over the next years, customizing those to specific communities. And so when it comes to the Cameron Park, Shingle Springs area, your insights will be critical in tweaking the interim standards that the board will be adopting and then making them fit with your community based on the context of all your work. So your work is not wasted, very much appreciated. And I'm really excited that we're kind of refining our process to be aligned so we can all row in the same boat. And so any other comments by the board?
I guess I just have one. The board is obviously in a position actually next week that we're going to be hearing an appeal on Gaslick Apartments. And I personally don't know what your recommendation was on that. I don't know if I've missed it. But again, I think if you could provide that information in some kind of an email, to the board, we would be better prepared to look at that in balance with all the other inputs we get.
Tell me the
Because
name of
we
the
have to go
project
to
again.
Legistar and dig for it, it's a little bit more difficult to get to.
Sure.
No, it's not.
I didn't turn it off and I had it on
Well,
all
perhaps
along.
we could
I
get
don't
that
know.
information to them.
Can you tell me the name of the project again?
Bass Lake Apartments.
Bass Lake Apartments. That's the one
Right.
at Bass Lake and
Yes.
Green Valley.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And
And,
then-
we
that
can talk
wasn't-
afterwards, but I think there are some ways that we can improve the communications and.
Yeah, we'll look at
I will
that.
tell
Right,
you
the chair
right
has
up-
mentioned a lot of those, but I think we follow up with a discussion, we can get to that
I can
point.
tell you very quickly what our position was. on
I,
it.
No,
I
not-
think
not
it,
right
No, no,
now.
no,
Not
not
right-
now.
It's not appropriate right
Not
now.
now.
Yeah,
That's
thank you, though.
offline,
Yeah,
but thank you.
sorry.
Yes,
Yes.
I'll send you. the email.
Not
Thank you.
appropriate right now. Thank
No,
you.
not at all.
All right, Kim, let's go to public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 16, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. We're taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Welcome back.
I don't want to get into this afternoon, but I'm going to enjoy the 1:30. So I just want to stay on task here. The Cameron Park Design Review Committee. I've participated by Zoom and also in person when they're deliberating on different projects. And the ones that they have most recently done that are out there now built are Dutch Brothers, Quick Quack Car Wash, not yet built, but I believe it's been approved. And the one that has been built is Moonraker Millhouse. These are very nicely done. They have design consideration in them, and the Cameron Park Design Review was very thorough, and it led us to this product. The one that I was associated with when I worked for DOT was the Carl's Jr. Wally's Pizza. What I wanted to say is we got to emphasize internal circulation, because the developer that did that Wally's Carl's Jr., he listened to me and blew a hole in the wall over by the motel, meaning he just took a demolition crew out there and they made a hole. And why did they make the hole? To create circulation internal, because we cannot have just circulation external. Looking forward to 1:30. Thank you for the comments. Time for the comment.
Thank you for your work on that.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, and we'll bring this back to the board. So thank you for your presentation. I'm sorry you've been frustrated, and we'll see what we can do to increase the communication. And I look forward to having you have more direct input to the board, especially with perhaps potentially letters coming back to the board after you've reviewed projects. So thank you for your work. We appreciate your service. All right, at this time, we're going to be moving into closed session. So the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 18 and 19 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning these matters may do so at this time. So Kim, can you please open that up?
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Kathy.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Duncan with El Dorado County Fair. I had this idea this morning. I sent you guys all an email, public comment regarding this coming up closed session, the 212 Armory. And I took a couple of photos that I would like to share. Am I allowed to do
You
that?
can give them to Kim and she'll pass them out.
There's 2 photos for each board. The first photo that I took was of Perks Court. In my letter, you'll know that I asked for you to please postpone making a decision to gift or sale. I'm not too sure what the terms are of the parcel that is along Ray Lawyer Drive. it was considered to be surplus or deemed to be surplus property several years ago. Come to find out it's not, because we do have a building, the theater has a storage building on that property. I'd like you to postpone the decision and consider this option of perhaps trading the state parcel, the state-owned parcel for Perks Court. The Perks Court parcel is, there's several parcels in that area. There's one that's 3.5 acres, which would be a half acre larger than the parcel that the Jamboree project would be on, including the one that you guys are going to be talking about today. So I think it gives them a better opportunity for their prospective tenants to have parking, to have more space. The walking trail is literally right there in the driveway. There's more retail, there's more healthcare, there's more schools. I think that Jamboree, it's a great project. Our community needs it, all over our community, the county especially. And it's just a terrible location, the Armory location. Also included in my public comment email, there's a link to just a 25-second video that I took during our most recent fire camp. I can't imagine that happening with that giant apartment complex and 300 plus people living there. People will be parked up and down Relawyer Drive because no matter what they say, there's not enough room on that 3-acre parcel for an apartment complex that large with enough room for staff parking, services parking, as well as tenant parking. So I urge you to please consider postponing until every single avenue that we have available has been researched as far as this project goes.
Thanks for your comments, Kathy. Appreciate it. All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Morning.
I couldn't even get my my computer shut down when Kathy came up. I just wanted to comment on this also. I think that these places need formal review as to what it is that we believe they will turn into and whether that's acceptable to community. In some cases, though, I just wanted to say we're mandated or we have no control and we're just trying to work within the law. So please, in your deliberation, consider the fact that if this can be postponed for greater input by the public, then we need to have that happen. Otherwise, go forth and prosper. Thanks.
Thank you. All right.
There's no additional public comment.
Oh, thank you. The board will be back at 1 a.m. 1 a.m. 1
No.
1 p.m.
1 p.m.
Well, we'll see you after lunch.
Okay.
El Dorado County, we are back. County Council does the board have any reportable action at this time?
Not at this time, Madam Chair. The board has not yet completed its closed session calendar.
All right, thank you so much. And I apologize that we're about 15 minutes late. Our morning items ran over. At this time, it's open forum. And Kim, can you please open forum?
Not taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on down.
Okay, great.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Supervisor Thomas, thank you. My name is Chris Silva. I'm a spokesperson for Rescue Deer Valley. We oppose the proposed commercial substance abuse disorder facilities plan for the residential parcels in Rescue and Shingle Springs by Home CA and Native Directions. In Rescue, the proposed commercial facilities would place up to 80 people daily on 2 single-family parcels in California's highest fire risk zone. These parcels are off dirt roads and accessible only via Deer Valley Road, which has single-lane areas and is already dangerous with current traffic. This community group presented environmental and safety concerns to this board on January 30th, advocating to stop these proposals and relocate them to urban areas closer to the patients being served. We are following county engagements pertaining to these projects through Supervisor Parlin's website, as these projects are in District 4. Supervisor Parlin has committed to, thank you, and demonstrated transparency, and she has made all county communications to and from these developers publicly available through this website. We recently learned about meetings with Supervisors Hydall and Lane with Home CA and NDI, Native Directions, regarding these developments and county engagements. One meeting occurred on July 22nd, including Supervisor Hydall, Patrick Prado from Home CA, and Ramona Valdez from Native Directions. We discovered these meetings through a published response from Home CA Native Directions forwarded to Assemblymember Patterson after the meeting occurred. Home CA has demonstrated that they misrepresent items, downplay stated purposes of their facilities, and overstate their, quote, cooperation with various entities. So we rely on written accounts from other meeting participants to truly understand what transpired in these discussions. We ask that all county officials engaging with Home CA and Native Directions related to their proposed substance abuse centers document their engagements and utilize Supervisor Parlin's existing publication methods to ensure transparency. We especially ask the supervisors to ensure Supervisor Parlin is aware of any of your interactions, and you all work together to ensure a consistent community transparency. This is only the first of many future projects with this developer. We request a consistent tone of transparency to ensure the community has full and transparent understanding of the county's positions on these issues. Supervisor Hydall and Lane, will you commit to us right now that you will be fully transparent in your engagements with Home CA and Native Directions, and that you will fully involve Supervisor Parlin so she can accurately guide the county on these critical projects being proposed for her district?
Thank you for your comments.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. Planning Commissioner Andy Nevis's continued discrimination, retaliation, and libelous attacks against me for exercising my moral and civic duty to hold his feet to the fire has fueled hatred against me, an evangelical senior citizen who is old enough to be his grandmother. Andy abused the public trust, committed fraud, and failed miserably to abide by local, state, and federal laws described in this affidavit, which also describes the abuse of his role as a director of the Taxpayers Association. The association claims to provide a voice for El Dorado County taxpayers through advocacy, voter education, and weekly public meetings in order that the blessings of freedom may be forever perpetuated. However, Andy's spurious vendetta, secret tribunals, and censorship prove the hypocrisy of that statement and violates all ethical standards. acting unconstitutionally as judge, jury, and executioner, Andy sent letters on behalf of the association falsely accusing me of harassment and threatening my expulsion when it is clearly evident that I have done absolutely nothing to warrant his libelous accusations. He retaliated against me for exposing his collusion with other public officials, including former planning commissioner Chris Payne, who recently used Andy's libelous letters to defame me. It is a fact that Andy committed some of the same violations that necessitated Todd White and Chris Payne be removed from office. It is also a fact that Andy Navis and Chris Payne have held secret tribunals for the purpose of my character assassination in retaliation against me for whistleblowing about their conduct, which violated local, state, and federal laws. Their mockery of the law is no laughing matter. Then during last week's Planning Commission meeting, Dan Harkin refused to accept Brooke Lane's award for his service. There is also the matter of retaliation behind the dismissal of Planning Commissioner Dr. Cheryl Blychester for whistleblowing, which culminated in a lawsuit at taxpayers' expense. The public is entitled to honest services, yet these issues raise valid concerns about how the BOS and commissioners unethically conduct business behind closed doors. Notification of legal responsibility is the first essential of due process of law. As per the specific claims and averments in this unrebutted affidavit, EDC personnel policies require that Andy be removed as a planning commissioner for violating his oath of office, abuse of the public trust, and other unlawful conduct. Under Senate Bill 807, California law requires that documented complaints such as this must be investigated and retained in Mr. Nevis's personnel file for a minimum of 4 years.
Thank you for your comments.
Madam Clerk, you will be receiving documents to enter into the public record.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Betty Tackett. I live at 3425 Deer Valley Court, and I'm here today to talk about the Home California Native Directions issue. I do want to say that I feel that Home California definitely is, and Native Directions are less than, they misrepresent what they say. I personally have encountered Gina Wasdike, who told me that the planned construction next to my home is intended to be a senior care home, but recent information from the State of California Department of Social Services through the Community Care Expansion Program application, they clearly state that the facility is a residential treatment, will be for intense alcohol and drug treatment in order for the individual to maintain sobriety. I have other concerns that they perhaps would like to use new zoning overriding rules to maybe have future plans to split property and just multiply these issues that they're planning to build, these facility types. So I want to echo everything that Chris Silva has said. And I want to ask and say that I also request complete transparency on your engagements with Home California Native Directions on their proposed developments in Rescue and Shingle Springs. And I request that you work with Supervisor Parlin, who has been very transparent, and I'm very thankful, to continue to publish all communications to and from the county regarding these proposed commercial facilities. And I understand also that there is that the applicants still have to apply for the environmental impact review. And considering that these beautiful bucolic lands are really zoned for residential, I ask that if it should come to that point, that they receive the strictest environmental impact review that they can receive. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your public comments. Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
Thank you for providing me this opportunity. My name is Greg Garrett. I'm a resident of El Dorado County. I'm here also to speak about the proposed facilities, treatment facilities. I want to echo everything that Chris Silva just said. I agree that transparency is a key to governance. I also wanted to point out that, in my view, we wouldn't be dealing with these ill-advised proposals if these urban organizations, I need to use notes, I just recently became old. Propose if they'd followed the intent of the law with proper due diligence and collaboration with local officials, that could have resulted in safe proposals within or near urban areas where historic gaps in care exist. Essentially, they'd be providing geographical equity, and that was the point of the law, the intent of the law. Expand continuum of care where it is needed. This does not do that, in my view. Safety matters. Clearly, the provisions of Welfare Institutions Code do not mean that anything goes, nor does it say that you can build anywhere. Is it okay, or is it safe to build on a toxic waste dump? Obviously, that's not okay. Is it okay or safe to build these facilities in a very high fire hazard zone in an area of critical biological concern? Is it okay or safe to pick up, transport disabled, mentally ill, pregnant people to these facilities far away without services and no agreements with local jurisdictions, including the tribe? And with no continuum of care being offered in the places they live? Based on public information I've read, I think you have an opportunity right now to enforce relevant zoning to protect safety. There is a reason the Governor's Office of Planning and Research provides guidance to local jurisdictions that to disallow or restrict building of this type in these areas. There's also a reason this area is not zoned to allow these types of facilities. However, if more information is needed, again, if they would have done due diligence on the front end and collaboration on the front end, we wouldn't be here. But if more information is needed, full and extensive studies must be completed. I'm troubled by any efforts to circumvent basic moral safety, especially when dealing with vulnerable people. My comments are all based on public information. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Hi there. I'm Jennifer Barber. I live on Starbuck Road. I'm here to talk about the same issue that was just spoken to. I'm very nervous. I don't normally do this kind of thing, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk.
Welcome.
So just the main point right now, although there is a full list that we could be giving you as to why this facility does not belong in our backyard or front yard or next door, any of it. Safety issues, okay? You probably all remember a few weeks ago where we had fires popping up near and dear to us. So I believe it was called the Silver Fire that we had. My husband and I had just gotten home from a short trip. We just unpacked, and all of a sudden we got the evacuation notice. So we're like running out, trying to figure out which direction we're supposed to go. We needed to go out through Deer Valley rather than Starbuck. We got down there. It was chaotic. The officials were trying to do their best to direct people in the right direction, but there was confusion. These are narrow roads. The shoulders on the side of them are very deep. I know that because I've accidentally driven in one occasionally, and there's big rocks there too. The whole getting in and out of that area, you need to be familiar with it. All of our friends and neighbors know how to drive those roads, and to bring in a facility that's going to be having large vehicles constantly going back and forth, both on Deer Valley and Starbuck, I think is completely irresponsible when you think about what happens back there. Even the fact of deer running out in front of your car, which happens constantly, that can cause more, problems and potential fires. So what I really want to ask you guys is to be transparent about what's going on. Need you to be our advocates. We live here. We love where we live. We chose to live there because it's beautiful. It's quiet. We take great pride in grooming our property and keeping it clean and keeping it safe. And we want you to realize the impact that this facility is going to have on us and potential dangers as well. So I'm just really, really hoping that you can embrace this. Don't get persuaded by anything flashy that they're trying to sell to you about why this needs to be in this particular location. I firmly believe they should be down closer to their families, where they come from. They don't belong in our neighborhood. So I just am asking you to please say no. Just stop this. It doesn't need to go on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
My name is Mary Weiler, and I'm kind of new to the group, new to the room, new to the details. I used to live in Pinocchio, and I'll tell you, I heard about this. I've seen signs. I know they all know the details better. And I think what I want to ask you is to please proceed responsibly. It can't be about money and everything else. It can't be about anger. Years ago, I was part of shutting down Rancho Seco. I've had so many people tell me, thank you, that was you. And I said, yeah, there's a lot of power when people get together because things have to make sense. What makes sense? I'm listening to all of this. And the first thing that affects me, of course, is I live in a great place, gates, fancy. But the reason this group wants this land for everything they want to do is the same reason all these people want to stay where they are. It's beautiful. It's our South Lake Tahoe on this side of the lake. It's our gym in El Dorado County. El Dorado County is huge. How can this not be resolved? Because otherwise it becomes this. And everyone wants to live and thrive. And who does not feel sorry for pregnant women or rehab people? Well, all that has to be looked at because that can be done lots of places. The county is huge, but where that person lives or that person lives, it's not huge. It's where they live. It's where maybe you live. So I'm just saying, please navigate responsibly, listen to everybody. I get it. That's your job. But I'll tell you this. I had a friend who either volunteered at and worked on a model. It sounds very similar to what this entity is trying to do. And it was in Applegate, right on side of the freeway. No one cared because it was land that truly nobody cared. There were enough trees. Was it closer to a freeway? Sure. But guess what? Those pregnant moms that used to be on meth and they were being reconnected with their children, it was important. And it's important to every single person in here. But guess what? It's a ghost town now. It's ugly. It all fell apart. A friend of mine, like I said, worked there. And she said, it was a disaster. The results were disastrous. What they were trying to do for these mothers, honestly, was disastrous. So I would also ask, I hope you look into how successful these types of programs are.
Thank you for your
Just like
comments.
little supply programs.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
My name is Patrick Tackett. That's with my wife that spoke earlier. And I just have one quick question for you. Have all 5 of you gone to where these things are going to be built? Have you guys ever driven by? Or I'd like to invite you to my home of what's going to be built on both sides of me. And if you all 5 would be willing to come and look, it's not far from here.
Record that with Supervisor Parlin. This is public comment time, so it's,
Well,
yeah.
I'm just inviting you
Thank you for the
to
invitation.
my home so you can see exactly where these things are going to be built and how stuck in there they are. I'm just inviting you, and please be transparent.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board members. Roger Lozada, Chair and Volunteer State Senator for New California State. Wear several hats and also a concerned citizen and looked in helping out IV3. I'll talk about that later. The California State Constitution, 1879, Section Article 2, Section 4. The legislature shall prohibit improper practices that affect elections and shall provide for the disqualification of electors while mentally incompetent or imprisoned or on patrol, or parole for the conviction of a felony. And so do you folks too. You look over Bill O'Neill, and it's your job to make sure that our elections are safe and secure. Mountain Democrat. This was printed September 11th, Patriots Day, 2024. Very first page. Election staff talk voting integrity, security. I wish I was there, but had personal things going on. Life, way it goes. So let's see, going down to the third paragraph, out of the 4,568 responses, the highest number of response the department has seen. Excellent. Election process trust seems to be mixed in the county. While residents claim to trust the county's election department, I do. Many were more likely to not trust the federal process or the state process. And we have issues with the state process. So going down, let's see here. Oh, here. Out of the 3,572 general comments, many state election departments should require voter ID. Of course, the state department, or at the state level, does not require state ID. Matter of fact, maybe next Tuesday I'll talk about how they're trying to pass law so that way we don't demand ID. See, that's where you folks can come in and say, you know what, state? We are going to make sure that we have proper practices and that we will guarantee our election and have ID, because later in the ad on page 5, here it is, Mr. O'Neill from him. This is probably, oh, I apologize. I should have made a better note here. I should have. Basically, the he's afraid. Oh, here it is. I'm frustrated by the process because I don't think it's enough, O'Neill said. I think with the technology we have these days, there is no reason whatsoever that we cannot check somebody's citizenship status before we even get the registration.
Thank you for your comment.
No, I don't think so. It's called civil disobedience here.
Excuse me.
No, excuse me. Elections important. Elections have consequences.
Everyone gets 3 minutes in public
Well,
comment.
last time was 2 minutes, and you owe me a minute.
And that is the.
O'Neill
that-
further stated he is not
Please.
concerned so much about hacking on elections.
me.
He is more concerned about voter fraud.
Excuse me.
So, excuse me.
Wanna take a
You people
break?
work for us. You people work for, oh, good. Abandon your post. Abandon your post. It's your job to listen. So we, with ID 3,
Taking a recess.
we have 14,415 possible improper people who are registered. And so, see, people, they don't care about elections. They don't care about what we stand for. It's we the people. People think that the federal government rules. The federal, no. The states create a federal government.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I am. You know, the elections are very important.
I
Okay.
feel the same way, but
Yes.
I'm worried that you're working. with abstention.
Well, someone
You have
has to.
Work within the system.
No,
I
ma'am.
think like you that. I get.
I agree with you, but you're not helping your cause.
Yeah,
Okay,
people
fair
have
enough.
to come back.
Well,
Come back.
then they should come back.
And you should have highlighted your stuff in your paper so you could have
Because
been more
you're being
proficient with your time.
scary. Do you understand?
Yes.
You're actually being scary. Anyone that.
Oh, okay, you're right.
I'm on the same page with you, but you're hurting your cause, brother.
Yes.
I know. that
So
you-
it's called civil disability, civil disability. How much is civil? So the thing is, Martin Luther King Jr. did it, and everyone else did it. And so we have people who think that they rule the roost. They work for us. I only want a couple more minutes, but no, they want to leave.
Well, we have a lot in common.
Yes.
I think you would.
I'm sorry that you are now taking the time away from us.
Okay. Oh, I apologize, but I have to get people's attention. Well, you said that power in numbers, right? So therefore, we need numbers here to tell us the board.
For the sake, we want to hear from everyone, and for the sake of fairness, everyone gets 3 minutes. We all thank you for understanding and respecting that process. And to that end, so everyone feels welcome, disruptions are not allowed in the board chambers. So with that, please, welcome to open forum.
Thank you. My name's Joanne Tompkins. I live right down the street from where the rehab center is proposed. I just would like the full
Wait, excuse me.
transparency.
Please stop disrupting the speaker.
Excuse me, please, no additional comments outside while someone is speaking. Thank you. I apologize. We'll start your time over. Our
Okay,
apologies.
I'm going to be short
Our
anyway.
apologies.
So, yeah, so I would request the full transparency, but also to add in that I think we have about 36 people on that little dirt road, and it'll almost, 80 more. That's a lot on a little dirt road. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board. That was interesting. So you heard today about one project in rescue, and I would like to ask the board to try to get in front of this issue when it comes to rehabilitation facilities. I've been seeing over the past year and a half a proliferation of these, especially in Shingle Springs. where they're buying homes and turning them into group homes with 6 or less residents, and there's no licensing requirement. I really like to know how many there are in our county, where they're located, how long they've been in business, how many are in process for getting licenses, and especially how many calls are coming from these facilities to our paramedics, fire, and police. What is the cost to our county for the proliferation and maybe concentration of these facilities? And so are there economic costs that are occurring that we may not be measuring? I think this is a very important issue, especially for rural counties like ourselves. We're hearing that our land is less expensive than in these cities. And so they're coming out to our communities and they're building facilities. They don't care if they're near hospitals, fire departments, or what you would normally want to see next to these type of facilities, medical facilities especially. They don't care. And so I'm asking for your consideration and maybe asking HHSA, working with the sheriffs and fire department, to produce a report that will tell us how big is this problem in our community before it becomes so big that we can't do anything about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board, and in a lighthearted and loving way, happy Constitution Day. Last week, we talked about ranch marketing and how some of that has affected some of our neighbors in not necessarily a positive way. We talked about how a governor has a constitutional obligation actually to protect people's private rights. And that was one of the biggest things of our founding fathers in our Constitution through the, I'm reading, I'm going to admit, I don't know this by heart, the 5th and 14th Amendment. And so now we're looking at these people with the rehabilitation or the maternity center, really whatever they're calling it. And no one should have to wake up and realize that what they worked probably their whole lives for is about to be demolished, whether it's in safety, value, tranquility of living, ability to feel safe with fire and other traffic impacts. And I really believe that the state has a coordinated effort. They are wanting to rid the rural lifestyle. I'm seeing it already. I get almost every public works bid request there is in Northern Bay Area. And I'm seeing a lot of state acquisitions of vacated warehouses that are now being converted into what they're calling safe haven homes, AKA this is Gavin's way of cleaning up the homeless, is to create these converted buildings. So thank God we didn't get Amazon, because Amazon's closing their warehouses like crazy, and who knows. But I really think it's our constitutional obligation to push back on your authority as the Board of Supervisors and your direction on how, and the people, how our general plan works, how the zoning works, and protecting people's investment constitutionally. If it takes a lawsuit, so be it. I also, though, want to throw in, because it's so important, George Turnbow, good for you. For those of you out there that don't know, Gavin Newsom vetoed legislation sponsored by Joe Patterson and George Turnbow that would have helped our people just a smidge on taking away some of the new permit requirements to rebuild in our fire areas. Elections matter, people. Joe Patterson is on the ballot again. I really encourage those of you to consider supporting him to continue fighting for us. And I'm so glad we'll have George working hopefully with him again in this next term. And elections matter. Be sure to vote. Don't mail your ballot US mail. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon.
Me, take me. Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood from the way out there, Triple Junction. Good afternoon. I got a chance to review briefly, just got it this morning, but my first blush on the WTF, and that is wireless telecommunication facilities, which, by the way, is listed in the state law. It is not original to Mr. Greenwood. Darn, because I thought I was being so clever, but anyway. Got a few comments that need to be out there right away. Fallover setbacks live. I noticed that fallover was struck, but equal lengths, whatever. The philosophy is there, and I congratulate that. After 5 years now, we finally are getting movement towards that. Balloons shot down. Who shot down the balloon? I don't know. But I think the balloon is really a good way to show everybody for a week or so just what they'll be dealing with in their view shed for the rest of their lives. So I think it really needs to be reinstated. Residential impacts are partially mitigated and recognized, but we still need to do a little work on the distance between how far away this residential zone might be. Adjacent is poorly defined is with respect to that, so that needs some work also. Notice, I don't notice that the 1 mile notice, which is the area that the providers keep claiming to be the area of influence, and if so, everybody within that 1 mile radius should know what's coming their way. So we need to get better notice, and better notice in general for all of our projects. But I do notice that the initial consultation notice is in part of that WTF ordinance. Item 5, alternate analysis. Not bad, but the best site for the polygon that's being considered needs to be identified regardless of constraints. In other words, they got to show where it does the best thing so that if possible, someday we can start doing some condemnation of properties and doing that sort of stuff, because really that is what we're doing when we put them next to people's houses.
Thank you for
Substantial.
Thank you for your comments, and I'm sure we will chat next week.
Yeah. Now taking public comment from David.
Good afternoon. David, can you unmute yourself? There you go.
Yes. Okay. Hello, board. My name is David Mead. I'm a rescue resident, and I also am concerned about the commercial development and the impacts to our community. I'd like to applaud each of you, and especially Supervisor Parlin, for pushing back. I strongly feel proper environmental and fire reviews are of vital importance. Speaking to fire, it's a real risk in our community, and especially in rescue. Recently, I was a victim of the Silver Fire. This fire spread very fast and burned 41 acres. It burned about an acre of my grapevines, which were 20 years old, and it was a very scary situation for my wife, who was home. This proposed development would put 80 people onto vulnerable lands and risk fire, especially to the federally protected Conecuh Valley. So I just wanted to remind everybody of those risks. Lastly, I echo the responses requesting transparency and fair dealing from all the supervisors. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. We thank you all for being with us for open forum.
Chair, I'd like to make a comment since a lot of my residents are here regarding this really quick. Thank you guys for coming today and bringing this issue to light. I'm going to look into the fact that there's a letter stating that Supervisor Heidel met with the applicants without my knowledge. And if that's accurate, I have some very big concerns. Because we have a good governance handbook that talks to that very issue. And I have worked so hard to take the lead on this project, navigate it carefully with our planning director, with our county council. And I certainly hope that I'm going to find that the statements in this letter are inaccurate. I will let you know, I had sent an email to Supervisor Heidel on July 8th because he was meddling in another project in my district. And I advised him to follow the protocols in the handbook. So I'm very concerned. And I assure you, I'm going to follow up on this.
Okay. Excuse me. No applause. All right. We will now be moving into our joint workshop with the Planning Commission, which we are very excited to do, but I believe there's someone needs to be sworn in. So at that point,
Yeah, I'm sure.
we're gonna take a break while we reset and invite the Planning Commission up. Before that, Kim, I will turn this over to you to administer the oath of office that is necessary.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the new District 5 Planning Commissioner is here. He's here.
Oh, there he is. There he is. Okay, good.
That's funny. Do we have enough chairs? Do we have enough chairs? You got enough chairs?
I think so.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Thank you very much. I want to introduce myself.
Perfect. Three's next to us, 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
Andy's out of seat here.
Yeah.
How do we want to do this? 1, 2, 3, or
I'll have,
chair,
I
vice
think I'll
chair?
have Commissioner Craig
Oh, yes,
here
that'd
just in
be
case he
good.
needs anything.
That's a
Yeah.
good idea.
We're disheveled, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Just take a seat, right?
Here, I can move this, Andy, so you
Yeah.
can, yeah, there we go.
Go.
That's perfect. Make yourself at home.
Yeah. Okay.
Room? Yeah.
I'll be D5 today.
Yeah, she really got it.
There you go.
Thank you. It'll be
Yeah.
fun. Yeah, it's back to welcome.
Yes, welcome.
I know.
Just thought maybe she stuffed you in a garbage can or something. All right. Congratulations. Welcome. Yes. Did you get the materials?
I gotta put up with
All right, very good.
wait for Kim to come back.
No.
Oh.
Well, I think we need to adopt our
No.
agenda just as a formality.
Perfect. So we'll
If you bring it back.
and then turn it over to
Yeah,
you.
so we have to do our roll call.
Perfect.
Step over. And then I'll turn it back to you.
Sure, because this is a joint workshop.
Yeah,
So, okay.
they're
perfect.
technically separate meetings happening at the same time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. So do you need to do that before we open this item up?
It probably wouldn't hurt because technically it's item number 1 on our agenda.
Okay, let me just get. clear.
Yeah.
Kim.
That is kind of.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I want to go to sleep.
So you are correct. So
All right.
I'll just do a brief
Yeah.
introduction and then I'll
It's
turn
in
it
the
over to
afternoon
you. You
anyway,
do your
so-
thing and then we'll turn it over to Kim and
Sounds
then
good.
we'll get going.
All right.
Perfect. All right. We are back, and at this point, we are delighted to welcome the El Dorado County Planning Commission to this joint workshop with the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. And they have their own process to open their agenda. So at this point, I will turn it over to their chair, Andy Nevis.
Yes, thank you, Chair Thomas. So we need to formally adopt our Planning Commission meeting agenda. So unless there's any initial questions or comments about the agenda from commissioners, I think we can go ahead and open it up for public comment on adoption of the agenda, of the Planning Commission agenda.
Now taking public comment on adoption of the agenda. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining. And again, when your time is up, public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from the boardroom. No public comment from the boardroom, taking public comment from the Zoom participants. There's no further public comment from Zoom participants.
Very good. And I neglected to mention we need to do a Planning Commission roll call as well.
Commissioner Reinhardt,
Here.
Commissioner Williams,
Here.
Commissioner Boger,
Here.
Commissioner Frega,
Here.
Commissioner Nevis.
Here.
Let the record show all are present.
All right, thank you all and welcome Commissioner Frega, your first meeting with us. So since we've taken public comment on adopting the agenda, we're ready for a motion on that.
So moved.
All right. Is there a second? All right, Commissioner Boger moves, Commissioner Williams seconds. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0. So I'll turn it back over to Chair Thomas to go through the rest of the workshop.
Very good. Thank you. And Kim, at this point, can you please open item number 17 on the Board of Supervisors agenda?
Of course. Item number 17 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, Long Range Planning Unit, hosting a joint informational workshop for the Board of Supervisors and Planning Commission to split input, provide direction, and encourage public participation for developing one, draft West Slope interim objective design standards for multifamily and mixed-use projects that qualify for state streamlining and ministerial review, and two, interim design standards and guidelines for multifamily, mixed use, and commercial project in the county's community regions and rural centers.
Well, this is an exciting item that has been a long time coming. We're excited to have this joint workshop. Before we turn this over to staff for our presentation, Chair Nevis and I had an opportunity to chat over the weekend as to how this, is likely to go. So just kind of like to lay out the logistics for today. So we're going to have staff present their presentation in this workshop, and I'd like to have them go through it in its entirety without questions. And then I'll turn it over to Chair Nevis and have the Planning Commission share any questions or comments at that time, about a half hour or so. And then we'll turn it over to the board, and the board members can share any comments or questions at that point. Same amount of time. And these are not hard rigid rules, but just guidelines. And then we'll open up public comment to get the public's input on these interim design standards. And then we'll bring it back and start with the Planning Commission for final comments and direction, and then the board for final comments and question and direction. Does that sound good?
So if you want us to keep our comments till the end of the presentation, which I totally get,
right?
Then can we have the presentation back up though? So
Absolutely.
We can say on slide whatever to go back to it.
Absolutely.
Hopefully we won't need it, but I'm just saying, be ready.
Perfect. Okay. But with 10 of us up here, I think it's just better to
Got it.
have some framework rather than a free for all. So, all right, with that, Karen, welcome. We're excited to have this before us today.
Yeah, good afternoon, Honorable Planning Commission and Board. We're excited as well. As you mentioned, it's been a long time coming, and we recognize that people have been eagerly awaiting this information. I want to first quick introduce some of the staff that are here to help. So I'm going to be turning it over here in just a moment to Rob Peters and Tom Purcell, who will be doing the majority of the presentation. Tom is in our long range planning division, also in our long range planning division here today. Anna Kwan and Thea Graybill will also be chiming in if needed. I'm sure they'd love to stay in the background, but they have been instrumental in helping with this as well. So I just wanted to, before we dive into the presentation, kind of set the stage for the discussion. And as we developed these interim objective design standards and guidelines, we kind of had to keep reminding ourselves of the why behind them. Why are we doing this? And turns out there's actually some competing interests for these guidelines and standards, which made it challenging. So I just wanted to go over a couple of those because I think it sort of helps explain why we're doing it, why we're proposing it the way we are, how we came to those decisions. So first of all, design guidelines, that concept, or better design guidelines, came up years ago. Shingle Springs did a lot of work on that. And that was really a grassroots effort from the communities that really just wanted better design for their community, wanted the stuff that was getting built to look good, complement what was there, be a part of whatever unique look and feel each community had. Well, as we embarked on this road, the state came in and said, hey, by the way, certain projects that meet certain criteria are going to be a ministerial process, not discretionary. And oh, by the way, you have to have objective design standards. Otherwise, you don't get to apply them. So those are kind of two competing interests, right? We have this grassroots community reason, and then we have the state telling us, mandating how we process things. Another thing that we kept in mind as we were developing these are the financial feasibility of what we're asking for versus being overly cost prohibitive. It's one thing for a large developer, but we know some of these buildings that are going to be constructed may be local people. And so we don't want it to be cost prohibitive, but yet we still want to make sure it is quality design. Another thing that we kept in mind was the specificity versus the flexibility. So if you're too specific, you're going to get cookie cutter and you're not going to get that variety and uniqueness. So we really struggled. That was probably one of the main things we struggled with. How do you give enough specific guidance that can, especially for the objective design standards, and at the same time allow for creativity, allow for some differences. So hopefully that came through with what we're proposing and actually feeds into why we have both objective design standards and guidelines for the non-state affected properties. And then finally, we had to write these in a way that makes sense to designers and architects, the ones that are actually submitting plans, so they know what to put together. But at the same time, it's got to make sense to staff. It's got to make sense to the Planning Commission, the board, the public, so that we're all looking at the same guidelines or standards and all have the same understanding of what they mean and can apply them. So even though there's a lot of competing interests, we believe we've struck a pretty good balance, especially for these interim standards that we're proposing, and that they'll provide enough specific criteria so expectations are clear. In addition, there is enough flexibility, we believe, so that the multifamily, commercial, and mixed use projects will be unique and complement or even enhance the community that they are located in. Just reminder, these are interim design standards and guidelines. So as soon as these go through the process and hopefully get adopted before the end of the year, we will immediately embark upon the next phase, which is to start going out to the individual communities, using this as a baseline and further customizing in a way that will enhance our individual communities. Also want to remind people there's going to be a ton of opportunity for public input. This is not the only chance by far. And we have a public comment period that staff will mention that's open. We'll go back before the Planning Commission, back before the board with just the interim standards. All those will be opportunities to comment. And then of course, once we embark upon the individual community standards and guidelines, those will all be public meetings as well when we go out into the communities. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rob and Tom, unless you have any questions of me.
That was a really helpful framework. Thank you very much. Perfect. Good afternoon, Rob and Tom.
Yep, thank you. Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Mr. Chair, Planning Commissioners, Rob Peters with Planning. So yeah, I'm going to go over, kick off this presentation, and the slides you should be. Let me do a full screen here. Everybody can see that? Okay. Yeah, so thank you very much. We're happy to be here today to discuss this topic, and Karen sort of identified a few things that we might repeat, so bear with us, but certainly I don't have to make the comment about our intent was to do the very same, where we might go through the presentation, certainly have the presentation available if we want to go back and touch on a slide, but sticking to sort of a high level because there is a lot of information here. So first we will go over the workshop itself. So the project background and public outreach and engagement. I'm going to do a quick overview for that. I know some of the board members may be more familiar with some of the background than even the planning
Rob,
commission.
I'm watching the clerk here. I think, yeah, you got to get on that
Okay.
microphone. Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
That's
So,
much better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. I was watching him.
That's a bad mic. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, project background and public outreach and engagement. So we're going to go over some of those pieces. The board may, as I said, may know a little bit more about that because you see the contracts and you see the work over time. But again, for the folks listening, we'll do a quick summary of that. Next, we'll go over the two project components, which we've referred to as project component A and B. And those are attached to the Legistar item as attachments B and C, just to be clear. And there's a staff memo that also goes along with those documents that was attachment A. So the first component is the draft interim objective design standards for multifamily and mixed use that qualify for state streamlining and ministerial review. And so we'll go over that in more detail in a bit, but these are projects where no real discretion can be applied. And so we have to adopt objective design standards, which we will certainly go over in order to test those projects against those items. and only these objective design standards can be applied. So these are projects that are generally related in the US Census designation of urbanized areas, which largely corresponds with our community regions, but also along the 50 corridor can reach out to some other areas as you get further higher in elevation. But so for the most part, these streamlining provisions, which we will go over, some of them are for these census urbanized areas, and they're to promote, and they generally have to have an affordability component to them. So then the next step is component B, which is the objective design standards and guidelines for sort of non-qualifying multifamily residential, mixed use, and commercial projects. And that is basically saying those areas outside or those urbanized areas or don't have that affordability component. We're trying to address some of the deficiencies, I'll say, that we have in our existing code to try to get a better product in those areas. And so that second set of that attachment is really that other set. It includes both design standards and guidelines, and we'll go over that a little bit more. But whereas the first component only has standards to be applied, this has standards and guidelines and some other components that Tom will outline for you. So then number 3, next steps and anticipated adoption timeline. So we have some slides on what the next steps look like. Karen kind of overviewed some of those, but we'll go into the upcoming hearings when we anticipate them being scheduled, and then also some of the public hearing comment periods and the current public comment period for these documents. The discussion items are kind of folded into the discussions for each of the components, but we've thrown a couple items out just to start the conversation. We acknowledge that you guys will have your own thoughts and things that you want to discuss. And so, and I apologize for the folks behind me, but I'm looking. And so we'll have some discussion items just to start the conversation, and we hope to kind of stimulate more discussion and comments and questions from those. And then last is to solicit the community, the board, and the commission's feedback on these items. One of the important pieces here is that we want to acknowledge that there's a lot of information here, particularly with the guidelines themselves. So our intent is to start at a high level for this workshop, but then also encourage, along with testimony we hear today and at the public meetings moving forward, written comments from anybody that's a member of the commission, the board, or the public, because it also gives us an opportunity to take those into account. We'll hear all the comments that we receive today, but it just helps staff to kind of be able to respond to those written comments and the detail that can come in a written comment you can't get in the 3-minute comment during a workshop. Okay, so the project background. In 2018, an initial 3-year contract was initiated for an effort for guidelines and standards for the community regions. In 2020, that contract was voided, and staff looked to initiate a new contract. And we can go into the details of that, but I think the board has heard a lot about that. But essentially, we moved in 2022 to a new contract with the current consultant that's on with the project. And that was for commercial and multifamily, design standards for community regions. And during the course of all this time and up until, still happening, the state is enacting new legislation related to multifamily affordable housing development. And so we've had to sort of shift gears a few times on this project. And as recently as your board telling us to pause the contract and come forward today with an interim situation that staff would prepare based off best management practices we've been able to find, resources that are out there, and the work that was largely done for Shingle Springs that we've tried to make a little more global for this interim step. So then number 4, I'm just going to kind of go down the slide real quick, but there are approved bills in the years that they were approved. As you can see, qualifying affordable housings limits deniability in SB 167 and SB 35, which some of you may be familiar with, both at the commission and the board, are projects that are streamlined ministerial approval for multifamily residential and mixed use projects that have an affordability component. AB 2162, as again, qualifying supportive housing may be by right, where multifamily residential and mixed use projects are permitted. And then 330, SB 330 creates a vesting pre-application process for qualifying projects. And that basically freezes the zoning standards for those submittals until they get their formal application in. So it's sort of, so the rules don't change in advance of one coming into the jurisdiction. And then AB 2011 and SB 6 are allowing qualifying multifamily and mixed use projects in commercial zones by right. And so that is another shift. So if you have a commercial zone that meets the requirements, a multifamily housing project that has the affordability component can be a by right use within those areas. So that's kind of a, within the last couple of years. So then what are objective design standards? We understand that this, it can be a little confusing, but an objective design standard, in short, is something that provides no opportunity for subjectivity, that can be applied uniformly, and is readily accessible to the applicant, the public, and the decision makers. And there's a definition there that's a little bit better written than what I just gave you, but that's sort of the highlights of that. So there can really be no gray area for interpretation, right? You either meet the standard or you don't. And so we've given some examples of the use of specific materials where you're calling out those materials by name, or in this example, a Spanish style tile roof. That's pretty commonly understood. And so everybody knows what that looks like. Specific roof pitches, instead of saying it must have these or that, it's a roof pitch of 125. So it's very specific, easily measurable, and folks can understand that. And then lastly, specific paint colors. Now there are many more, but these are just some very easy sort of examples of what an objective design standard is. What it isn't is, consistency with neighborhood or architectural character. That has too much ability for subjectivity, and it's not objective in its approach. And so that does not, qualify as an objective design standard. Hopefully that's not too fuzzy, but so now kind of a slide on a design guideline versus an objective design standard. And so there's three examples there, but the first being provide articulation to reduce the apparent mass and scale of the building and to be sensitive to the neighborhood. So that's a guideline, right? That's giving you some guidance on how to move forward. Whereas the design standard on the other side speaks to intervals at least 100 feet of building length and so on. And it's very specific in its measurement. And somebody can understand, we're talking 100 feet here. Rooftop mechanical equipment should be screened from public view, whereas a design standard would say shall be screened from public view, and then gives the opportunities for doing so. So it's specific with the shalls instead of using words like should and would and could. And then lastly, as an example, provide ample width and design for universal access along pathways. The paved section of the sidewalk shall be at least 8 feet in width, right? So everybody understands what 8 feet is, and it makes it very specific. So we acknowledge that this effort has been streamlined to some degree, and we acknowledge that the project, while it's been on the books for a long time, this is an interim step, and so we are on an expedited time frame, but we still wanted to do our best to try to take in public feedback and public comment and get folks involved. And so this is a slide to identify some of the ongoing public outreach we've done to encourage participation. So we have done, let's see here. So we've done social media postings with the help of Carla Haas, our public information officer. And so I think we've done 3 of those, and on the standard Facebook, Nextdoor, X, those types of platforms. Local newspaper ads for those that get their information from the newspaper. Public notifications on the Planning Division website. So right on the top, if you go to Planning El Dorado County, the first thing you see is the objective design standards and the link to our project page, which is also something we've created and kept up and are trying to keep relevant with all the current information. Notification to email subscriber lists. So we have a lot of subscriber lists, but most of them related to our Planning Commission and Zoning Administrator items. And so there's a lot of folks that get their information from there. So we've used that. We've also done special outreach to stakeholders and interested parties that we're aware of, including folks that have been, long in the participating in the effort over all the years. Some of our affordable housing developer partners, building industry association, those types of folks, and also anybody that said, hey, I have an interest in this project, keep me informed. And we've sent out a couple of emails related to that, and we intend to keep sending updated emails, particularly before comment periods close and that sort of thing, to try to keep those folks participating. Additional public review periods. So that is kind of, as Karen outlined before, we have the public comment period open right now until September 24th. But as we try to put that information together for the Planning Commission hearing that will be forthcoming, there's also opportunity to review, those iterative pieces of information we're providing to the public. And so there will be additional public review periods. With the streamlined timeframe that we have, it's a little bit difficult to integrate all those materials into the actual documents that will be reviewed. So at some point, for administrative timelines and others, we'll have to have a cutoff period, but we'll certainly bring any other comment we receive, forward to the decision makers, so they're aware if it wasn't integrated that we've, brought those forward. And so you can see all the universe of comments that we're dealing with. And then standard notices through the Legistar and the public workshop and hearings. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Tom to go over the two project components.
Good afternoon, planning commissioners and board members. Tom Purcell, Long Range Planning. So I'm going to look into the two components that we're calling A, where for the state streamlined qualifying projects, and component B, which is basically everything else. It's the design standards and guidelines for the West Slope community regions and rural centers that would apply to commercial, mixed use, and multifamily residential development, including a section on horizontal mixed use. So with that, I will turn, if you focus on component A, this is provided as Legistar Attachment B, and these are the standards to qualify for state streamlined projects. So I'll just hit these on a top level. But the purpose and approach for these, as our director highlighted, were to protect the community from poorly designed ministerial projects, to make sure that we have some county design oversight in place, to also streamline and facilitate affordable housing, especially as that is a component in a lot of the state legislation. And also it consists of objective site planning and building design standards for quality design. And there are many specifics in the document. We do have an example of one of them, figure 222 on the slide, on building articulation. So this provides just one graphic of the objective standard that we talked about earlier, that doesn't just say protect very building massing, but it says how we expect that to be done in an objective way. So for example, for every 200 feet of building face, there have to be articulations with distances every 50 feet, and that have a pop out or relief of so many feet for every articulation. So that's just an example of that is in your standards under that figure with the text that explains what that is. So these interim objective design standards, you'll see the abbreviation ODS. They provide specific measurable elements of design that are required for all multifamily residential and mixed use projects that qualify for those state streamlined ministerial approvals. The intent of the interim objective design standards is to provide a clear and predictable path for development of state qualifying housing projects, while ensuring that, again, that basic community design preferences are met. The interim objective design standards would be the template or example and the launching pad, honestly, for permanent community-based objective design standards for community regions and rural centers as they roll out. So these are just the interim to have a placeholder. Next slide. So under component A, again, I'll just repeat a couple of the purposes. One of them was to integrate proposed mixed-use standards with our existing mixed-use design manual. So these items on this slide are staff suggested topics for further discussion based on how we developed the interim objective design standards. But staff can always add or modify any of these items during our discussion period, as this is our collective workshop. As an example of how we would look at integrating for point one to blend the mixed use design guidelines and standards with the existing mixed-use design manual. In section 130, 40, 180, which provides objective standards for mixed-use development, in our zoning regulations, it requires commercial first on phase projects. However, on page 63, I believe, of the mixed-use design manual, and I believe in 3 other places, it allows housing to be constructed first on phase projects. So that's a crucial piece that would, for example, staff believes need to be integrated to have a common approach. And then number 2, items for discussion, including how to best allow community input, such as this venue, into objective design standards to be applied to ministerial projects. Again, projects that typically qualify for that state streamlining process. And also the ongoing conversation about balance between objective design standards and cost prohibitive requirements. In other words, how much detail is a threshold that may not work for the developers or the folks who want to bring these projects forward. Next slide. So looking at next at component B, these are the county-wide West Slope standards for the non-state streamline projects. The purpose of these standards were to provide architectural design standards and guidelines for commercial and non-ministerial multifamily residential and mixed-use development, again, in all the community regions and rural centers. Number 2, to encourage connectivity to the past. Many of the public comments that we have received throughout the development of this interim process is we want to preserve our unique links to the past in El Dorado County. The past has unique signatures on our communities, and our communities want to preserve those key elements of design. So we want to encourage that, but also promote flexibility, creativity, and again, economy. These countywide objective standards and guidelines would apply to the County West Slope only. Again, that's also in tandem with the parallel effort that is also in process in the Tahoe Basin to also bring a separate set of Tahoe sensitive objective standards and guidelines as needed as part of the greater integration with the basin plan. So that would apply to the West Slope for these standards. Also, for lands in a specific plan or plan development overlay or a combining zone, those combining zones would control unless the specific plan or design review did not have objective design standards. So for example, if there's a discretionary plan development overlay in the El Dorado Hills area, if that overlay, such as the one for the Montano de El Dorado Shopping Center, if that did not have existing objective design guidelines and standards, then these interim would apply. In the case of the Montano Center, for example, because that design is highly prescriptive and highly architectural, then the Montano plan development would control. So that's how El Dorado Hills would be treated with the wide variety of architectural styles that exist in that community region. So the standards and guidelines for this piece are included as your Legistar Attachment C. Now, next slide. So instead of going into the details right now, I'll give you a little bit of an overview of how we would use this countywide document for the non-state streamline projects. So the first piece would be to address the use-specific requirements for development standards and guidelines that work with those requirements. Some of those use-specific standards and guidelines include specific requirements for multifamily projects, that's in section 3, mixed-use projects, that's in section 4, and commercial projects, that's in section 5. We also have a special section on commercial projects for fueling stations, which is section 5.3. So based on the comments we'd received from the community, we do have that separate section just on design standards and guidelines for fuel stations, and that would be countywide West Slope. So the concept under bullet point 2 is the concept that staff wrestled with and as working with the consultant was how to best categorize our 29 rural centers and 5 community regions if we count the Placerville periphery, how to best be sensitive to community design preferences and local cultures, while also applying something that can be put in place sooner than later so that we do have a placeholder. So in order to do that, staff and the consultants have developed architectural design zones, which I will explain in a future slide. And so each architectural design zone is based on elevation above sea level, but it's also based on the general design preferences of those communities as they would fit within those various elevations. So I'll explain more about that on the next slide. So how it would be used is developers or any folks using the document would need to address all of the use-specific requirements first, and whatever those are. Then they would need to identify the geographic location of the project, find the architectural design zone that that community is located in, and then go down to the design section of the manual, which talks about the architectural styles, where it actually gives in section, I think it was section 6 there. Section 6 has 4 different architectural styles. And if a community qualifies to develop one or more architectural styles, then a developer would look at the particular style or styles in that architectural design zone, and then address the standards and guidelines that would apply for the particular architectural styles that are found in that zone. So as a top level example, our higher elevations, and I'll flip in a moment, our elevations that are basically Camino on up, and I'll give you the details. Those have a mountain architectural design style as an option, but they also have the Gold Rush architectural design style as another option. Some of the other architectural styles that are more typical of the middle or lower foothill elevations were not included in the mountain design style, at least for purposes of these standards. Next slide. So this is a map of the architectural design zones under component B. Just as a point of clarification, I do want to give an errata on a couple of corrections that were made to this map after publication. One of them is the rural center labeled as cool is actually shown in a lower elevation zone. It should be a mid foothill zone and it should be labeled with the orange color. Staff have also noticed that the Lotus Coloma rural centers were incorrectly colored. One of them was correct, one was not. So those are both would be located in the lower foothill zone. So the text is correct, but the map showed the incorrect colors, and I believe the labels were switched on the Lotus Coloma rural center. So just as a point of clarification, staff is aware of that. Your board clerk does have an updated exhibit if it helps to refer to that. So if you notice that change, staff has made the change. It was just too late for this publication. So again, the mountain zone would be, again, elevations. Let's see. Get the exact road here. For the mountain zone, it was the elevations of 2,500 feet on up. And the rural centers are listed that are in that mountain zone. Those are also shown in the purple color. Again, those were areas of similar mountain geography that had many similar architectural similarities between communities. And so in the mountain zone, for example, the architectural styles available for selection for those developers or projects would be mountain or lodge, and also the Gold Rush. That would also apply to Georgetown's rural center because it's kind of on that dividing line where it is higher than 2,500 feet, but it shares more common features with its Gold Rush history. And so we would allow both of those to be chosen under this plan. Next, we have the mid foothill zone. And so those are zones below 2,500 feet, going down to 1,400 feet. If I have it correct. And so this is the only zone that has both community regions and rural centers located in the same zone. So we have a list there. The mid foothill zone would include the community regions of El Dorado Diamond Springs and Shingle Springs and part of the Placerville periphery. And then the rural centers are also listed there, including Cool, Greenwood, and the others, Mount Auckham, and many others there. The lower foothill zone is basically anywhere from 0 to 1,400 feet. And it's a category that that focuses on foothill designs, but in areas that are more rural and less suburban. So those would include the rural centers of Coloma, Latrobe, Lotus, Nashville, Pilot Hill, and Rescue. So for example, in the mid foothill zone, architectural styles are pretty much all allowed except for the mountain style. And in Shingle Springs, the architectural style developed from this architect for that community was called the Railroad Craftsman style. That's based on the Shingle Springs Railroad Depot design. And I'll have another slide in a moment on how that would be used as part of the standards. So the other in the mid foothill, just clarify, the three styles allowed are Gold Rush, Mill Agrarian, and Railroad Craftsman. I can explain the details there. The lower foothill zones allow both Gold Rush and Mill Agrarian. Then we have a third zone called the Suburban Zone, and those are the gray colors. Those are community regions of El Dorado Hills and Cameron Park. Again, staff selected those as a different zone simply because the existing architectural styles in those zones are quite varied and the community cultures are quite diverse. It does not mean, however, that just because a project is located in a suburban zone that it shouldn't be consistent with one or more of the architectural styles. I mean, development in these community regions has historically used a wide variety of architectural styles, so that's why there were no specific requirements. However, projects must again meet all the use-specific requirements, such as fuel stations, commercial projects, multifamily standards and guidelines, et cetera. However, projects are encouraged to utilize one of the architectural styles when appropriate for the neighborhood. So if there is a project that is already in place with a Gold Rush theme in the El Dorado Hills or Cameron Park community regions, then developers would be encouraged to be consistent with the existing architectural theme or themes. Next slide. So this is a slightly deeper dive on the architectural design style, section 6. This style was chosen, called the Railroad Craftsman style. This was based on input from the Shingle Springs community in 2012 and 2013, and other conversations regarding the design that the community best wanted to represent their neighborhoods. So these are some typical architectural features of that Railroad Craftsman style. It's roughly like a craftsman style building, but it also has some features that are more typical of the Shingle Springs Railroad Depot. So it's kind of a hybrid. This photo would be a typical example of a multiple story use of that style. Next slide. So this example is a version of a single story version of that Railroad Craftsman architectural style, again with the type photo of the Shingle Springs Railroad Depot. There are several architectural details that were pulled out of that design and added to our standards that are modeled after this photo or the building itself. And on the slide is an example of some of the sample building materials and colors, not all the standards and guidelines, but one piece of how that looks inside the architectural standards and guidelines for that style. So for example, under building materials and colors, it gives an example of suggested treatments and required treatments. For example, required building materials and suggested building materials. It also gives required building colors, but also suggested colors. For example, under colors, they shall consist of earth tones such as browns, grays, greens, and rusts or muted colors. However, there are also some guidelines such as trim colors may consist of neutral colors, meaning that those would be optional at the discretion of the developer. So there would be some discretion even within each of these architectural styles. Next slide. So as staff was reviewing this component, these are just some items that staff had pulled up as suggested topics for discussion, especially with the good or the potential consequences, I guess you could say, based on the approach to make sure that these design standards get applied the most equitably as possible, but also and meet the design needs of our communities, but also meet the intent of the direction by the board. So for example, under item 1, staff wanted this workshop to consider how we might expand a design review permit process to all commercial, multifamily, residential, and mixed-use projects in community regions and rural centers. For example, staff had done some research, and we may have it available to pull up, but there were approximately 1,200 community region rural center parcels that were either zoned for commercial or mixed use or multifamily use that do not have an existing discretionary design overlay in place as of today. We did augment that for the community of Cool. However, there are still a significant number of parcels outside of those existing overlays. And so staff wanted this panel to look at how we might explore doing that. Different options. One of them is to simply require for these interim standards a design review permit with our current process for all projects on appropriately zoned lands. Item number 2, we discussed earlier, and that's just how best to integrate these standards in component B with the existing mixed use design manual standards, again, for the mixed use issue, just to make sure that those documents say the same thing in the same way. And then just as a repeat to the folks joining us, that this is only the first step to integrating the community design preferences into permanent standards for the community regions and rural centers. So we're definitely open to all suggestions or feedback as we move forward to doing that. With that, I'll turn it back over to Rob.
Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, thank you very much. One quick comment about that, and I know that we would love to have a ton of different architectural stylings for all the different areas. But one of the components here was that we put something on hold where we were working in one community and we're trying to make it a global sort of attempt. And so there haven't been stylings, developed for certain areas and in our geographies there. So I just wanted to acknowledge that we did our best to sort of find things that found commonality, but not try to force it in areas where it didn't make sense. And so just that last comment. So on the next steps and anticipated adoption timeline. So here we have sort of our anticipated schedule. We have a planning commission hearing that we intend to host on October 31st, where this objective design standards would come back to the planning commission for recommendation, consideration and recommendation to your board. We quite frankly added that meeting so we could make this process keep going. And so thank you for the commissioners for being willing to add additional meetings to an already heavy calendared schedule, but we intend to bring that again on October 31st. The Board of Supervisors hearing on December 3rd, 2024, and then thereafter in January, that the standards and guidelines, whatever they look like at that point, would become effective, because once you adopt an ordinance, there's some time until it actually becomes effective into the rule of law. And again, I want to highlight that there will be other opportunities to participate at each of the 2 hearing items that we're talking about here. Our agendas go out much earlier for the Planning Commission than they do for the Board of Supervisors, but we will do our very best to get all the comments that are that we receive in advance of the close of the public comment period in September 24th into the documents for the Planning Commission's consideration. But again, at some point we have to then, any comments that would maybe come during that public the agenda period for the Planning Commission would have to be brought to the Planning Commission for consideration, but won't have been integrated into the materials just due to the sake of time. And then lastly, how folks can get involved. Again, so you can provide questions or comments to Tom, who's our staff member, take the lead on this project. Tom's information is there. We also have a project specific email. So all of the comments and all of the discussions that go to that email, staff has the ability to look at those. And so we're trying to make sure that nothing gets lost in the mix if somebody's emailing here or there. And so we created a project specific email address. And so all comments, we'd love to have those there, and all questions and comments, and staff will respond to those as appropriate. Again, we have a subscription to an email. And so we did confirm that these links work on the PDF. And so folks out there that want to go use those can click and they will take you to the right place. But a subscription so that they get notifications. And then lastly, you see there the long range planning link that goes directly to the Community Design Standards webpage that has the interim standards. It has the project calendar. It has all the documents, and we intend to update that at each and every step. And then also just our general public notices that go out on our webpage. Let's see. And so with that, that concludes our presentation for today. Thank you for going all the way through that. And we are here to address any comments, questions, any discussion topics. And again, if need be, bring back the presentation as necessary. Thank you.
Very good. Excellent presentation. I'll turn this over to Chair Nevis.
All right. And so I will turn it over to commissioners. And what I thought was, so we have about half an hour. So if we could each take about 5 or 6 minutes, and then if we have any extra time, we can open it up. But I thought since I'm sure we're all going to want to chime in on this, I'd start at the far end with Commissioner Reinhardt, and we'll work our way down the row. So Commissioner Reinhardt.
I had a question in the very beginning. You said, I'm trying to remember the term now, but it was like horizontal mixed use. Yeah, what does that mean actually?
Horizontal mixed use does have a definition in the draft code, but it's essentially single story developments that have a mix of uses on the same site. So for example, a single piece of land that could have a multifamily building and a commercial building on the same site.
If I may, I think the distinction is the traditional mixed use where you have, commerce on the bottom and housing above. It's sort of a single story sort of spread of uses, but that you're integrating the uses together.
Was it like a I don't know, campus for lack of a better word, where there's like a master plan site and
yeah, it
within
could be
that
a
site-
master plan site. So or a campus, if it had different uses, could also probably equate to that. But generally our mixed use is allowed in the commercial zones. And so you could imagine, a commercial building that has some businesses and maybe, like Tom said, an affordable housing component behind it or next to it, but not necessarily above.
But then it would not have single family residence. What could it?
Not typically.
Is there examples?
Ooh, that was
Are there like
Anything's possible,
examples?
Generally they're related to, if the traditional Main Street is that you see is the vertical mixed use where you have, the ground floor commercial and then maybe apartments above or small, they could certainly be condos that are, single family, but there's all kinds of iterations. But it's just one of the things that we've heard over time is our mixed use design guidelines sort of lend themselves towards that traditional multi-story mixed use, but that the county topography and our zoning situation doesn't always lend itself to that. So we were looking to try to provide a couple different opportunities to encourage mixed use, but also be flexible in how we are requiring it.
Are there like examples we could look at online that are I'm not fully
We can
imagining.
certainly bring some examples of that as we move forward if you'd like. I don't have them teed up right now, but as we bring to the planning commission, if we want to have something where we describe that a little better, we certainly
Yeah,
can.
I mean, it sounds super interesting. I've never really, or I would imagine most of the mixed use is in a higher density and it's like the dirt's so expensive, you want to build up, not out. So I'm curious, like what it even looks like.
Yeah, so I'll give one example just off the top of my head. In Town Center West, there was a applicant seeking to, there's commercial businesses, industrial type R&D businesses. They wanted to have a residential component alongside of those, but not necessarily having commercial on the same exact property. So they were even looking within sort of a planned development area that you might have a hotel and residential mixed use type, that correlate together, but don't necessarily stack on top of one another.
That was, all right. Thanks.
All right, Commissioner Williams.
I have so many questions and you'll be very tired of hearing those from me over the next, between now and October 31st for sure. But thank you so much for what you presented so far. I think it's been very illuminating. Couple of questions. First question, actually a statement, is that I believe District 2 and District 4 have all 4 of the architectural zone types in our area. And because of that, I know, speaking for me personally, public outreach is part of the thing I like to do as a commissioner. So to the degree that I can get personally involved in any further outreach you do with the public in all those 4 zones, I would greatly appreciate that opportunity. So I can actually have that knowledge as I consider these things further. Secondly is a matter of timing. We're all aware that we have a number of other proposals in front of us between now and the end of the year. Some of them involve multi-user housing. Some of them include a mixed use proposals. Given that, do we look at this thing in isolation and not consider those proposals that we're going to be concurrently looking at, or do we somehow organize our thought processes and our agenda going forward through the rest of the year in such a way that we, for lack of a better term, push those kind of developments back until we have a firm understanding of where we're going with this particular proposal?
Yeah, I can speak to that. Unfortunately, the zoning ordinance has a section that speaks to, where it applies, the applicability of it. And if a project has been deemed to be complete for processing, any new ordinances don't apply. And so unfortunately for some of those projects that have been deemed complete, we will not be able to utilize these standards against those projects. Now, in both of those, or many of those instances, they have their own specific plans. So the slide that we discussed about them having their own architectural stylings within their own specific plan will probably apply. But again, there's a section of the zoning ordinance that speaks to applicability. And so if it's been deemed complete, which many of those projects have, it would not apply to them. However, one of our goals is to get in front of the next project that comes down the line. So that is why I think the emphasis on trying to get this done in a expedited fashion, so that for the next projects that do come, we're in a better place than we are now.
I'll make my next point really quickly. Since you mentioned Pacific plans, right now, District 2 has 5 Pacific plans in various forms and in various stages that are before us. Quick calculation, we're talking about 11,000 new rooftops, 40,000 new people in District 2. And so the timing of this particular design criteria is, I think, very, very critical. And so I'm going to be very mindful of how these Pacific Plan proposals play into this as we move forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Boger.
Thank you. Okay, I have 2 questions. I'll keep it pretty concise here. You said specific plan and plan development objective standards are going to prevail over these objective standards, correct?
Yeah, for projects that are already approved, we're not sort of circumventing their approvals, right? So
okay, but so say we have new discretionary specific plans that come in and they're required by the state to do objective standards. Is that correct? I'm concerned about, or my question is regarding if there's an affordable housing by right that goes into a specific plan or plan development that's already approved, and their objective standards put in a cost layer that is cost prohibitive for that project. Does the state actually have language or some type of, does the state come into play to see that objective standards hold to a certain cost level? I understand you guys are mindful of that just on your own, which I think there's a lot of people who appreciate that, but just wondering where the state comes into play when it's under a specific plan or plan development.
that's a good question. I think we might have to do a little bit of research so we give you a really crystal answer. But what the specific plan once adopted is, sort of relates similarly to the general plan, and so it's the guiding document for whatever that development is. specific plans can be done in a few different ways where they come in with their own architectural stylings and sort of design standards,
Mhm.
or they utilize the county's zoning
Yeah.
and design standards. And so it would depend on the example. But what I know you can't do, and I think some agencies are learning the hard way, is you can't create such strict regulations that you can't make affordable housing work. And so we're certainly mindful of that.
Well, that's my question. So that's probably just a gap in the state law at this point that'll probably come out soon. So just wanted to highlight that. Another question, this will be about process, either on the high end or the affordable side. I could see two scenarios where the objective standards don't work, particularly say you have a high-end commercial business that's got a very design forward or, you know, specific architect designed thing. They want to go outside of the standards. Is there a process for them to do that that doesn't bump them to a completely conditional use CUP process? Will there be a process where they can have a discretionary process for the design aspect only and not the rest? And then on the lower end, under the affordable housing piece, I know a lot of the affordable developers have pre-made plans already. It's part of their cost savings because they can just implement that wherever. If they have to go through the expense of tweaking them or redesigning them for our standards, is there a way for them to also go through a modified discretionary process to get some relief from our standards as long as their cookie cutter model that they already have invested in, you know, looks good and fits in enough, but maybe it's not exactly the pitch of the roof or the, you know, the step backs or whatever.
Let me answer the second one first, and then I might have to have Tom help me answer the other one. But related to one of the things that I should have mentioned that I didn't when we're talking about affordable housing is, you know, a lot of the programs allow for exceptions when you're producing affordable housing. And so while we have these objective design standards, they might ask for concessions to allow for some sort of deviation from a design. And we'll have to consider that against, you know, and so the state law does allow some of those activities to happen. And so we will have to be, although we're trying to create a very sort of rigid program, we will have to be, you know, when those requests come in, we'll have to evaluate those and take, you know, the merit of the project over the request for the concession. Related to the first question.
If it's a higher end, say it's a higher end, very design forward thing that they want to do something very signature.
Well, I think
Can they
at this
not go
point
through
in
a
time, the
CUP process?
documents we've brought forward don't necessarily have it. But that's certainly if your commission and the board want to put in a relief valve that gives, you know, for exception, because I know there can be some creative designs, and we're not design professionals, right? We're taking the best information that we have and that we've been able to obtain to this point, and so we don't want to, you know, stifle or whatever, you know, those types of things. I think that would be something we could certainly consider.
I think the primary question there was, does it go, I understand that it needs to then go to a CUP or discretionary process, but will that be limited to the design question? Or then do they now have to go into full blown discretionary for every aspect of there?
Discretionary is discretionary is discretionary. Right? So there is no full blown versus less than. These would be typically under design review. There is some opportunity if you're doing a plan development as an example that you can fold the design review component into that, because you don't necessarily have to do both. But yeah, it would be a discretionary design review with now as you look to make more things objective. And one of the questions we had in that, you know, the topics to discuss is, do we want to apply this so that every single, you know, lot that has a commercial or, you know, commercial lot right now has to go through a design review, or do we make some other, or do they only have to apply the exact design standards and only those that have design review overlay? So that's one of those pieces we've got to figure out. We're looking for feedback to try to help us understand where the commission and the board want us to land.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Frega.
Yeah, I just have a couple. First, is when you were referring to sidewalks with the 8-foot width, all right? When I'm reviewing the general plan and the recreation component, part of that refers to bike paths. With that 8-foot width in these design standards dovetail into the recreation component of the general plan for a dual use bike path?
So I think
Well,
I
you're talking
understand the
about the
question.
sidewalks.
And maybe that wasn't the greatest example of the 8-foot sidewalk. I don't know that that's the treatment that was an example of a, you know, a measurable design standard, but related to bike paths and those things, that's when we're looking at projects, we reach out to our partners in DOT, and they have some very specific standards for different types of, you know, class 1, class 2 separated bike. So we would reach out to them to try to understand that. But I think I think when we referenced the 8 feet there, it was really just to use as an example. So I don't know that that's a requirement you were exactly.
But the design standards, where I'm trying to get at is design standards would dovetail into the other components of the general plan so that whatever these design standards are would be compatible with the other components.
Correct. So the intent of this is a code is to focus on site planning and architectural design. This is not to supersede other sections of county code. So you'll notice, especially in the first document, the state streamlining projects standards for those does refer out to existing county code, especially with items like bike paths, road frontages.
Or dual use bike paths.
Correct. So the site planning requirements in existing county codes, such as lighting, landscaping, unless this is different, will still apply. And so in an interim, these two sets of standards just look to focus on the site planning and the building design pieces. But we're not intending to supersede or overrule the other existing codes or even general plan guidance.
You just brought up two things that just triggered something else that I was going to ask about. When you talk about site planning, in these documents, you mentioned that parking is going to be screened. Has anyone ever considered where snow storage is going to be and if that's going to be screened in some regard? Because when you get into the higher elevations, snow storage is an important factor on site planning. So it might be
I
something you
don't
might
believe
want to
we
look at.
address, it's a very good comment. I don't believe we address, do we have?
I don't believe.
No, snow storage. I know that our partners up in Tahoe deal with it a lot
Well,
more than we do,
strawberry.
But no, absolutely. Some of those rural centers in the higher elevations, that'll be a consideration. So we can look to see how we can maybe integrate that. And going back to your previous point, we do have other standards like the Design Improvement Standards Manual and others that have typical design standards for certain types of facilities that aren't necessarily on site. And so that's one of those examples where we would look to.
Hey, Tom, you also mentioned lighting. And this is something that years ago we dealt with up at the lake, where we were dealing with light pollution. In the design standards, is there going to be something addressed? Because many areas of the county, we have phenomenal and stunning views of the sky, you know, at night. And is there anything in these design standards that you've addressed or may want to address about downlighting in order to preserve those stunning views that we have?
So this effort is to create some objective design standards because we didn't have many, but the few that we did have were related to parking, landscaping, and lighting. And so we have a section of the zoning ordinance that speaks to the lighting ordinance, and then it points you in the direction of a standard and guideline for lighting specifically. And so it requires full cutoff, directed downward, you know, no lighting spilling on neighboring properties, and all those pieces I think we're looking for. And that, you know, that night sky piece is all in that already in those standards. So we're not applying them to this because it will work with those existing standards we already have.
Okay. And then just a quick comment from Commissioner Reinhardt. He was mentioning mixed use. If you refer to, there's a development near Denver called Stapleton, where they did some projects. If you have some time, you might want to take a look at that, where they dealt with single family units above retail commercial, and they did a really nice job.
I just had a quick follow-up on because I think it might have answered my question. I was looking at some stuff online. So it's town center basically, because I think the vertical horizontal terminology messed me up. It doesn't actually have to do with height. It's like the use on top of each other. So like town center actually is already a horizontal, because like one whole building set is all commercial, and then one whole building set is a hotel, and is that fair?
I think you
Yeah.
can consider that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
The other question I have is, once the design standards are finalized, will the new design standards be triggered by a major remodel?
The short answer is yes. We do provide a standard of 50%, I believe, in both documents. And so that's another item that we could definitely have more discussions about. Again, we're not architects, but the thought was if more than 50% of any particular building, so that we don't end up with single buildings that have multiple designs, if 50% of any single building or more undergoes a remodel, then that building would have to completely meet the new standards and guidelines for where it sits in the county and what it's used for. Anything under 50% for a smaller scale remodel under 50%, then the entire building would need to be reverted back to its original style, kept in its original style. So you wouldn't have an effective half and half.
Yeah, I think I'm done.
Yeah,
All right.
and we, 50% was our best guess based on things we were looking at. But certainly, you could go a lot of different ways. We had a lot of conversations about what the right mix is, and we didn't want to end up, like Tom said, with a building that has two looks to it,
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Frege. I just want to start my time by thanking the members of the public who came out to participate today. It's really important that we get good public feedback on this. So please, invite your friends, your neighbors to review these draft standards and let us know what you think. These aren't design standards for, everyone sitting up here. These are the community's design standards. And, while we're trying to get to objective standards, of course, that process is somewhat subjective in nature as far as what we want our communities to look like. So I really do value that input, and it was really helpful in reviewing this to be able to refer back to the Shingle Springs Community Alliance work that they did back in 2013 in the survey, because I have to be honest, I'm not a very, design is not one of my main skill sets. So I was able to look at those and say, okay, those are things that our community really appreciates, and then match them up to the draft. So thank you. And again, I hope we can get some more input from other communities as well as part of this process. My first question is, so do the architectural style standards, do those apply to ministerial commercial buildings? I was a little bit confused. So there's, ministerial projects that aren't necessarily subject to those state streamlining laws. Let's say a commercial building on a commercial parcel. Do those have to incorporate the style direction?
I think, and Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, the intent is that, well, there's two different ways to go, right? We either allow still some being ministerial and some having design review overlay, or we apply it to all the parcels, but in the instance where we didn't apply design review, discretionary review to all of those parcels, the standards would still apply to those ministerial, but the push to the stylings and the guidelines, would be a little tougher to get to. And our discretionary process lends itself a little bit better to that.
Okay, so we would have to turn those, maybe some projects that are currently ministerial would have to become a discretionary project in order to carry those out. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, it depends. If we're saying projects that are already in the house, I spoke about the sort of the completeness, but
right, not the ones that we've already got now, but in the future.
The unintended or the intended consequence would be that we then discretionalize every commercial, review in the rural centers and the community regions. And so that's really one of the comments that we need as a policy level decision. We're looking for some feedback. Is that where we want to go? Where in this interim stage until we've gone into communities and gotten their feedback and know what they want specifically, do we want to put that level of discretion over the top for now? Or do we want to, keep a mix where if you don't have it now, you're only subject to these standards, but if you do have design review or PD or what have you, then we can push harder for the style.
Yeah. So a couple other comments. So on the mill agrarian style, I think a really good example of that is in the Community Alliance example number 33. They have an example of a multifamily building that scored pretty well, and it's red. One of the things I was noticing in the examples that were in the document is they were kind of a gray tone, and that didn't really capture, at least to me, what I was thinking the intent was there. So you may want to take a look at that. Another idea is, as you have those example in there, and you did them on a couple of them, but kind of notating where the design features are in the example, so it's clear, kind of this is how it applies in this situation. And then just again, another general comment, I think it is possible to have projects that are too busy and have too much variability. Example 36 on the Community Alliance survey has an apartment project, I think from Rancho Cordova, that just has colors all over the place and lots of different roof styles. And so I think it is important to note that there is such a thing also is too much variability, maybe in a building. And then my last question, actually, Commissioner Frega kind of already touched on some of this, but I did notice that there are some snow related requirements specifically related to like roof pitch and roof shed. Do those apply countywide or just at specific zones?
Well, for example, in the scheme, if you will, overall plan of architectural design zones, the mountain architectural design zone is actually a function of the snow load. That's part of the reason for why the style looks unique as it does.
Right.
So that automatically incorporates some of the angles, not the whole snow load design process, but some of the roof designs and angles to accommodate snow load. Not to say the other designs like Gold Rush couldn't also do the same. But that's kind of what the mountain or lodge style was partly to do.
And I just bring it because I think in some of our existing standards, we say, at a certain elevation threshold, those kick in. And I don't know if that's something we'd want to look at here.
Well, and just to speak to that, I mean, building code, of course, has those prescriptive requirements already on the books. So these design requirements would still need to be integrated into those. I have not seen any conflict. But yes, snow load and snow shedding would be part of the building permit process anyway.
Right. Okay.
And we can look into that as we look into the snow storage pieces. I also wanted to add, and we hope to get this done, but we are attempting to, we're considering a glossary that has, it's sort of a visual glossary. So we're talking about,
that would be
talking
great.
about terms. We're not there yet, but where you could speak to a specific term and have a presentation of what that might look like, and that might, go for multiple stylings.
That would be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah,
So
perfect.
with that, that's all I have. We have about 3.5 minutes left. So if anybody has a burning question, I heard Commissioner Frega first, so I'm going to go with him.
Real quick, when you're referring to multifamily, the ADUs coming into that, additional.
Not necessarily, and I don't believe that we don't do architectural review on the ADUs at this.
All right. Commissioner Reinhardt?
I just had a comment about the all or nothing commercial element. Like, as a development person, the ministerial process is like a magical carrot. And so I would say, like, if someone maybe just giving the applicants the option to opt into discretionary, I think most of the time they probably wouldn't want to do that. But if they have some really compelling reason to go outside the process, or they have this really cool project that they want to do that they think maybe the community would like, but it won't fit in the box, then it gives them the option. I think that might be a good way to do it.
All right.
Yeah, and I think one of our goals was to, bring the community's input into the streamlined standards, particularly so that we do, if we get to a point where we don't have discretion and we can't get to a discretionary point, we still hopefully are capturing some of those community visions.
All right. Commissioner Boger?
I'll be super fast at dovetailing on the potential of turning discretionary ministerial commercial zone parcels into being subject to this on the community outreach piece. I would have you guys reached out specifically to the business community and economic development to organize those stakeholders, because if you're turning ministerial into potential semi-discretionary, there might be an impact there. So just
we have reached out to like the Building Industry Association and others. I don't certainly Econ Dev is in our shop, so they're in the discussion.
I mean the businesses who would be investing in building these buildings themselves. So just
No, understood.
yeah,
And
yeah.
that's why one of the concerns we have is which way we as a community, as, you know, does the board want us to go? Because it's certainly, you know, we don't take it lightly that we would be adding process and costs and other things to those.
All right. With that, with a minute to spare, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Thomas.
Well done. My goodness, fabulous. Oh, pressure's on board. All right. Well, Lori, Supervisor Parlin, pardon me, since this has been your baby, why don't you start us off?
Right. Okay. I was kind of hoping, but I was kind of like, oh, are you guys ready? So first of all, guess what? We've been doing this for over a decade and I still get goosebumps that we're actually gonna get this done. So with that, Karen, next time we do a project background though, can you fill it out better? Because we started this at the board's direction, I think back in 2011 is my recollection. It was kind of part of the ROI with the TGPA ZOU and all that stuff. And it was very specific direction, CDAC at the time.
Is that English?
Yeah. But they actually were in charge of pulling in all the communities. The board allocated some funding. I mean, this was very board directed to the communities to do this. So I want to make it clear because the way that you presented it, it sounded like Shingle Springs went crazy as a grassroots group. And we were working at the direction of the board. And we actually in 2012 or 13 presented our progress on what they asked us to do at the board. So I want to make it really clear that we were just, you know, in my mind, fulfilling the board's direction as a community group. And then the oomph ran out after a while. So, but we never stopped pushing for it because we were constantly reminded, as the Cameron Park Design Review Committee said this morning, you know, good design brings good economics. And we were always told healthy communities. And I will say when Shingle Springs was out there doing its community stuff, the community kept saying, why are we such an ugly hodgepodge, you know? And so I'm like, I know, I'm trying. So we're still excited. We're still trying to get this done. So I think if we could flesh that out better, it'd be nice. The zones are a little concerning to me. Georgetown, I'm not sure fits the mountain one, even though it's a high elevation. And Founder's Day is this Sunday, you guys, if you want to go have some fun, go look at the buildings. And I'm pretty sure it doesn't fit mountain. I think it's mostly the Gold Rush, maybe a little railroad, but
I can tell you somebody, you know, that it
You
was
know.
different from Garden Valley. I was struggling. But
I
yeah,
know.
Understood.
yeah, I just can't, if they try to put an Alpine looking building in downtown Georgetown, I think people are gonna be upset. So just let's do that one really carefully. And then I was thinking about back to Commissioner Nevis's, Chair Nevis's comments about the Shingle Springs. We did do a survey and we put it was hilarious, you guys. We put up photos of really what we thought were nice looking buildings and what we thought were ugly, and then some in between. And we had the community come in and do a survey. And so that's available. And I think staff attached it to this. But the one building we left out, and I've always kicked myself ever since, was the old historic stone house that actually fell down in Shingle Springs. It's in photos all over the county. And I'm not sure though that as loved as that is, if it would fit in these designs. And I know Diamond Springs has several of those old historic stone buildings. And so we just want to make sure that we don't preclude someone from doing a building that looks like that, because people love them and they're sad that they're falling down. So there was a note I'm trying to go fast and I won't be able to, you guys know me, but there's a note in one of my margins on one of my documents that talked about fencing as a whole. And I think it came from the board's discussion the other day about wildlife fencing. So I do think that it's an opportunity to perhaps incorporate that somehow, to make sure that we don't have spiked fencing, especially that's where deer get, so I think this is an opportunity to incorporate that wildlife friendly fencing into all of this. Has anyone that's actually a design architect, professional building kind of person looked at these yet? Like,
I don't believe we've received those type of comments yet.
okay.
We're certainly encouraging, we
Okay.
want that, you know.
Can we reach out to someone and just say, guys, because I'm concern when I read it. I go, oh yeah, this looks great. But is it, is it real? I don't know. I don't build buildings. I like to look at them. And I understand, everybody knows what they like and don't like. I'm going to go through the docs really as fast as I can because, try to go through them with a fine tooth comb.
And our staff did encourage all of us to send in written comments too,
didn't.
if we, well, no,
I just
no,
read
no,
them
from now on.
yesterday.
Still
No,
can.
no, between
Please.
now and
Do you
and
guys want
next
to
week.
know or not?
No, I think that's good, but if you don't,
Okay.
if we don't get to all the nitty gritty details, I would
Yeah.
encourage all of us to send written comments to
Okay.
staff.
Well, maybe I'll cover them all.
And one point I wanted to make was, for the stylings and those pieces, we were working with a design professional that, was bringing some of those to light. We had, of course, gotten through that whole exercise, but certainly,
Yeah.
staff that we have aren't design professionals
I'm
either.
just thinking
and
if
so-
there's someone in our county that's a builder that, would be familiar and look at these and go, oh my gosh, you guys, you missed the mark on this, or somebody like that. Tom?
Well, again, Tom Purcell, Long Range Planning. We did solicit the building and architectural industry. So I'd also like to see, we hope that there are folks
Oh, that would be
waiting in the
great.
wings that could provide public comments. To date, I've only received one public comment in
Right.
this new email inbox. And I think it's because the date of the workshop it was fast approaching and folks may
Yeah.
not have known what they don't know. And so I'm hoping today that we will get some additional input from the industry itself.
Okay. I hope so too. I really want these to be workable. It's really nice that, and going back when this all started, the whole thing, they were saying it over and over and over in the hallways is, we don't want our developers, our development community that's building these buildings to have to guess what communities want, because it costs them more in the long run if they have to go through these long, contentious processes. So the thought was, let's put it down, make it really clear, and honestly, it streamlines things for if you're trying to build. So that was what we were told back then is why these are so important. It's supposed to be easier for people to build. I'm really quick though. I'm on this smaller document. On page 8, there's just a funny typo. It says 15% and then there's a 50. So I don't know, just pointing that out. And then, so on that same document, page 9, letter F, common amenities, it scrolls down, goes into letters. Next page, on page 10, then there's a number 4, which is supposed to be number 5, but it's about children's playgrounds. And because it's bulleted out, it's like one of the required, the way it reads is it's required, but what if this is 100% senior facility? Do we want to require children's playgrounds? So I just, went, and yeah, grandchildren, but does it have to be required? And then I like, this is one. So on page 12, the figure 2.5-2, that diagram there, the long one on the top, that one just it shows things so nicely and how things are laid out and how we're supposed to break stuff up. But then the very nice next diagram makes me cringe, and I mean cringe. And it's because of those funky roof lines that have been actually debated on existing projects in the county. And so I had to go look them up. They're called shed, lean-to, and then I saw skillion, I don't know. But I would really ask that we don't include those. And I can't tell when I read this document because it's so technical, are those even allowed? But I noticed in another drawing, like you can have a lean-to that actually leans into another roof line, and that's a very normal thing to do and looks natural. But when you have this lean-to roof and it doesn't connect to anything, they're just not attractive. And I don't think they fit our county anywhere. So if we could take a look at that, and if that diagram is trying to show something else, maybe get a better one that doesn't use those awful roofs. Does that make sense?
Yeah, understood. Yeah, it's intended to show massing breaks and
Okay.
So it wasn't intended to talk about the roofs, but point taken.
Does that, okay. Are those kind of roofs allowed in these? Do you know, Rob or Tom? Because I like to make sure that they don't accidentally leak in unless the board likes them. But I've seen them be contentious in projects and taken out.
we'll go through and verify and we'll make sure. that
Okay,
everybody
yeah,
knows.
I couldn't tell when I read the standards. And then moving to the other documents, I'm going really fast, you guys. Thank you for fixing the map, by the way. That was fun. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm losing my mind where the maps are. I think that just generally speaking, some of the photos, and I love photos, and I know you guys are on a tight timeline, but I think some of the photos don't really show what you're trying to talk about in that section.
And
So
I can speak to that.
I-
We intend to try to bring better photos to the table and better exhibits if we can find them.
Okay.
You know, we can't necessarily create some of those exhibits ourselves.
Yeah.
And so we were trying to find good, examples, but we are certainly even asking anybody on staff and others, if you have a building you like or it meets one of
And
our
us.
things.
Yeah,
staff to
I
look at
think we
these
probably
too,
have a ton.
to take in, and so it was just really some placeholders to try to fully develop that as we move forward.
Perfect. I really appreciate
That was going to be one
that.
of my questions too. So I encourage all of us, if we have good
Yeah.
examples for these, send them to our staff so they don't have to.
Because it was really funny.
Deal with that.
I think
Look it up.
Supervisor Thomas in the hallway said something about, oh my God, that building in Diamond Springs. And I just happened to drive through Diamond Springs yesterday on the way taking my mom to a doctor appointment. And I went, oh my God, there's the building she was talking about. But right next door is the Diamond Springs Hotel, which is lovely and everybody likes it. So I'm just saying, okay, so everybody know they're gonna fix the photos. That's a good thing.
And we'll help them.
We can and we will. So
And so
then,
if staff can just come in, so staff are encouraging, as long as you don't have large file size, then it might need to be broken into multiple emails.
Mhm.
Go ahead and you can send those to the EDC Design Standards email inbox as well, so that we do have a
Okay.
central clearinghouse. If
Okay.
they're large files, you can even put it in a zip file and put it in there, whatever. We'll find a way to open it. But I'd recommend that all the photos be placed there, so we have a consistent place to look.
oh, that's a good idea. And thank you for, and I know you guys were trying to do this quickly, so I was kind of hoping you would say that.
That goes to folks commenting on the, hey, this would be a great example of that thing. We'll consider if someone just directs us to a building they like, or the community likes this building versus that. I mean, we have the Shingle Springs, but we certainly want to do better and try to incorporate things that are
Absolutely.
more localized if we can.
Okay, very good. And then I'm not sure if this speaks to Commissioner Nevis's comment about, so I'm on page 57 of the bigger document, and there's exterior wall elements, and letter B there just says wall color, there shall be a minimum of one wall color. I mean, that's so vague. Were we trying to get a palette of colors there? Because some of the other descriptions have a palette of colors. So I didn't understand. Did we just not finish this one?
Yeah, Tom Purcell, Long Range Planning. This was for the agrarian style.
Uh-huh.
And so in the example we use, it is typically single material siding, and that is the style for the architect to have single style, single color wood siding, or single style, single color metal.
Okay.
But we can always look at that. We're not architects.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can look, I see what you mean. A minimum of one wall, it doesn't say much, right?
It
So,
doesn't say,
understood.
well, and plus the photos, as we just pointed out, like I wouldn't want an agrarian building to be that light gray color, because, we have better examples that are more like the rustic red, a barn, agrarian kind of thing, or, yeah, so, that's just where we went. And then there's so I don't know how to help with this one, but throughout the document, there's this reference to primary color. And first glance at it, I went, what? You want primary colors on buildings? And so I didn't know if we should change it to like a main color or a theme color or something, but it just, the way it reads, unless you want to put a definition somewhere. But that wasn't in the definitions too. And I don't want to see bright primary color crayon buildings. And I think that I flipped through here and did as much as I could. And another one, color. Colors are critical. But I just want to say thank you guys. I love the articulation. I love how things are not going to be no more monolithic buildings. Those are terrible. So good stuff. And I'll send in more if I have them.
Excellent. Thank you. Supervisor Lane.
Thank you. I have a general question, and that is, we had Cameron Park Design Review Committee come before us today, and we have a Pollock Pines Design Review Committee. How are those review committees going to be utilized if we go to the standards and the guidelines? Are they still going to be involved, or are they kind of getting superseded in this process?
In the interim, I think they'll still be involved. The zoning ordinance right now speaks to, at some point, when you get standards in place, that you make things ministerial. We don't feel like in an interim step that we're all the way there, right? And at least on outside of the streamlining provisions. What they might be doing is looking more at these standards to see if they think those buildings, if they agree with staff that they meet those standards or if they don't. But right now, I don't necessarily know. I mean, those are board appointed committees with a charge that you all give them. And so as we move forward in this process and get into those communities specifically, we'll probably have to figure out what the right role is for them. I don't know exactly where we land right now on that, to be honest. But some of those committees are community advisory committees like Diamond Springs, El Dorado, versus design review committees that have a charge very specific in the zoning ordinance. And so we'll have to figure out how to make that work. But in the interim, anything that is a design review project, we're still sending to them, even, for their review and their consideration, and they can make comments to us. But sometimes, particularly with the streamlined, we're going to have our hands tied a little bit on those pieces.
Thank you.
It's definitely something we're trying to consider and figure out the right fit for.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to specify, we have county property and we're looking in different things we can put, but we have these micro communities that are popping up all over the place, especially in Oregon and Washington and stuff. And basically the designs of them are similar to the Shingle Spring Railroad Depot, and basically look like old type, towns is what they do. The houses do, which are really cute is what they are. And I think I sent some of that stuff to you, Karen. Didn't you get some of that stuff? So anyway, I would like us to look at that, especially when it comes to where these rural centers are, especially in Fairplay and some of the things where we could put some of these small communities in to help our senior population and affordable housing, something to look into. One of the other things that Lori and I visited up there at Columbus County, and they're talking about these cross-laminated lumber. And basically these are fire hardened homes is what they are, which will qualify with lower insurance costs. And I think that's something we need to look into too. Now, Sierra Institute is going to do a presentation next week on the 24th. I think it's 11 a.m. time certain. Yeah. And it's something we could look into because they already have 3 designs on these houses. And people could go in and pick what they want. But also, it's 2.5 hours. It gives the home 2.5 hours before it's completely engulfed. So that gives time for these fire departments to be able to put these houses out. So they've done a great job is what they've done. And it's something we can look in, especially in our mountain communities. And, right out there, maybe possibly even Georgetown or in Fairplay and some of those areas there, especially with the high fire risk areas. So something we could look into. And the micro communities, I think, would be a great thing. So we need to look into that. Okay.
And I can see that. So are you saying that these micro communities, you see similarities or what they would fit within the proposed design guidelines here in the styles?
Yeah.
That because I'm looking into those communities would be outside of the design review guidelines, but you see that there's applicability
yes,
within the styles that are proposed.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, great.
Fit
Thank
in
you.
the areas that we need. So.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I have several comments. Going back to the history of this, I would refer staff to the August 27, 2013 Board of Supervisors meeting. The main topic was land use policy and programmatic update, referred to as LUPU. It was all associated with the targeted general plan amendment and zoning ordinance update. But the El Dorado Hills Area Planning Advisory Committee, at the time I was the chairman of that, submitted a letter related to all of this on design standards. So it wasn't started after that. The CDAC group really made people aware of what was going on. It's the first time I'd met Supervisor Rinaldi, in fact, before he became a supervisor. And all of these things about LUPU, we're talking about each individual community will have an opportunity to define their own design standards. And here's the roadmap to do that. All of those things were presented. And then it kind of drifted away and drifted away. So again, historically, I think we can add something to the history of how this all got started, but it goes back well over a decade. So yes.
Yeah, and we could take some responsibility for that. We sort of started with the contract for the project. And so, staff can certainly try to look back and use our judgment on, because there's a lot of, we're talking LUPU and TGPA ZOU, we could be talking many different meetings.
Exactly.
So we want to find the right mix where we're giving people the history, so we can certainly look as we bring, future Legistar items forward, that we do a better job of connecting to some of these meetings that you all have brought to.
Just some recommendation. Page 7, section 3, multifamily residential development. One of the biggest eye openers I had was a publication that came out called Missing Middle Housing. It was published in 2020, and they describe in there several forms of housing that I think need to be part of this document, because it does describe things that are very, very important to us. It includes detached single-family homes, duplex, triplex, fourplex, courtyard apartment, bungalow court, townhouse, multiplex, live work, a lot of different definitions that came from a broad spectrum of people across the United States that came into this in terms of defining what can be done with respect to affordable housing, i.e. workforce housing, right?
Yeah.
So those are something that we need to understand more about when we look at things like multifamily, because they can be single-family detached homes. They don't have to be all multifamily like an apartment complex, right? There are different concepts, cottage homes. We need to make sure that we understand the diversity of that kind of housing that's prevalent across the United States, maybe not in our area, but to understand it. So I think that would help if we could add something in section 7, if nothing else, a reference to that document, but to describe some of the forms of multifamily housing that are more current versions as opposed to just a high-rise apartment complex. The other thing I think that is important is when we look into the architectural styles perspective, I think there can be a lot of things added to that. For instance, Town Center has its own architectural style. They have a set CC&Rs. They have design standards. I would not want to try to circumvent what's there, but it needs to be blended in terms of that type of a style of construction. Likewise, the Eldorado Business Park has CC&Rs. They have their styles that everybody has to adhere to. We need to honor and respect those in integrating that consideration into these design standards. The other one I'd like to see us look at real hard is Town and Country Village, because again, I think that's another style based upon the Ahwahnee Hotel that is going to be very, very appealing to a lot of people in the El Dorado Hills area once they get better visibility of what it is. So those kinds of styles, I think, need to be included in here somewhere that present a more modern, but yet a historical perspective of modern construction, because that I think is something that we would all, appreciate seeing in our community. So those are my recommendations, that we add some of those things here. There's a lot of work to be done here. Thanks for putting this all together. It was a yeoman's job to get it to this point. And now we're kind of in let's get it implemented as an interim, recognizing it's going to take a lot more work after that. But kudos for all the work you put into this in a short period of time.
Yeah, I'd just like to piggyback on that. The board directed this work. We had a very tight time frame for you to accomplish this, and you've done it. And so we'd just really like to, commend, Karen and Tom and Rob and Anna and Thea and everyone else on the team for taking our direction, probably putting things aside and getting these done. And the fact that you did these yourself is very impressive. Thank you for that, because the board was concerned if we were having consultants work on more of the customized design standards and we were doing this interim standards, we didn't see a path for how they were integrating. And I love that you've brought these to the table for us to adopt, and then you can use these as a launching pad for the customization in each of our communities, which, as you say, are so important to each of our individual communities. So just really well done. And here in El Dorado County, none of us want to be anywhere USA. We're very proud of this place we call home. And yet as a state takes more and more discretion away from local governments, it was really important for all of us to make sure that these projects that are needed in our communities also reflect and enhance the community character that's already there. So that's the purpose of these interim design standards. And I think I was very impressed with these documents. I think that personally, we don't need to tweak these interim documents all that much. Add some better examples perhaps that we can all help with, but get these implemented and then get to work on the larger scale of customizing them with the individual communities. And I think everyone's comments here today have kind of reflected that path. The only thing that was a glaring comment to me in this is I'd like us to consider whether we're outlawing vinyl windows. I think that concerns me. It seems that vinyl windows are prohibited in both of these.
Yeah, I didn't understand.
Yeah, and
that.
I don't see, they're an important part of an affordable project. And I've seen really cute vinyl windows in really
yeah,
beautiful houses. So I would look at maybe taking out that prohibition for the sake of affordability. too.
Was there a reason, do you know, or was there, if there was a reason, we'd like to know, I
Right.
guess,
I
but.
think a lot of it is just in terms of fire.
I think fire
There's a lot of
standards,
it. Yeah.
vinyl is very
Fire standards,
flammable,
yeah.
so metal
Well,
isn't.
So we need to look
Maybe
into
look
that.
at that.
But it's the
we could-
framing, it's not the window itself. Obviously, it's vinyl framed windows per se.
Right, so, yeah,
Okay.
that was the only thing that really stood out, other than comments that
We'll
people have already
certainly
made.
look into that. I don't know the genesis of that.
Yeah.
Again, we're using a lot of different sources, so
Sure.
we can look into that.
I just think you did an amazing job in an incredible time frame. So just really like to commend you for this work.
I appreciate that. And if I may, I'd like to thank, members from the county council's office, the CAO's office, our administrative team. We've had a lot of folks, on full court press and,
Yes, you have.
and bending rules and, asking for favors. And so everybody has accommodated that.
Yeah.
And so anyways, we're thankful for those folks.
Yeah, well, we acknowledge that. Well done. So with that, I'd love to take public comment. Does that work for you, Chair Dennis?
Absolutely.
All right, let's, like you say, this is just the beginning of our outreach to the public, and we are excited to hear what you have to say. So Kim, go ahead and open up public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 17. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board and the planning commission. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, members of the Planning Commission. My name is David Spar. I live at 3012 Aberdeen Lane in El Dorado Hills. I'd like to compliment the staff for doing an excellent job and consultant Mentier on putting this together. I must say, I have to share my displeasure. I'm an advocate of local control. I don't like the state coming in and legislating how you're going to zone and how you're going to do land use. I'm really opposed to that. Having said that, I'm an advocate of affordable housing. Being a housing director in another county, I built some and wasn't allowed to build some affordable housing. So bringing more into the county will be a good thing. How it's done does concern me. I don't think I would like to see by right in commercial zones and industrial zone housing come in and we lose a commercial building or industrial building in district number 2 to affordable housing. And in districts 3, 4, and 5, we see a motel converted to affordable housing by right because it's in a commercial zone and you lose that TOT. We lose visitor and we lose a place for our firemen and firewomen to stay when they're working here, putting out fires. So I have some concern on the state stepping in with a very strong hand. And there could be unintended consequences of a developer or landowner using this to their advantage, and it ends up disadvantaging the county and the rules and the guidelines we want to adopt and put in place. So I'd like to participate and assist in this further, but I would just like to bear some caution here on how this could be used to create ghetto style zoning in a lot of the county that you don't suspect could happen in a commercial zone or a strip commercial zone where Kmart goes out and affordable housing comes in by right. It's allowed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate you being with us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board and commissioners, staff. I'm Maureen Dion Perry and I'm with Housing El Dorado. And much of this design standards and report was far beyond my day-to-day knowledge. And I thank you for a really comprehensive and thoughtful set of design standards with the attention to affordable housing. I would like to echo Lexi's comments and concerns about the design standards not increasing the cost of affordable housing. And I think we need to be very aware of that and address that specifically in the standards. One thing that jumped out at me, which is a small little point, but do we really want turquoise, yellow, pink, and purple?
Right. I did wonder about that. Yeah. Yeah.
I thought that color just was like, really? I didn't think that was a very tasteful set of colors to point out that would be allowed on the outside of buildings. So I also think that you all know that we are not producing the level of affordable housing that we need, and even middle housing that we need. So that I do feel that we need to not just have these design standards, but pay especially good attention to how we develop more affordable housing according to the standards that are in place, because we're just not doing it. And we're allowing developers to get away with not doing it. And I think the time has come for all of you to hold the developers accountable to, I don't know who's going to hold them accountable to design standards, I guess the approval process, but also to the inclusion of affordable housing in developments that we are doing. We're long overdue for some real strong attention in that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Appreciate your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, commissioners and supervisors and chair. My name is Giovanni Ottolini. I lived on Forney Road for the last 5 years. More importantly, I'm a field rep for Carpenters Local 46 out of Sacramento, and I represent hundreds of hardworking blue-collar families here in El Dorado County. And I'm here to speak tonight on labor standards regarding the design standards. I'd like to ask for language to be added to the design standards to give us more access to prevailing wage projects. We have a couple that are going on in the county right now, and unfortunately, they're being built by unrepresented workers. And when we try to go to these projects to talk to these unrepresented workers to make sure that they're getting the prevailing wage that the law requires, we're receiving hostility and intimidation, threats of the police being called, and threats of arrest. So we would like to ask that those are unrepresented workers have a voice at the table when we're doing these design standards, so that we can better have access to the workers on their place of the job site without fear of intimidation, and make sure that they are getting the prevailing wage that the law requires. The California Labor Commissioner just allocated $18 million to prosecute wage theft violations. And if you don't know what wage theft violations are, it's when it's a prevailing wage project and the subs and the general contractors agree to the prevailing wage requirement, but yet that prevailing wage never makes it to the worker. They intercept the money and pay them whatever, sometimes it's a near minimum wage, and then pocket the rest of the money that was meant for that worker. So the commissioners allocated the money for the prosecution. Unfortunately, the investigation side of it is almost non-existent, and it's left up to field representatives like us to go out and talk to these workers and find out where these cases are. And a lot of these cases that we find are immigrants or English learners that aren't even aware of what prevailing wage is or what their rights are, what they're entitled to. And if they do, they're often threatened with deportation or other despicable tactics. So I would just like to ask for the workers be kept in mind when we're drafting up our design standards. I know it's labor standards in lieu of the design standards, but please don't forget the unrepresented workers that are building our communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Ron Reagan, and I'm involved with Bob Goodwin, and I'm in Diamond Springs LLC. We're developing assisted living and senior housing. It's located on Panther Lane and so on. We're getting ready to resubmit. We unfortunately had a problem that we got a approval about 2008 or 9, we went through the unfortunate period of funding problems and so on. And the supervisors were good enough to give us extensions. However, our extensions ran out. And we had the permit and so on, and we couldn't proceed. So times are better now. I guess we're better off because I'm here. What I would like to do is see the interim, I forget the name, interim objective design standard. One of the things that's missing in there is there's a use permit requirement for assisted living. And we have a situation where the planning has to go through a process for the use permit. And then we also have to go through this other process. Again, I would like to see or request that similar to affordable housing, we're considered to be disaffordable, that we couldn't get a streamlining process. And the reason is because it's extremely difficult to put together a residential care facility for the elderly in the first place. The second place is that I don't think El Dorado County wishes to restrain it, but at the same time, it is restraining it because it's difficult to go through the process. What I would like, but I know that that's probably not possible, is that for us to be able to revisit our prior design, we were completed with DID, everything. If we could resubmit in an expedited process to allow us to submit that set of plans, although it'd have to be updated and so on. But rather than going through what we have dealt with the planning commission individually, is saying 18 months to 2 years before we will be able to complete it. Because as opposed to affordable, which you can streamline and as dictated by the state. So I don't want to make an enemy out of the planning commission, but I would like to request if you could assist us in maybe expediting. And I probably
Thank you very much.
appreciate you having to hear me.
Thank you for
And I
your
ran out of
comments.
time.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you so much. And our staff is taking notes. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Tim Costello, Shingle Springs. And wow, I don't know even what to say. So I want to thank the planning staff for proceeding with this project after all these years. And recognize that the end product, if indeed it needs to be done by the end of the year, it's not going to be perfect, right? And it's not going to please everyone. And I'm sure it'll be subject to criticism, but let's just get it done. 80-20 rule, you know, just, and then it's a starting point, right? And it's interim anyway, right? And so it'll be updated. So let's just get it done, which I know that was your marching orders. So thank you. And I haven't reviewed it in detail. I just looked at these documents today. But I do have a comment. It kind of echoes on Supervisor Parlin's and Andy's comment, Planning Commissioner Nevis's comment, that photos might help this. So as I read through these documents and these technical items discuss sizes and angles and things. So for a third party or someone to come in here, an owner or a developer, to read it, there might be a handful, but if you have photos, that would help. And I know you do in one of these documents. I'd recommend considering maybe an appendix and just send one of your staff members out for a day, and take photos of some of these buildings, and then just throw them in an appendix might be easier than embedding them in the text, just time saving. And then maybe even point out some things in the photos, like an arrow. I think this was maybe Commissioner Nevis's comment, that corresponds to one of the requirements in the standard, so that the reader can say, okay, first of all, the reader can say, okay, that's a flavor of these categories of designs. So I kind of get it. And then just kind of fit my building into some, something similar to these examples. So that's my only comment now. I'll go ahead and submit some written comments by next week. And then, one other thing that Supervisor Parlin may have missed in a nitpicky edit. The title on the document the C document, the 64 pages, Eldorado County Design Standards. I think the word interim needs to be included there. Because in the introduction, it says the draft list of interim design standards. So anyway, thanks again, and I'm glad to see this project moving forward.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome back.
Good morning, or good afternoon, board again. Thank you for all the hard work. I can only imagine how hard this has been after more than 11 years to put this together, come back to the board with it. So I just want to make a couple of comments. First is, I work with the Shingle Springs Community Center a lot, and that building was actually built brick by brick. The community would buy one brick at a time until they eventually built the building. It's been there since 1951. And we need to do a lot of maintenance on this. We're right now trying to raise funding for it. I'd hate to see that we would ever find ourselves in a situation of going out to get a permit and then being told that now we had to meet different design standards than what we did when we built this building. So I don't know if there's a way to exempt certain buildings, specific buildings that have historical significance, and a list that leaves them in perpetuity alone. That would be my first comment. Second, I assume this aligns with the street sign ordinance as far as the design standards for signs that will go in front of these various buildings. I just throw that out as a question. Love the defensible space comment. I was thinking about that as well. There's going to be standards coming for the 0 to 5 zone. They're not determined yet, but we should obviously have consideration of that when we're putting these together. And the last one was, as Supervisor Harlan said, I didn't understand why you were going to require, if you had 25 units, a children's playground when the building might be for senior citizens or some other community where it just doesn't make sense. So I would change that from a requirement to an optional. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. All right, is there anyone else in the boardroom that would like to speak? Well, appreciate everyone's, oh, okay, come on down and we'll go online. Good afternoon.
My name is Bhupinder Bal. I have a business here in Shingle Springs and I live in El Dorado Hills. My question is about the existing buildings. When they look kind of dated, and if the business owner desires to upgrade them so they look better, for the community, are this design review is going to apply in those cases, or how that's going to work will be my question. And how will it be depending upon the planner's discretion if a plan is submit in the meantime? So I'll appreciate it. And thank you very much for everyone. You did a wonderful job, by the way.
Oh, thank you so much. And we'll get that answered once we're done with public comment. Thank you. All right, is there anyone else in the boardroom? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I would like to congratulate staff and the board and the Planning Commission for addressing this issue. I think it's really important for the future of El Dorado County. You're working to have these projects fit in with the community, but one thing I want you to keep in mind too is the quality of life for the people that live there. While you might take out the playground for a senior living place, it would be nice to have outdoor spaces. And I totally agree with John Hydall about the missing middle, but just the idea that there's a lot of different designs and there are a lot of different projects that could be built that gives a good quality of life for the community that actually lives there. It's important that we know all the designs throughout the state that just didn't work for bringing together the people that live there and the community and creating them a very good quality of life. So that really goes into the design. It may not go into the design of the building, but you also can choose what other options, like the cottages. There's a lot of things in Sacramento, in some of the old places where there's little cottages and they all have a yard and they face each other. And there's just so many things that were built in the past that could be used here to help the people, make it affordable, make it a good place to live, make it good for the community. Thank you.
Thanks for being with us.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board. Very, very, very good discussion. A couple of things I wanted to ask you about, and this goes to staff. I just did an AI internet response. I got an AI internet response when I put in accessory dwelling units, giving me an idea of what they're all about in a very simple way. But what they said was that you can put ADUs on multifamily zone properties. So my question to staff is that undeveloped zone properties, or is that already developed properties? If you have a planned development and you have a multifamily apartment complex and there's open space put into it of some significant acreage, by condition, now can you go back and then take that open space and have to allow ADUs to be constructed on it? This is more than what it looks like. It has to do with the densities that we're now allowing, especially in single family residential communities. And then from a design perspective, if it's allowed, then does it have to meet the same standards of design as to color, texture, the way that it looks visually? So that's my question. Now, I was going to say, as I did earlier in the Cameron Park design review discussion, I like forklift in Cameron Park. I just like the way that it looks. I like the way the textures are, the colors are. And so therefore, I would give it an A+. Some people may disagree, but I like it. I like Moonraker Millhouse. I like the way they went in, used their space, and made it very, very attractive by picking a style that kind of falls into what we would consider a rural lifestyle. I don't like some things if they're modern and they just don't fit. And we have a number of those that have been allowed in the past. Since I live in Diamond Springs, I know that we have historical design guidelines now in the Diamond Springs area, and therefore the advisory committee looks at that. I look for that kind of connection between the community in order to make sure that what we do have has the approval of that type of group. Thank you very much for the time today.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good afternoon.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. Thanks for the discussion today. A couple of things I want to go back to some of my understanding, reading the state bills and legislation that's being passed. A lot of those are focused on zoning and land use specific policies or lack thereof. There's a lot of cities and counties that may not have implemented housing element. I know within El Dorado County, I think that we are regularly reviewing the housing element and we keep it pretty well up to date. And I say that because it's great to be able to review what buildings are going to look like. How are they going to fit on the parcels? Things like that. But I think there's another element to review, which is potentially our own policies and procedures and how we're handling them from the beginning, primarily in the way of health and safety in the community. I don't see where in the legislation, granted, I'm not an attorney, but I don't see where in the legislation that it says you have to throw your hands up and let them go through. One very objective standard that we have is in our transportation policy. where it specifically says TCXA1. Traffic from residential development projects of 5 or more units or parcels of land shall not result in or worsen level of service F, blah, blah, blah. We're very specific about that. And I don't think that that should be ignored in the decision-making process. A lot of the safety element updates and the things that we've gone through lately related to wildfires and evacuations, I don't think those should be thrown out with the bath. So maybe we revise or we review our policies and determine the checklist that was talked maybe a month ago now. Find out what are the decision points and make sure that they're really supporting the people of our community. And I say this because a number of the things that are of concern for some of these developments that are coming in are about health and safety. They're about fire safety. They're about roadway capacity related to evacuations or health and safety of our kids, like if it's trying to be built across from a grade school. So I don't want those lost in the mix. I think it's a significant piece of the puzzle still, and hopefully that can be reviewed as part of this process. And I will be reviewing further over the next few weeks and providing written input, but I wanted to just state that today. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, excellent. Thank you all. So a few questions I heard, then I'll turn it back over to Chair Nevis. There was a question on if we're going to also be looking at designs, signs in commercial zones as a part of the customization process with this. And the board hasn't directed a review of the sign update, but will signage come in under design guidelines when we customize?
Well, I can speak to that a little bit in terms of the contract and the focus with the current consultant. We weren't looking at signs specifically because signs are the sign ordinance updates are an upcoming item before your board shortly. And some of the items for commercial sign requirements and the request by the board for our resolution for an intention are also included in those updates. And so those should be coming shortly. In fact, we do have a workshop again proposed for early next year and an adoption by May per our work plan. So that will be coming along shortly to try to wrap that up with all the commercial requirements.
That's perfect. Yeah, that's very helpful to know when that's coming, and certainly the work in this can help inform that process too. Yeah, excellent. And then there was a question that if a property owner wants to update their building, when will design standards apply? We heard that while that hasn't necessarily been formalized, if you're doing more than about 50% of your building, then it could kick in. But certainly a property owner could choose to, adhere to these standards if they're wanting to update in fact, we hope they will, so they can enhance the community character. Anything else you would like to add to that question?
I think that summarizes.
Okay, perfect. And then there was a question on ADUs and open space and how we apply standards. I got kind of lost in that, but do you have anything? Once again, these interim design standards are not applying to single family residential. They're mixed use and multifamily residential. So really ADUs don't come into this equation. So is there anything else you'd like to add into that?
Yeah, just quickly. So Mr. Payne, I think it was speaking about in mixed use zones, there is some allowance for accessory dwelling units. There are some streamlining provisions related to accessory dwelling units. They generally have to do with residential zones, but we can consider that and make sure we're mindful of it. But to my understanding, we would not apply, but whether we should or shouldn't, design standards to the AD, or if we can, to the ADU development. And so we can look into that further, but he's not wrong that some of the mixed use, allows for, multifamily zoning does allow for ADUs now. And so that's kind of been a conflict we've been trying to deal with internally anyways, on how you make that work. And if you have an existing project versus a project that's coming in, and how you make, is it one ADU? How much do we get into that? So we'll be mindful of that and try to bring an answer as we move forward to the planning commission that makes sense.
And personally, once again, I'm of the mind, we get these interim standards done, tweak it a little bit with some better examples, but call it a day, and then work on those larger questions, like expanding the concepts. I mean, I do like that of missing middle housing, the cottage homes, those different forms of multifamily that could work, but handle that under the customization process and not this, and not delay this. So with that, I will turn it over to you, Chair Nevis.
So, and I'll see if any of my other commissioners have anything they want to add right now. No. The only thing I would say is Supervisor Parlin asked the question a little while ago about, other expert groups that have been reached out to or that have had a chance to review this document. One group that comes to mind here locally that might be good if it's possible to get on their calendar would be SAGE, the survey architect, geologist, and engineers. Yeah, I don't know if there's other local associations of architects that maybe could take a look at this, because I would be very interested, in hearing from their feedback, from the folks that will actually have to implement these standards. Because I am concerned about that, and others have mentioned it as well. If there is something in these requirements that is going to dramatically increase the cost of a building, I want to know. I think we all want to know that so that we can then make a judgment call: is this critical, or should we, leave that out? So that would be helpful to have. I know, time is very short, and thank you for going so quickly on this. We're going to get it back in the Planning Commission in just a little over a month. So I really appreciate all the hard work, and look forward to seeing it in a few weeks.
Excellent. Very good. All right, I'll look to my colleagues. Do you have any additional
I
comments?
just brought it up many times. We need to look at the zoning matrix again, and because there's a lot of especially where it fits, especially in the business park in El Dorado Hills, because what issues with the warehouses, what constitutes, the big, large warehouses and things. So I think we need to look at that again. Okay, because it needs to be redone because it's kind of out of date. So
that would probably be a separate.
Right, separate thing, but
Yeah.
something to look into, because a lot of the housing element and stuff like that also fits in that area. So
Excellent. All right. Anything else? No. I think my only other comment that I forgot to make earlier is the agrarian style. I might be tempted to say agrarian/industrial farmhouse. Those are very similar. I think people understand industrial farmhouse better than agrarian, and there's better examples of industrial farmhouse. So I kind of like that terminology better. I think it fits our county.
Do you have a good photo of that?
Yes.
Yay.
Well, I think Moonraker in Cameron Park is also an excellent example locally of that. Yeah, you can't beat it. So with that, does staff, do you have the direction you need? What I'm hearing is a few tweaks. I encourage all of us, from the Planning Commission to the board, to send in any, more specific comments, any pictures. And once again, the box that you would like us to send pictures on is the EDC design standards at edcgov.us.
That is the project email. Yes, correct.
Great. So any good examples you have that will take, they don't have to take their time to do that. I encourage us all to do that. And do you have any other, do you have what you need? Rob and Tom, Karen.
Yeah, just, I mean, the one sort of unknown is how we want to handle the design review piece, and if we want to apply this to all properties, or if we want to leave properties that currently have no design review overlay as ministerial actions that would be subject to the standard portions, or if we want to apply sort of unilaterally a design review combining zone to all multifamily and commercial. Because right now we have a mix, as Tom said. If you look at the community regions and the rural centers, it's a mix of some have PD overlays, some have design review overlays, and some have none. We had the instance a few years back where in the South County there was a couple commercial developments that were allowed by right because there was no design review standards. We did some actions in Cool that added those to all the properties, and so we're somewhere in the middle here. And so I think for our purposes, and we can take it now or we can take it later, but I think we want to understand where you want us to land so that we can write these documents in this interim period to either be for all or as we sort of have now. That's a key component to
I think for our sake, how would they apply to those in community regions that already have design overlays. How would that work?
That wouldn't change. So in our zoning ordinance, under the section that requires design review permits, it says design review permits are required if you have a design control overlay, if you're adjacent to a scenic state highway, and some other instances. What we would do is, if we wanted to amend that where it applied everywhere, we would say applicability to all multifamily and commercial zones within rural centers and community. Now, that's a wholesale sort of deal for now. And so we're
Until
just
we
trying to
tweak.
figure out where you want us to land on that design review
I
component.
think
piece.
that's a good idea, especially we don't want to end up what happened, especially in Fairplay with the Dollar General. Because there was no design at all, standards at all, and they just built whatever they wanted to build. And we couldn't stop them to do that. So anyway, and Lori and I talked about that before, so.
So, okay, let's back it all up.
Yeah.
To why we started this in the first place. The conversation I remember at the board at the time was, projects would come, they were proposed projects, and the board would hear from the community that it was ugly or bad color. And so the board was like, let's get these design standards in place with community input. So the community is in front of it saying, this is what we like, and this is what we want our community to look like. Hey, developer, when you come, this is what we want it to look like. And supposedly that gives everyone clarity, no more battling over what things look like. So I'm a little confused as to why would we need to have the design review once these are in place?
Well, this is an interim step, right? So we haven't gone to the community of El Dorado Hills or Cameron
Sure.
Park, right? I just as an example to understand what their needs are in a community specific. So we're trying to make this sort of global fix. So do we want to just apply the design standards that we're adopting, or do we want to create a discretionary process to evaluate the whole thing? I guess that's what we're trying to understand. Are we in the right place right now?
Okay, so in my mind, and I could be wrong, you guys help me out here, but because I think you guys did a great job of giving a menu of choices, within each zone, I don't feel that a developer is going to go, oh my God, I can't, and like we said, and then we've said this all along too, so help me if I'm wrong, but if we have standards in place for clarity, right, for all parties, everybody's like, this is what this community wants. But if a developer comes in and says, I want to do something completely different, and the community supports it, they can go through a discretionary process, right? They can go out separate
And I think that's the exception that some folks are talking about,
Yeah.
having that exception piece.
if they want to. But I mean, the whole thing was just honestly, and I know it was hard when we were doing Shingle Springs. I was literally telling hundreds of people at a meeting, we're going to streamline things by doing this. And it's counterintuitive, but it's like the community should get what they want.
The reason we're asking is because this is an interim step and it's not the full project, right? So we haven't gotten those community inputs
Sure.
from each of those
Right.
communities. And
And
so
that'd be different.
at this interim step, are we in the right place where, yes, we're going to keep it as it is, and the things that have design review, because we're not removing that either necessarily.
No, just keep it simple.
Yeah, I mean, to
Yeah.
me, you guys have presented a fabulous menu right here already to start with. I mean, we're going to fine tune it. I don't think there's going to be, honestly, I think we're at such a good place, and this is so much better than what we have right now, which is nothing.
Well, just as a point of clarification for staff, then how would we want to respond to those commercial or multifamily zone properties that are not in an overlay? Do we want to make them ministerial, like building permit, unless they're in an overlay? I mean, that's the other approach, because we talked about around 1,300 to 1,400 properties that are properly zoned but not in one of those overlays. Do we want to say if you're not in an existing overlay or visible from Highway 50 or et cetera, just go ahead and submit a building permit and then be tested against those standards? And if you're in a discretionary overlay, do that.
I believe that's what you just said.
Yeah.
I think,
Yeah.
that we would keep things ministerial. We
Yes.
would be able to apply when we get done with the public hearings and we get to the Board of Supervisors with the recommendation. Those things that are standards will be applied to all of those properties.
Yeah.
Those things that are guidelines or architectural stylings, those are preferences, and that's what we're working towards. And then when we get into the communities, they can decide, do we want everything to be this, or do we want to
Right.
have a mix? How much discretion do we want to allow? And then we'll get a better feedback when we're really, that's the intent.
And maybe because we have such high no, I don't want to say expectations, but optimism, because remember, these are supposed to be adopted by the end of this year. And this is already September. Okay, so maybe a handful of projects are going to be proposed between now and then. And then we've been told the timeline, I mean, we're going to get cracking on Shingle Springs in this spring, 2025. So I just don't see that we need to make things too
No.
complicated. We're rocking and rolling this if we stick to these timelines. And I feel like that the developers and the community, just with what we're doing today here and getting this done this year, should feel really like a lot of assurances.
Okay, we just wanted to make sure we were entirely clear that we were
Okay.
heading in the right
I just want to know,
direction.
am I
How does the
missing
planning
something?
commission, I
Trip?
want
Is
the
there a
planning
trip?
commission to weigh in
Yeah.
on that.
So I'll just speak for myself, but I think I agree with all of that. The only thing I would say is when we're looking then at those specific architectural styles, really scrubbing that, I saw a lot of shoulds that could probably pretty easily be turned into shalls.
Yeah, there was a couple.
And so, making, because I'm assuming if it's a should in a ministerial process, that can't really be enforced. So I think, if maybe in the next few weeks, if some of those, shoulds could be made to shalls. Honestly, I think it's very well detailed.
Yeah.
At least speaking as a Shingle Springs resident, I'm happy with the style options that are presented for my community. Again, can't speak for other communities, but I think if those are what staff is able to evaluate a project against to see if it complies, I don't have a lot of concerns. I think that was kind of part of the whole motivation for doing this, was to try to actually it be a win-win, for the community to know what they should expect, and then for applicants to know, hey, if I do this, I don't necessarily have to go through as much process as I otherwise would. So,
and we want to acknowledge that when this thing gets when this project gets to the El Dorado Hills area, there are going to be architectural stylings that are created that the community supports, and that we can, but we haven't done that work, and so we don't want to bring something forward that's sort of
at least speaking for myself, I think this is going to be a vast improvement versus what we have right now.
Yeah.
I mean, we unfortunately have I won't name the specific project, but there's a project application currently pending on a parcel in Shingle Springs that happens to not have a design overlay. And so we're kind of stuck. And so this will kind of resolve some of those. Yeah.
Just recognize there's projects in the work like Costco that can make very good use of this if we have styles that really represent a more modern features. And we don't have them in this document.
Well, and unfortunately, it takes a design professional to create those. And so we've taken what we have.
We can submit you a bunch of pictures but I don't know what to call the architectural style. How do you label a given architectural style, right?
Well, and maybe, yeah. So if we get some good materials, we can try to say, these are the types of projects or scenarios that, fit within that. We can continue to try to work on that. We just don't want to misrepresent our speciality, and we're not design professionals. That's why we have a contract with a design professional that will help us put all these pieces together. And that's why this is an interim step that we're going to build upon.
I agree with all that. It's just, we need to get some styles that are consistent with a more modern featured architecture, and we don't have them in this document right now. So that's something I'm disappointed in, to be perfectly honest.
El Dorado
But
Hills
we'll
is
get
so
them there.
El Dorado Hills is so complex. You have so many different types of styles, and it is unlike other places of the
Yes.
county. So it has to be treated,
Yes.
differently.
Yes.
So,
And it hasn't been to date.
Well, this was an interim quick process.
So do
The
you want
customization was
El
coming.
Dorado Hills to have the design overlay part? I mean, if that's would you prefer
Not at this
that?
point, without getting public input, no.
If you get the opt-in thing, though, I feel like that solves a lot of it. Because like if I was Costco, I would be like, we're not gonna do any of the things on that document, so we're gonna opt into the design review process.
Yeah, they can always do that.
So I would
mean,
say
they
like
have to
that, we
anyway.
have to have the opt-in option.
But the public's gonna have a lot to weigh in on. If they don't have an example to go by, they don't know what they're weighing in on.
So do we want to apply this only from Cameron Park and above?
Well, I guess maybe something that we could do, and again, if time allows, we'll do our very best. But where we don't have the specific stylings, maybe we can bring forward some best practices in El Dorado Hills, things that the community, if we can get some of that input, cares about. Because I quite frankly, there's all kinds of different styles down there.
Yeah,
and I'm
there
aware of
is,
it. And
yes.
any number of folks might like any number of them. And so if there's, Town Center, Montana, some other centers that, hey, these are the types of ones, maybe there's a way to incorporate some preference without, getting to the design styling piece, because we're just, we don't have that specialty.
Yep, okay, we can show examples, that's a good start, yeah.
All right. Well, Planning Commission, it's been a pleasure to have this discussion with you, and this was a much better process just to streamline this initial discussion together,
Yeah.
and great discussion. Board staff, you hit it out of the park, and really appreciate you getting us to this point, and we look forward to an ongoing engaged process with our community as this, continues to expand. So, all right. So with that, we are done with our board meeting except for closed session and board member updates. So we need to move back into closed session. I suggest.
I gotta do 2 quick updates, just
Okay.
2.
Do we want to take just a break and let the planning commission? Yeah. All right. Thank you all.
So we're gonna do updates? Is that what we're gonna do?
If anyone has any burning quick updates. that
Burning
not-
quick
Not
updates.
necessarily,
Okay.
the whole kit and caboodle.
All right.
Board members have it this time before we go into closed session. All right, so Supervisor Parlin, you're up.
Yeah, really quick. This week is the RCRC annual meeting. We're going down to Sonoma County or something. Anyway, we're going down there. And I wanted to just extend, and Supervisor Lane's not here, but our basket. I wanted to thank my fellow board members for helping out with that. We got a rafting trip and ski lift tickets and a bunch of lovely wines and jellies and a sweatshirt and all kinds of things. And Chair Thomas put it together for me. It looks lovely. So I'm excited about our basket this year, and I'll let you know how it went. But thank you guys. I struggle with this every year. And then the other thing too is I wanted to point out to you that we've been getting not a lot, but we've been hearing from the public that they wanted us to do some kind of a resolution that some of the other counties are doing regarding the insurance crisis. And I did reach out. I was asked to reach out to RCRC, and I reached out to staff that's been working with this issue a lot because I've been on a couple ad hocs, and they actually recommended that we not use our political will towards a resolution because it doesn't really do a lot. I mean, it makes a statement, but it doesn't do anything. And instead, they suggested that we engage in the rulemaking process that was happening actually this morning at a hearing. So I want to shout out to Carla Haas because I kind of had a little bit of a mix up and I didn't get the RCRC letter until what, Friday or something. I don't even know. Carla's been out on a family emergency, and yet she still helped me craft, and she did a great job.
Wow.
She reached out to the clerks and I think Nick in our CEO's office and pulled together a letter that showed how much work our county and our board has put in over the last 5 years on this topic, and that I attached the RCRC letter that had specific comments, and that we supported the RCRC letter. And then I added a little sentence at the front saying that this people, our residents are having a hard time even knowing how they're going to keep a roof over their head. So I just wanted you to know that I took that, and I didn't have time to bring it to the board, of course, because it was due today and we just finished it Friday. But I did attach that letter. I asked Kim to have it attached to Legistar today. So it'll be attached on our board member updates so that it's transparent and public. And I think that we did everything in the spirit of what the board's been working on for the last 5 years.
Thank you for that update and appreciate you leading that charge in concert with RCRC. That was a
Yeah.
critical collaboration.
I think so too.
Excellent. Any other critical updates?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I just want to talk about that bill that was vetoed by the governor, that Joe Patterson, myself, and I was a co-sponsor of the bill on waiving the solar requirements for the homes, especially after wildfires. And basically, let me get into this a little bit more. Patterson's bill would have exempted low and middle class homeowners from solar panel requirement previous homes didn't already have renewable energy technology. The exemption would have applied to homes damaged by natural disasters. In his veto message, Newsom wrote that the bill undermines the energy resiliency of homes, especially those in high fire risk areas, and increases greenhouse gas emissions, and that it would not assist those disaster victims who are most disadvantaged. This was just a no-brainer. It's not costing the state any money at all. I'm just tired of these politicians that basically are in the backs of these, they're backed by these solar companies and PG&E and all the other different things. It just gets me that they don't really care about the residents, and that really bothers me a lot. So
That is disappointing. Disappointing.
it is.
Supervisor Hurdle.
Placer County passed a resolution asking for a state of emergency relative to the fire. There's 4 counties in Southern California evidently have been granted that. There are substantial benefits to it. So I've asked county council to look into it so we know the specifics. Because if there are benefits to our community members, I'm going to bring it to the board.
Okay, very good. All right, stay tuned on that. All right, so with that, we will go back into closed session. Kim, thank you for your facilitation today. Much appreciated.
Do we expect a report out?
That's unknown at this time.
Okay, thank you.